Belgium. Formula One. It goes together like red wine and shepherd's pie. The perfect taste and meatiness that makes every race here dramatic. This year, Lewis Hamilton leads the championship coming out of the summer break after a dramatic race in Hungary.
Lando on the inside down towards turn 1, and who's going to get in first into the first corner? It's all hands on bottom, both Red Bulls out. It's action again, and predictably Lewis Hamilton gets a great start. He's got nobody else around him as the race restarts. Esteban Ocon wins the Hungarian Grand Prix. Fantastic!
And after 11 races, who's betting against the 7-time champion, making it 8?
Hang on. Are you really going to forget that there's a certain young Dutch driver who led the championship?
At the Red Bull ring, it's Max Verstappen, victorious again!
No, I'm not forgetting about Max, but he's had a lot of problems this year. Remember Baku?
Max Verstappen has crashed down with a rear puncture with 5 laps to go on the Azerbaijan Grand Prix!
Yes, but remember Lewis and Baku?
It's lights out! Good start this time! Perez cuts across, Hamilton leads into turn 1, and Vettel goes on the outside, and Hamilton's gone straight on! Hamilton's crashed! Hamilton's gone straight on in turn 1, Perez leads, and now we've got Sebastian Vettel right up there!
No point! He's not championship leader anymore! But is it the first time that Lewis has been scared off the road by a Red Bull? Think of them all.
They back wheels, and Hamilton bumps over the grass, and I think he touched Verstappen!
But Max has been making moves like that all season against Hamilton. Sometimes it's Verstappen on top, sometimes it's Hamilton. Just think, Portugal and Spain.
Hamilton is blocking for Verstappen through turn 1, and he defends it as well. Verstappen on the radio immediately saying that Hamilton is a bleeding lunatic, and Verstappen going for the lead forces Hamilton wide, and very much so, Verstappen pays back Hamilton for Portimao.
Nothing can beat Silverstone lap 1.
Side by side as they come out towards Cobb's corner, Verstappen goes left, Hamilton goes to the pit wall, through Cobb's corner, and the two championship rivals are off, and Verstappen hits the wall in a massive accident.
So we've got a 7-time champion leading the way.
And a young title challenger that's no longer a pretender.
All this means we're in for a great weekend. Welcome to the Belgian Grand Prix. Oh, we're in for a good one today, I can assure you. Wet weather, a different front row lineup for the first time. We've got George Russell in a Williams alongside Max Verstappen as well. Truly, anything can happen. It's the Belgian Grand Prix here at Spa. Unpredictability, uncertainty rises here in the Ardennes Forest. Formula One returns after its summer break to Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium for round 12 of the season. So Hamilton, as well as Verstappen, Esteban Ocon and Sergio Perez are the only 4 drivers to win a race so far this season. Coming into the second half of the year, the calendar takes a little bit of an unusual turn. We now have a triple header here in Belgium, then off to the Netherlands next weekend for the return to Zandvoort, rounding up with the second of the sprint races as well, and the Italian Grand Prix on the 12th of September. After that, we go off to Russia, and that is the last confirmed Grand Prix. After that, we go into uncertainty. The Turkish Grand Prix, also on the red list for the UK, is in doubt. Japan has been cancelled, replaced with a to-be-confirmed race. Further down as well, the United States Grand Prix could double up or not be on the calendar, with Texas COVID cases rising. Mexico and Brazil in the same situation as COVID. Another race to be confirmed as well on the 21st November. Saudi Arabia's track is still not ready, and Abu Dhabi is facing difficulty changing its layout. One thing that is for sure coming into this weekend is that Lewis Hamilton leads the title by 8 points to Max Verstappen. With not scoring any points, Lando Norris, Valtteri Bottas and Sergio Perez remain 3rd, 4th and 5th in the standings after their crash at the Hungarian Grand Prix. Then we get Carlos Sainz ahead of Charles Leclerc, Pierre Gasly, Danny Ricciardo, and victory in Hungary puts Esteban Ocon onto the first page inside the top 10. Further down, Fernando Alonso still on 38 points. Then we get Sebastian Vettel on 30, Yuki Tsunoda and Lance Stroll 13th and 14th, both on 18 points. Finally, Williams have points after a great race for them in Hungary. Nicholas Latifi has 6, George Russell has 4, Raikkonen got the 10th spot as well after Vettel's disqualification, giving him an extra point. 1 point for Giovinazzi, and the only 2 drivers with no points are Mick Schumacher and Nikita Mazepin. In terms of the championship and the constructors, Mercedes lead that as well by 12 points to Red Bull Racing. Ferrari and McLaren stay 3rd and 4th. Alpine now move up to 5th on 77 and way ahead of AlphaTauri, who are on 68. 20 points back, Aston Martin. Williams finally on the board now, moving into 8th with the crucial 10 points. Alfa Romeo now have 3, and the only team not on the board with points, Haas F1, who have 0. It's the fight for the Belgian Grand Prix at a wet and windy circuit. Verstappen and Russell the front row with Hamilton behind. Welcome to Spa-Francorchamps. And we are in for an absolute cracker this weekend as well, especially here today for the Belgian Grand Prix. Wet weather in the air as well. An entire situation of who dares wins is going to go in towards today as well. Wet weather, what type of start are we going to have? What type of situation are we going to have as well? Who's going to be fastest? Who's going to be slowest? Who's going to be the luckiest as well? It's going to be interesting. Let's go right back to Friday and take a look at what happened in free practice 1, 2 and 3. Let's take a look now at free practice 1 for the Grand Prix. Valtteri Bottas led the way as well on the return after the summer break to Spa-Francorchamps. Not a bad session overall. It was dry for both FP1 and FP2 after we were expecting quite a lot of rain coming into the weekend as well. We got slightly lucky with that one. Bottas topped early on as well. Verstappen second, Gasly, Leclerc and Sainz down the order as well. No sign of Lewis Hamilton as well. Issues for him as well. It was Bottas who was overall as well. It was a damp surface, but the drivers reported it was too dry for intermediates. Some of them went out there to test it, so it was a dry session overall. It was not declared a wet weather race as well. Further down as well, Verstappen set his first flying lap 30 minutes into the session. He immediately put on hard compound tyres as well. Bottas went fastest with just over 10 minutes remaining. As well, Verstappen fell down into P2. Gasly a second off the pace. Leclerc 4th, a 10th back with Sainz in 5th place as well. Lewis Hamilton, he was down in P18 for Mercedes as well, impeded by Nicholas Latifi and the Williams on one of his fastest lap times as well on the board. Mercedes drivers are of 2 of 11 who have opted to take a third power unit, their third one of the season, by the way, the new one coming into this weekend as well. And the others, Perez, AlphaTauri, McLaren, both of their cars as well. Aston Martin shared Lance Stroll and Alpine's Fernando Alonso, all on a different strategy coming into this weekend as well. Perez was going ahead of the Astons and Vettel as well, itching to recover from a terrible Hungarian Grand Prix when he was taken out by Lando Norris, who was next on the board in P8. Ocon 9 and Alonso rounds out the top 10 as well. Spin early on for Kimi Raikkonen at turn 1 in on dry tyres as well, just looped it round down at the source. But it was a pretty interesting session in terms of how many lap times they got out there in dry running. That's crucial if the race is going to dry out as well, but it's not predicted to be so. Let's take a look at the times from FP1. Valtteri Bottas tops the first practice session then on a 1:45.199. Then we get Max Verstappen in second, 1:45.363. Pierre Gasly's third, a 1:45.699. Charles Leclerc P4 at a 1:45.818. Carlos Sainz goes into P5 on 145.935. Sergio Perez 6th, 146.127. Sebastian Vettel is 7th on a 146.177. Lando Norris P8 on a 146.336. Esteban Ocon P9 146.497. And Fernando Alonso is 10th on 146.612. Lance Stroll is P11 on a 146.649. Danny Ricciardo 146.83. Goes into 12th place. Then we get Antonio Giovinazzi 13th on a 146.755. George Russell is 14th at 146.772. Yuki Tsunoda 15th at 146.928. Nicholas Latifi is 16th at 147.101. Kimi Raikkonen is 7th on a 148.125. Lewis Hamilton is 18th on a 148.224. Nikita Mazepin 19th at 148.705. Mick Schumacher is 20th at 149.059. On to free practice 2 then. It was Max Verstappen, fastest overall on the board. Great job for him. He led the second practice session. He was topped by literally 41 thousandths of a second, or 4 100ths of a second. 7 100ths of a second back in third was Lewis Hamilton. So the top three separated by 0.72. Not bad overall as well. Alonso and Gasly rounded out the top 5 as well. Mercedes lagging slightly behind Red Bull in the second session, but it was a fairly uneventful one once again. The dry tyres were in operation for the majority as well. Everyone just out there trying to get on as much running as possible in order to find out what the best strategy would be if it was a dry qualifying. It wasn't as well. And also trying to find out for a dry race. Stroll led a double top 10 appearance for Aston Martin, P6 as well. Ocon was P7, who had a wild spin at the exit of turn 13 as well, coming out of the Fagnes chicane with a 360. Sainz was in P11 as well. Norris was P9, so McLaren having a bit of an up-down day as well. Right at the back, it was Latifi, Russell in 16th, Mazepin as well, and then Schumacher 19th and 20th on the board for free practice 2. Let's take a look at the times then from FP2. Max Verstappen tops the second practice session on 144.472. Valtteri Bottas goes second on 144.513. Lewis Hamilton is third at 144.544. Fernando Alonso fourth on 144.953. Pierre Gasly rounds out the top 5 on 144.965. Lance Stroll is 6th on a 145.180. Then we get Esteban Ocon 7th on 145.302. Sebastian Vettel 8th on a 145.336. Lando Norris is P9 on 145.386. Sergio Perez rounds up the top 10 on a 145.404. Then we get Carlos Sainz in P11 on a 145.517. Yuki Tsunoda 12th on a 145.758. Antonio Giovinazzi is 13th at 145.789. Kimi Raikkonen 14th, 145.967. Danny Ricciardo is in 15th on a 146.118. Nicholas Latifi is 16th at 146.198. George Russell 17th at 146.665. Charles Leclerc 18th at 146.836. Nikita Mazepin 19th at 147.335. And Mick Schumacher is 20th on a 147.529. The third practice session at Spa-Francorchamps was an absolute downpour. The drivers describing it as almost a waste of time as well as to how bad the conditions were. It was Verstappen on a 156 who topped the session, from Perez, Hamilton, Norris and Ocon as well. Norris in the last minutes went out on dry tyres as well, just to adjust and see what the conditions were like. Completely pointless time and situation as well. The track wouldn't dry out for the remainder of the day. Overnight rain had actually deluged the track as well. And it did get underway, FP3. It looked to be drying out as well. We thought we might have had our luck change, and then it started raining again. So a lot of the cars went out there to just run intermediate tyres. They had an extra set for free practice 3. Everybody out there doing over 16, 17 laps as well in the wet weather, just trying to find out what it was like ahead of a mixed qualifying. So it was a great session. A lot of action in terms of spins as well. But everyone just kept their head down and got it on with as well. Esteban Ocon rounding out the top 5 as well, which is great for him. Lance Stroll as well out there, but Lance Stroll taking a 5-place grid penalty at this race for contact at the Hungarian Grand Prix. So is Valtteri Bottas, so that rejigs the order once again as well. Vettel was P8, Pierre Gasly P7. Russell was up there as well, going quite quick as well. He rounded out the top 9 as well, with Fernando Alonso in the top 10. coming into this event as well. Bottas P11, so he's been out of it all weekend. Hamilton hasn't been having a good one either. Mercedes generally struggling either the dry or the wet conditions as well, so that's going to be interesting coming into today's race. And don't forget Bottas, as I said, with that 5-place grid penalty as well. It was an interesting session. A lot of cars out there for mixed running conditions. Let's take a look at the times from FP3. In terms of the third practice session then, Max Verstappen tops the third session at 156.924. Sergio Perez goes second at 157.871. Lewis Hamilton is third at 157.996. Lando Norris is in fourth on 158.509. Esteban Ocon is P5 at 158.913. Lance Stroll is P6 on 159.205. Pierre Gasly is seventh on a 159.324. Then we get Sebastian Vettel in eighth at 159.436. George Russell P9 at 159.492. And Fernando Alonso rounds out the top 10 at 159.613. Valtteri Bottas is 11th at 159.808. Nicholas Latifi is 12th at 159.981. Danny Ricciardo is 13th on a 2-minute.456. Then Carlos Sainz 14th on a 2.00479. Then we get Mick Schumacher 2-minute 1.269. Charles Leclerc 16th at 2-minute 1.370. Yuki Tsunoda 17th at 2-minute 1.510. Antonio Giovinazzi is 18th at 2-minute 1.512. Nikita Mazepin 19th at 2-minute 1.792. And Kimi Raikkonen is 20th at 2-minute 4.382. Let's take a look then at what happened in the qualifying session. And as always, we'll go through it one session at a time. Let's start off with qualifying number 1 here at Spa. Norris leads the way. Alfa Romeo struggled 30 minutes before the start of qualifying. An absolute deluge appeared on the circuit. It delayed qualifying for 12 minutes as well, as the cars were kept in the pit lane. When we eventually got going, the track was in full wet conditions and then quickly turned to intermediates, so which means we saw a lot more of the intermediate runners as well. It was a great session as well. All cars by the Williams head down on wet tyres. Williams immediately got these and had the right call as well. Both cars through to qualifying 2 in wet weather conditions. And a fantastic strategy call there from Williams. We were a bit cautious saying it in the comms box, but they had the best of the conditions as well. That was the signal that Inters were the way to go as well. The rest of the field heading in for the changeover. Sebastian Vettel and Lance Stroll plus Fernando Alonso, whose Alpine team had a power cut to the pit wall just 5 minutes before the session, meaning they were running blind early on. They were all in the drop zone with 3 minutes to go, but they all got themselves out of it as well. The only cars going into the drop zone, well, it all started. Antonio Giovinazzi was kicked out in the Alfa Romeo at late stage. Yuki Tsunoda, Mick Schumacher, Kimi Raikkonen, Nikita Mazepin, all being eliminated as well in what was a very early end to the first part of qualifying as well, because everybody had already set their fastest lap times. More rain sort of hampered the situation out there. On to qualifying number 2 then, and this was the big surprise. Verstappen led the pace. Mercedes duo left it very late. They were 14th and 15th on the board and very much in the drop zone with 2 minutes to go with the session as well. But they will not be the big team that were kicked out. Ferrari out with Leclerc and Sainz. And after a brilliant effort as well, Nicholas Latifi was eliminated. He starts this race 12th. Alonso starts in 14th and Stroll starts 15th. But with that penalty, Stroll starts right at the back of the grid. A worst time for Aston Martin as well. It was great job from Hamilton. He headed down to the track and just got on the end of it as well after using more of his intermediates. He's only got one set of inters brand new left for today's race, so he's going to be hoping that it's a lot of wet weather running in terms of the full wet tyres as well. If it is a safety car start, with the formation laps around, it will be full wet weather tyres anyway, so he's going to be on the back foot today as well going into this one. Vettel left it late but progressed as well, and it was great from George Russell to go right up there, but Lando Norris once again right up there looking good. Into the qualifying 3, and this is where things start to get a little bit dangerous. Russell does miss out on a fairy tale pole position. He just starts second, but it was the start of the session that really caught everyone's attention. Wet weather once again playing the factor. Rain came down really heavily right as the green light went on as well. And the drivers on the installation laps were calling for a red flag. It was not delivered, and it resulted with Lando Norris hitting the wall hard at Eau Rouge as well, bringing out the red flag for over 45 minutes as well to clean up the damage. Lando was taken to hospital, he was x-rayed, and all he has is a bruised elbow as well, but he will race today. But it's really disappointing because Lando was a genuine shot for pole position today, but in the end it didn't happen that way. George Russell, who had an absolute masterclass, and nobody knows where this time came from, he was right up there and had pole position. He was 13 thousandths quicker than Hamilton as well. Hamilton couldn't improve on him, but it was Max Verstappen with a late call that got pole position. So it's Verstappen on pole with Russell second in a Williams. Already we've had the announcement that Toto Wolff has said that we've made a decision who will be Lewis Hamilton's teammate next year. If it's not George Russell, what more does the kid have to do? He might go and have a look at Red Bull as well for 2022 if he has to stay at Williams as well. Going on as well, so it's Hamilton and then Ricciardo. He stands a great chance to win this race today with Hamilton's less of intermediate tyres and the fact that Verstappen doesn't have the best of luck here. It's looking great. Then it's Vettel, Gasly, Perez, Bottas, Ocon and Norris the top 10, but Bottas with a 5-place grid penalty starts 13th and moves everybody up the field. Okay, it's time to head up to the commentary box then. Megan Birch and Ian Birch are about to join me as well, and we're about to cross over to live coverage of this race because, of course, we've been simulcasting with the British Grand Prix. It's time to head up to the commentary box then, but first of all, we'll have a look around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps with Lap Attack. Your commentators for the 2021 Belgium Grand Prix are Joshua Birch, Megan Birch, and Ian Birch. Sit back and enjoy what's bound to be a wet weather classic. Let's take a look around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium. 7 kilometres long, 19 turns with 9 to the left and 10 to the right. 2 DRS detection zones. It is the highest and longest track of the year. Starting a lap then on board with one of the McLarens. Downhill towards turn 1, the La Source hairpin. Down to second gear, 95 kilometres an hour. Control the exit, don't put too many wheels wide as you head down the National Straight. Coming in to the Red Water Eau Rouge, flat out 8th gear to 315 as you climb the hill to the top of Radillon and come down the Camel Straight, 8th gear, 325 kilometres an hour. You're flat out with the DRS as you drop down all the way to the Lecombe chicane, 4th gear, 180. Rise that up as you come into Malmedy now in 6th gear and 235 kilometres. Drop down towards Ravage, down to 4th gear, 140 kilometres. Drop down to 3rd if the track grip hasn't got it as you come into Speaker's Corner through turn 9. Flat out then towards Pouhon at turns 10 and 11. Flat out, 8th gear usually at 290 kilometres an hour at the exit as you rise up towards the Fagnes chicane. Drop all the way down, 5th gear, 175 kilometres an hour as you brave your way through to Stavelot. Down, 6th gear, down to 4th gear at the exit. Curve de Port Frere, you're in 7th gear, 295 kilometres an hour as you rise up, 310, 325 kilometres an hour as you blast through turn 16, the first part of the fearsome Blanchimont now, flat out if you dare, before you come into the modified bus stop chicane, all the way down to, once again, 2nd gear, just 110 kilometres an hour. Ride the curbs, control the exit, fire it to the line, and that is a lap of Spa-Francorchamps. Oh, it's cold, it's wet, it's windy, it's Spa-Francorchamps. Deep in the heart of the Belgium Ardennes forest, there lies a fantastic strip of racetrack. Over 7 kilometres long, it is the longest calendar as well, and it is raining. And when I say raining, I mean we are in 1998 levels of wet weather racing as well. The Spa-Francorchamps circuit at 102.2 metres at the top of the elevation change means it is one of the highest on the calendar. It's one of the founding circuits alongside Monza, Monaco and Silverstone. And it's also one of the same circuits as Silverstone hosts the most races around here at this fantastic circuit as well. It's, as I said, over 7 kilometres and 3 sectors as well to contend with today. Everybody so far going out there on the full wet tyres. Why would you change in conditions as bad as this? Doesn't mean we can't have great racing, though. Back in 2020, Gasly and Perez side by side through Eau Rouge as well, up to the top of the hill at Radion with a great manoeuvre. Down at the Lafagna chicane last year, we thought we were going to get a red flag in the dry. Giovinazzi hitting the wall, a loose tyre, collecting George Russell. The last thing anybody wants today. And down at the chicane in mixed conditions in 2010, Sebastian Vettel making contact with Jenson Button under tricky circumstances. A wet weather race, it remains the last rain-affected race. Forget these, the soft C4, the medium C3 and the hard C2. Instead, concentrate on the blue wet and the green intermediate tyres. Let's take a look at how they line up then on the grid for the 2021 Belgian Grand Prix. Max Verstappen on pole for the first time at this circuit in front of so many of his Dutch fans as well. George Russell for the first time in a Williams is on second place. The second row sees Lewis Hamilton. He's burned out all of his intermediate tyres. He hopes it stays wet. Danny Ricciardo has a great chance of victory here today. Row 3, Sebastian Vettel. Again, Mr. Safety, they've called him after yesterday. He's alongside Pierre Gasly. The fourth row, Sergio Perez would not be starting this race after crashing on the way to the grid. He'll start alongside Esteban Ocon. Then on the fifth row, Charles Leclerc starts 9th and Nicholas Latifi starts in 10th. Row 6, Carlos Sainz starts 11th. Fernando Alonso starts P12. 13th on the grid now, we see Valtteri Bottas with a 5-place grid penalty for contact in the previous race, causing the bowling pin effect. Down further, Lando Norris has a 5-place grid penalty for a gearbox change. Not really his fault. Really angry about that. Yuki Tsunoda starts alongside him. Then on row 9, Mick Schumacher and Nikita Mazepin, 17th and 18th. And 19th and 20th, it's Lance Stroll with a penalty as well for the contact in the previous race. And starting from the pit lane is Kimi Raikkonen. Alongside me in the commentary box is Megan Birch and Ian Birch. I tell you what, you two, place your bets. Place your bets. How long until we see a red flag?
10 laps.
Now, you're being brave. Dad?
Lap 1.
Lap 1, yeah. I think we all know where this is going.
I'm giving them a benefit of a doubt.
We lost
To get through
Perez.
at least a lap.
We lost Perez, as you all know, on the formation lap to the grid. And I don't think there wasn't a single driver that didn't have difficulty with the conditions on the way to the grid. If you look at the TV pictures now, you will see Georgie Russell in immense rain. Now, not just a little bit, immense.
I hate to say this, but we've already got a red flag. The start has been delayed. So red flag, start delayed. So even the formation lap behind the safety car has been delayed because they can't actually start in this level of rain. It's almost echoing 98. It's almost echoing also Fuji 07, Dad. We remember that race, of course, back in the day.
Bye.
Megan, over to you.
I'm very, very not happy about Lando's penalty because if they should give anyone a penalty, it should be Michael Masi.
Well, for the contact yesterday.
Yes, because it's not... Actually, give a penalty to the rain because it's not like Lando...
Lorraine who?
The rain.
I thought he said Lorraine.
It's just not Lando's fault. He's the one who had to go to hospital and have an x-ray. Why should he get the penalty?
Yeah, but the one thing I liked was that it was those conditions, and Lando and George actually pushed like mad.
They did.
That is the epitome of a future world champion type driver. That.
So formation lap will start at 10 past the hour. So the start of the Belgian Grand Prix has been delayed by 10 minutes. They might keep delaying it because it looks abysmal out there.
You know, all the British drivers did pretty well yesterday, pushing themselves to the limit. You know, Danny Ricciardo, he had his best day for ages.
Radio.
Red Bull Radio, Megan.
It's got much too strong.
Turn it off now.
I was just saying that the rain's just got too strong. We saw that from George's, the shot of George in his car.
Josh.
Yes, Megan.
When does the touring car start so I know when to press this button?
Not yet. I'll tell you when it starts, don't worry.
I'm just glad that you managed to keep the winner of the MotoGP a secret from me.
I'm not saying a word.
You didn't need to. You still had the results up on the screen over there that's now got Formula One on. It was MotoGP.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Just adjust that. Okay, so...
I'm not going to tell anyone, just in case.
No, may as well not.
They haven't seen it.
Well, this is the first time a start has been delayed.
I have
in
seen
over
the
10
first
years.
touring car race, though.
Oh, we've also.
And as I was saying, the difference between Perez and Hamilton is that Hamilton went on the grass and came off again. No, not in Formula One. in British touring cars.
Yeah, Nick
Lewis's
Hamilton.
brother Nick did a tremendous save, and something Raikkonen would have been proud of. The way he was sliding that car around the wet grass, and that's what the trouble is here. If you look at the sides, it's wet. The reason it's green here is the amount of wet. The
Lewis is off
reason
the
the
grid.
word Spa is famous is water, because there's tremendous amount of. It's the Ardennes forest area is completely beautiful and green.
Lewis has walked off the grid, actually, so that's unusual, even considering the race starts in 8 minutes. I think he wants to go to the control stand. Let's go
He
over.
wants to go to the loo. He's getting old, is Lewis.
Let's go
And,
over to
Raikkonen manages to have a bottle in his car.
Let's go over to the group chat then and see everybody. And hello to Josh Plays, who says hello all. Adam says, good morning and enjoy, my friends. Have a nice day. You enjoy it with us and have a nice day over there. Hope it was a good cup race yesterday at Daytona. I thought it was interesting with the number 3 car was sort of half on the banking, half on the runoff area. Back to the good old days with a 10 past start. The Dude in the Blue says, who's everyone's pick for this race? I'm picking George Russell.
Same.
I do feel that when you see Charles in this sort of weather, he's remembering Suzuka.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't like the rain for obvious reasons. They lost Jules in the rain. And,
2014.
Yeah. And
Rouge is a
and
scary one
when
in the
you
rain.
saw that the fact that Checo wasn't going that fast when he braked and had absolutely no control over the vehicle, it just aquaplaned straight into the wall, and on what is actually quite a slow corner.
May I just point out that Sebastian Vettel's just had to wipe his wheel, and that's while under an umbrella.
Yeah. So the grip even on the steering wheel isn't that good. And anybody who gets the Sky coverage anywhere in the world, you managed to see a great little thing that was filmed at Silverstone involving the Beth was saying about last week, the Jordan 191 in the 7-Up livery.
That beautiful, gorgeous one,
that Michael Schumacher deputised for Andre de Tegeris back nearly about 30 years ago
30
now.
years ago this year. Yeah.
And
Couple of years ago.
it was really good listening to Beth would have liked it if she'd have seen it. I hope she has, because Uncle Seb was describing to Mick how to use a H gearbox and what angles they should be at in the right thing. It's brilliant.
15 minutes past 2, be on it.
The interesting thing was that Seb had his racing overalls on as well.
Yeah.
You know, he hadn't just turned up to things. And Karun's wife was there, and so was Michael's manager. She was there. And it looked like a real good family day. Karun got to do it.
Delayed start again. A further delay to the Belgian Grand Prix.
Delay to the Belgian Grand Prix. And but having seen the Karun, I'm sure Seb had a go in it as well. That was an amazing machine in its day, that Jordan 191, and it was brilliant to see it racing around Silverstone again.
Half past the hour, I just heard that the race will start apparently.
No, 15 minutes past. Formation lap will start at 15:15 local time.
Well, then the commentators have got it wrong, because I've just heard one of the commentators, I can't tell which one it is, just said the race will start half past the hour.
Well, I don't know. Well, let's just say that's David Croft, because it's just I need to get through to the chat here because it's going quite quick. Yeah, if that's David Croft, then he's an idiot. Because my information up here, formation lap will start at 15:15. That's 2:15 UK time, 3:15 over there. Going to the group chat as well. Dude in the blue suit saying he's picking Ricciardo. I said Ricciardo has a great chance to win today. Josh Play says George Russell. Well. Adam said George Russell. HS7 is saying, why wasn't Lando up for the Merc discussion? Because he's been locked into to McLaren. He has a 3-year deal with the team until the end of 2024. He's locked in. Josh Play says, what time now? In about 10 minutes, 9 minutes, we'll go green.
And we were promised a decision by Toto by this Grand Prix.
Wait, that's the same time that I have to do the thing.
No.
I understand that the decision has been made.
It has.
And that it is how we think it is going to be, and that the decision now is where Valtteri goes.
Just trying to work out why you're.
It was Valtteri's birthday yesterday.
Are you
I'm
hearing
sounding
it
like
as
this because
well?
I've got a sore throat.
No, it's the level of
It's
your
it's
thing.
too deep, so I'm just changing the mid vocal point. There you go. Try now.
So
Yeah,
so.
That's
That's what
better.
it-
Yeah.
I keep having to look at
I know. I was thinking, why does it sound like that was too much BBC
Yeah.
radio.
We kept looking
over-
at each other just like,
It was
are
almost.
you hearing this?
It's almost one of these microphones. I've got the side of the box. If I can bring it in towards I can't. Just at the corner here.
So,
of MSNR.
so it's still like this because the BBC. I can do the BBC voice.
That's better now because now
This
it's not
i-
just like overtaking our ears.
Too much in the low frequency range.
This
yeah.
is
Especially in
Merseyside
the
Sport
right.
on BBC Radio Merseyside.
For those of you listening in America as well, we are usually like this, but we're in a delayed start procedure. The session will start presumably at 15 minutes past the hour. However, there's been no improvement on the track. There's been more rain coming in. I'm predicting that we could be here for another 15, 20 minutes or so. It'll be a long start, Mags.
I'm gonna do that thing to see who go off first.
Race-
It'll probably be wrong.
Race control, delayed start. So they're even delaying the start now.
The delay deck.
Yeah, the third delay. The formation lap will now start at 15:20. So
The delayed
20
the
past
delayed
the hour.
delay.
Third delay, 20 minutes past the hour now.
Well, at least now I don't have to do two things at once.
Do you know, in this country, what we're going to have in a few years' time when Lewis does retire, I predict, is the fact that we're going to have Lando and George battling it out for the World Championship
Oh, that's
with
not
Max.
Yeah.
nice. Look,
What?
I just had two. It was Vettel and Gasly.
Sebastian, yes. Zach actually went to find Sebastian on the grid to say thank you for what he did yesterday. So if none of you saw it, I guess most of you did. Lando had a nasty crash, which we all saw. But what was really nice was the first car that came up round the circuit was Seb Vettel, and Seb saw the car, pulled alongside him, and gestured to him if he was okay. And
I
Lando
thought it was lovely.
gestured. But that's typical Sebastian. Sebastian is not only the head of the Drivers' Association, he's also a really nice guy. Henpecked as well. Finally, he's got a little boy in the house, in a house full of women.
We've got some radio.
Just like
It's
your
going to
Uncle
stay
Keith.
like this, I'm sure more downforce is quicker. So, I don't know, it's just an idea.
It's Carlos Sainz on the radio there. We've also got Valtteri Bottas coming through.
I'm lucky we've got 3 boys and 3
But-
girls in our
Must be
family. 4
rare.
boys if you count Jack.
Rain gonna last long.
Yeah, Valtteri will be consistent. What we have now, varying a little bit in intensity, but we can't see any change coming up shortly.
So the rain's not going to change throughout the race, and they keep delaying the start. Could we have to race on a? Oh, well, we can't race tomorrow because are we now facing because we can't race tomorrow?
It's raining tomorrow as well.
Yeah, but we
also,
can't.
just to clarify, he only has 4 children. He's talking about the parents for the 3 boys, 3 girls
Yes.
as well.
What?
Can I just quickly talk about the fact as well?
And
We
clarify.
can't race tomorrow.
What about the how many children I've got?
Yes.
37.
Now we can't race tomorrow because we've got to get everything over to Zandvoort, and we can't race today because of the rain. So they could have to cancel this race. Josh Play says might be tight for race 3 of the British Touring Car Championship. The next 2 races, if this F1 race, the F1 takes priority. So the next 2 touring car races, if we do go into the situation where we can't do them all live, it will be delayed coverage of race 3.
So all you regulars,
Danny Rick.
you actually
Sorry, Megs, Danny Rick.
But it's my 200th Grand Prix.
I had heard that.
Yeah, it's kind of a deal. This neck of the woods.
Last podium, Emilia Romagna.
Daniel Ricciardo pointing out there that there has
That's
been
wrong.
nothing from the press or
Yeah.
the team itself to commemorate the 200th Grand Prix of that well-known British Australian Danny Ricciardo. Beth can't be awake. She's not reacting to any of this.
She is. We saw her in the
She
MotoGP, and she might be in the chat, just not
yeah,
saying anything yet.
Oh, and she's changed her username again.
Oh yeah, it's now
Jazz.
Jazz
Go.
Jazz Do Stappen
Yeah,
for
Do.
James Doohan, who won this morning
Oh, Jack Doohan.
Jack Doohan,
Jack. I think Jack didn't Jack.
in the Formula 3 race.
What, didn't he get a podium yesterday morning? As
No,
well?
he won back-to-back races.
Do you know?
I knew he was on
Yeah.
the podium.
2
I
seconds.
saw him on the podium yesterday.
Oh, that's Ricardo, what
I
we've already
could
heard.
have made.
Jack Doohan, the Formula 3 driver, is the son of the Australian legend
Mick
Mick
Doohan.
Doohan.
Do you know, I could have made a sandwich drawing this time.
Uh, We're coming up to the time where we could have commentated
Joshua
on the
could have
on
had
the
his
British Roadhouse.
breakfast.
Yeah.
Which is still in the microwave.
Do you know what I had for breakfast?
Although
I haven't eaten.
the egg hasn't been fried
A
yet.
chocolate
Yeah.
orange crunch cream and a toucan.
Oh no!
Josh Play says Russell will be
And
Sorry, Megan. Josh Play says Russell will be heartbroken if this race is cancelled. My understanding is they would take the results from qualifying as and award half points, but we've got to keep on that. Sasha says as well, just found this channel, finally good watch along commentary, big thumbs up. Consider me a new fan. My heart's pick today is George, my mind chooses Max. Welcome along.
Ditto.
Thanks for the comment. Absolutely lovely. We love things like that. And,
You know,
stick
of course-
around
Of
out
course,
here.
George and Max are really, really good friends. And so that means they're going to be really competitive at the start of this race.
So is that Saskia instead of Sasha? I said it's Saskia, isn't it? Did I get that right? I hope I haven't butchered it. Because it's too
He
far
doesn't
away.
get names right a lot.
Sashka.
Thank you. Yeah, it's too close.
Saska
Yes.
Andre Michael.
I always ask people to write down how to pronounce your name so I can get them spot on. It's a pet peeve of mine. I want to get them spot on. Just to show you around, then
Yeah, he's not good at
we've got-
pronouncing things.
we've got the main camera for when the race starts, and all three of us are acting with the timing graphics. We have a driver tracker situation as well, where we can see all the cars on the track, and we have, of course, the group chat throughout the race as well with
You
the
call
laps
this
and
rain?
timer.
Has anyone not ever been to Manchester?
It's about that, isn't it? It's about the level actually coming up on what we see in Malaysia.
M62.
Oh, and that too, actually, yeah. The
Yeah,
bows down there.
M62 between Manchester and
This is
Huddersfield.
just a medium day for
near
Britain.
the big viaduct bridge.
It's horrific down there. Oh no, the fog's now descended over the side of the track here.
And
Megan,
this
your phone's going off.
This could be important because
It's like a
that
really
could prevent
creepy horror
the
movie.
medical helicopter flying.
Yeah, if this now humidity's at 95% as well, but the fog's coming in as well. So as you say, Dad, that fog that's now over the circuit, if that stops the medical helicopter, we could be delayed. Although we're coming up on 5 minutes to the start of the formation lap, and we haven't had a confirmation of a delayed start again. So we will keep an eye out, Megan.
May I just say, this is like the start of a really eerie kind of horror movie with like the fog descending in, it raining all the time, and the fact that there's loads of forests.
Now, one thing they could do. Now, here's one thing that we discussed back: a delayed start. So they're still delaying it.
They've delayed
Oh,
start.
was it? How many delays is it now?
4.
Is this our 4th delay to the start of the
they've
race?
delay.
And Josh says, "Oh no, the fog." Formation lap will now start at 25 minutes past the hour.
We used to have metallic
I could have made that sandwich you made me the other week.
I could commentate on the British
on
touring cars.
our
this way.
local TV weather forecast round about 40 years ago. We
Sorry,
used
can I get a question here? Mercedes just started taking down their boards, and then they got the confirmation that the start's delayed, and they've literally just put them all back again. They went back over
like,
Lewis's head,
seriously?
and then went back again. So, this is Mickey Mouse stuff here.
Yeah.
Over to you, Dad.
Josh says, "Oh no, the fog." Right, it reminds me of the. I'm sure many of you in this country, including Josh, has probably seen it. Our local weather forecast in the days when they used to be metallic and they used to stick on the map of the area, and it was a foggy. Prediction was going to be a foggy night.
So, an hour of this race. Can they delay the race for an hour?
So.
I won't be commentating if that
So,
happens.
as he was doing the weather forecast, the letter F fell off fog, right? And so he didn't fluster. He just carried on, did the full weather forecast, and said at the end, "So I'll be back tomorrow with the local forecast. And by the way, sorry for the effing fog."
I remember that. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Get ready on the start because it'll be on soon.
It was meant to be on a minute ago, so.
Yeah, they on the formation lap. Just hold your tune.
Do you know what? They should have watched the TV, because that stuff that they're wiping the water away from the car with,
the tissues.
right? It doesn't soak up as, what's the name of that product? That tissue, that kitchen roll.
Oh, I know what I mean.
Yeah, it's supposed to mop up everything, isn't it? It should have got some of that.
I'll tell you what.
Or towel.
If we can only remember the name, we might get some.
This is starting to worry me a little. I'm getting vibes of 2014 Japan, as you said earlier on in the broadcast.
I was promised that as soon as there was a red flag, I could go.
Well, we haven't actually started
And,
yet.
He's
He was
bringing up
actually.
a little technicality that the race hasn't actually started yet.
Let's keep an eye on that.
That's not fair.
I am keeping an eye.
The race had. We could actually. That's really annoying. We could actually commentate on the British Touring Car Championship, which is really annoying.
We
me.
might have to.
No, I'll tell you what. No, Formula One takes the priority no matter how much of a delay we are in, and we'll just have to do that again. To catch up on the British Touring Cars.
Where are
I mean,
these?
Josh will tell you that this isn't rain. I mean, last weekend he was near us instead of down
At
near
Cadwell.
Brands Hatch at Cadwell for the
That's like-
British Superbikes.
That was like a month ago.
And he said that the camping site was
Yeah.
like
Gone.
flooded.
Yes, Megs.
I remember you saying that.
It'll start soon, so don't worry.
Which reminds me, nearby there's Ubbard's Hills,
Yeah.
about 2 miles away from Cadwell Park is Ubbard's Hills, the local beauty spot.
Gasly radio,
And-
Gasly radio.
A couple sausages. Some sausages for me for the barbecue.
Yeah.
So is the race still gonna last 2 hours or no? It's
Are you thinking about your dinner?
I'm thinking that we might need some lights.
Yeah, but the
Peter Gasly worried about having
I'll
some
have chips on
sausages.
mine.
Some sausages, and then he
Josh
was also
could have
saying about the
sausages.
weather.
He's got sausages in the microwave waiting because that's his breakfast.
I have
Sausage,
not
bacon,
eaten. Yeah, I've not eaten today.
hash browns are all in the microwave waiting for you.
And I'll tell you what as well. If we have a delayed start at announced in a second,
See,
It's
Yeah.
better than the old days. You used
Yeah.
to you used to come home from work and there used to be a thing. Gone out to mum's, right? Be back at so and so. Dinner in the bin.
I didn't do that. That's not me. You
No,
did
that was what your mother wrote for.
Mum didn't do anything, as far as I know.
Yes, she did. She wrote dinner in the bin.
Was it McDonald's
No,
No.
actually, she used to leave my dinner in the
oven? Ah,
before the microwaves. And
Maybe
can
you're
I
the-
just- sorry, hello?
And it was
Hello?
all the gravy used to dry up and all the potato
That-
got
yeah,
hard. And
really
it was
nice.
gorgeous,
Yeah.
absolutely
Hi,
gorgeous.
can I just
sweet.
point out, Red Bull are working on Sergio Perez's car. Is there a
They
chance
could
they
get
could
him
get this
out.
race started?
Well,
he can get in.
I don't know
Yeah,
because
there is.
They're working on- they're actually working on
They
it.
must have got permission because they actually withdrew
Well,
the car.
The race hasn't started.
They told Michael Massey that they'd withdrawn the car.
Well, the race hasn't started yet, and neither is the formation lap. So the race isn't too old to introduce new cars.
I don't see why he can't start from the pit lane.
Yeah, Raikkonen can do it. Here's what happened: just slipped off at the comms.
See, he had no grip.
aquaplane. No,
you watch this
aquaplanes.
from here. He had
Yeah.
no grip whatsoever. Wasn't his
Aquaplane
fault.
completely. Let's hear from Pierre Gasly quickly on the radio, once again.
Ooh.
if you can give me a couple sausages. Some sausages for me for the barbecue. So is the race still gonna last 2 hours or no? It's
Are you thinking about your dinner?
I'm thinking that we might need some lights.
That guy, and that guy have all got sausages. They could have given some to Pierre. Pierre
Just
is
throw
hungry.
throw them down.
He doesn't look Hungarian, but you know.
He hasn't started yet, Megs. If you're wondering where the touring car race is,
Yeah.
it hasn't yet started. So even that's delayed. Everything's delayed. This rain intensity is getting worse out here now on the track. I'm quite surprised. Okay, it's pronounced Sasha. Glad to be along for the ride. Thank you for the confirmation.
Well, also,
Glad to have you aboard.
Extreme E is live on ITV. ITV have actually been showing the MotoGP. Every so often they show
think
one
they're coming out to
live
the
on our terrestrial network.
They're just on the formation lap now, Megs.
And I can see British touring cars in front of me.
This happened a while ago, didn't it? When we had at a race that got delayed. Hello,
Yeah.
it has a stand.
Well, how would I know?
We can't commentate on the British touring cars because that race is coming up later on. It's just on the box.
Just
so that
seen Plato
Yeah.
go past.
It's
and,
just-
the
we can't actually, for legal reasons, we cannot actually talk about anything that goes on in the British Touring Car Championship on the Formula One broadcast.
Yeah.
Ricardo?
Rain in 15 to 20 minutes time.
maybe
More rain in 15 to 20 minutes time.
Maybe-
More
Okay.
rain than this?
They
maybe
should
it
have
was a
just-
plate of food.
They should have just
That's all going
started
past.
this.
Yeah. Oh, very funny. Yeah.
They should have just started this race at a slotted
What
time.
I was saying was before we had a team radio come through, they could do what they did at Suzuka in 2000. What we thought they would do in Suzuka in 2014: go round, officially start the race behind the safety car, do 3 laps, and then call it and give everybody half points.
I just thought of something. Everyone else getting soaked.
Kimmy's out there, yeah.
Kimmy's just like, yay.
Yeah. So as I was
Yeah.
as I was saying, yeah, they could literally do 3 laps behind the safety car, red flag it, and then half points could be awarded if
Yeah.
they just start the race and don't bother trying to have a 5-light start. Because let's be honest with each other, there's no way we're going to have a 5-light start here today. This will be a rolling start.
From what
I
I
agree.
remember, right, I don't know if they've changed the rules, but there has been occasions in the past where cars have been badly damaged.
Daniel, we
And-
expect
It's
this
puddles on
rain
the
to
car.
continue for 15 to 20 minutes and then heavier rain
Oh,
in
for God's
15 to
sake.
20 minutes time.
And got back to the pits,
Yeah.
and then they've taken some time. I mean, the one I remember was they took about 30 minutes.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think it was the Canadian Grand Prix, and they still sent him out
They did.
for a few laps.
They should have just started this. Why does Charles' car look like the cleanest?
And I do remember, I can't remember where it was, but the cars were falling off that much that one of the teams actually
Yeah.
got their car back, repaired it, and got it out because even if it was so many laps behind, it was
didn't
still going
matter,
to
yeah.
get points.
Yeah.
If
I
was
remember
one
that. I
of-
remember.
If I was one of them, I would just
So, sorry, Meg, we're just seeing the radar. More heavy rain coming
Just
in
start
around
it.
about half an hour. So they want to get this race started while this light rain's in, and then if they have to red flag, they can red flag. Reminder, the British Touring Car Championship will be live. If we miss race 3 as well, both races will be done tomorrow as live watch-alongs. If this race in Formula 1, because F1 takes priority, because we've got streaming things. to
Oh,
do.
I see loads of people picking up things.
We're going to go. They haven't delayed it. We're actually going to go.
We've got a 2-minute board come up.
So this will be formation laps. And during these formation laps, they can take the chance to suspend the start procedure. That would give red flags.
You got to be kidding me.
I'd stand by because that's 40 seconds back. So stand by on that one. So
Oh, so that means I've...
here we go then, folks. We're standing by. The formation lap is about to start here.
Josh, literally 10 seconds after you say stand by, that goes on.
Here we go then. Standing by. 15 seconds to go until the
And
green lights.
They're standing.
Payout to the driver, FIA or race director would appreciate if you give some feedback.
So the race director wants some feedbacks.
And to give Gasly some sausages.
I still say they should.
And away we go on the formation laps for the Belgium Grand Prix at Spa. We've been delayed for 20 minutes and in what looks like similar conditions, if not maybe worse conditions, as to when we initially delayed the
Worse.
start. They will head out onto the track. Everyone starting on the full wet tyre is required. And a reminder, in this start procedure, as many laps as we complete behind the safety car will take 1 lap off the overall distance of this Grand Prix. And actually, I can see them cancelling this at the end of this lap. It is abysmal coming through a Rouge and Radeon.
Okay, it's not helping that people are setting off like smoke flares. How is that going to help visibility? All you're going to see is orange. Hamilton radio.
Already can't see. Yeah, you can switch it down, Max. Already can't see anything because, well, that's Lewis Hamilton over the radar. They could run the procedure where they delay the start. Really can't see anything behind the safety car. So, Dad, your opinion? This race is not going to start on time, is it?
I've
yeah.
got
Oh.
a feeling that it's already started.
It's like they're coming out of smoke in some sort of like music video or something.
Now, if this... Now,
Like
if,
a bat out of hell.
Now, the race, the official information, let's hear from Verstappen.
Max.
To leave a little bit more space to the safety car than normal because I can't see anything.
So even the safety car spray is having an effect on the drivers, and Verstappen's locking up down at Rivage. Well, this is going to take an enormous time.
I amend my first statement of when the red flag is.
Great driving there by Bert
Formation.
Meilander, who has the lead of more Grand Prix than anybody else.
Yeah, safety car's been deployed here 11 of the last 16 races. Oh, that's on broadcasting. And in the result, there has been a total of 15 races affected by rain for the Belgian Grand Prix.
Lando.
Let's hear from Lando.
It's pretty awful. I can barely see the car in front at the minute.
Lando Norris saying it's barely awful out there, and barely visible.
Interesting thing about Lando is that he didn't need a new car.
Yeah, they just repaired it and got it back out.
And he still gets a penalty.
I know.
Only for the gearbox.
Yeah, the gearbox really wasn't his fault.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that doesn't happen like that nowadays, does it?
It should.
Let's go over to the group chat. Reminder, we're still on the formation lap. Sasha saying, let's go, let's get this show going, kind of. Reminds me of Fuji 76 and it reminds me of the 2000s. Yes, it does, doesn't it? Multiple formation laps, we're now being told by the stewards. Let's hear from Lando again.
Quite a bit of aquaplaning as well.
And the aquaplaning under these speeds as well.
And listen to that man when he says about aquaplaning and that happened yesterday.
Yeah, he's a carpentry expert.
Well, I wonder what's going to happen. Are they going to now go through? They have the option, is what I was trying to say before we keep getting these. We have the option is to complete the traditional formation lap, and when the cars cross the line, they could start the clock and start lap 1 of this race of 44. So right now, this is the first formation lap that we usually have, and after this lap, we start taking one off. So the completion of the next will be a 43-lap race.
It's honestly like driving through a car wash.
Yeah.
Actually,
let's
you never drive through a car wash.
It's wet, but for me it's fine to race.
Of course, Max Verstappen says it's wet, but it's fine to race. You go up Eau Rouge at racing speeds, one of you is going to fly into the wall.
Are you blind, Max?
Yeah. Multiple formation laps.
No, Max has the benefit of nothing in front of him other than the safety car, so he wants to get rid of the safety car and just go.
Well, he needs to learn that other people have safety right now.
I'm very worried actually about all this happening on the circuit. We've got the team radio standing by so that Megan can press the world feed button whenever we need it, but it's very wet coming up Eau Rouge and at the top of Radion. It's you can't see a thing coming through. Let's hear from Giovinazzi.
Yeah, for me the conditions are undrivable.
Exactly.
It's undrivable. Look, this is the spray that's generated by all 20 cars going through Eau Rouge and Radion. You cannot send a car through there. They're going to have to red flag it.
I wouldn't send a bicycle through there.
Would it be a red flag or would it be start delayed? I'm not sure what they're going to do. It'll be start delayed, won't it?
People aren't going to take any more start delays.
Because this is well, we'll wait for official confirmation if it's red flag or not. We're still on formation laps. It'll be the timers are ticking down.
Personally, I would keep the safety car.
Oh, and Verstappen nearly hits the safety car. He locked up coming into Rivage. No, he's just nearly run into the back of the safety car.
I think that was because Bert had to brake and stop.
Has that ever happened before?
No. Let's hear from George Russell.
Yeah, mate, I can't see anything up to a route. Finish up. Absolutely nothing into turn 5.
So what we've got here is a situation where none of the drivers want to race.
Bar the race leader, Verstappen.
Bar the race leader.
Of course he would want to race.
And that's unusual.
That's the top of Radion. Red flag.
Thank you.
We've got a red flag.
No, it's been taken away again.
No, red flag. It's a red flag. It becomes...
Oh, it's back again.
And it's start procedure delayed, but it is a red flag. So the Belgian Grand Prix has been red flagged officially on lap 1 of 44.
3 in a row.
Yeah, 3 races in a row. The first ever Formula 1 season to be red flagged with 3 races in a row.
Start procedure suspended.
Yeah, so it's start procedure suspended. What means now they'll come back into the pit lane, they'll line up once again, they will come into the pit lane, but it is official. They have thrown it officially. Red flag, lap 1. So what are we going to do from here? It's not going to get any drier. It's only getting wetter out there. And it's another red flag.
And the 2 hour, because they've been on a formation lap, the 2 hour time limits has already started, hasn't it?
And let's have a look and see.
Hamilton?
No, it hasn't.
Water leaking into the top of my helmet.
Oh, water's... well, he'd be glad of this red flag because he needs a helmet change. Water's leaking in. So, the start procedure once again has been delayed, but the official thing from race control is it's a red flag. So, the race is stopped. 3 races running with a red flag. And they'll now come into the pit lane. The teams will put the awnings back up. And we will wait to see if this gets any drier or any wetter. We already know there is heavier rain coming in around about 15 minutes' time. And it's just going to get wetter and wetter. So we're in a strange situation where we've just got to delay and delay and delay. Megan?
If the benefit thing is the fact that if this
Verstappen.
is... Oh, hold on.
Okay, the start procedure has been suspended.
Okay, well, it really isn't that bad, but
Oh.
okay.
For you, maybe, Max.
Crofty put it best there. We just heard that. For you, maybe, Max, it's fine. Go back and look at the replays, and then you'll have a different
Michael
decision.
Massey's worry was the spray from the other cars.
If this race gets, like, abandoned and the results are now, then both Williams will get a point, at least.
Russell will get 18 for finishing in P2.
And Latifi get 1.
And the clock has actually started. So you were right. The clock has been suspended, but it has started because we went on the formation lap. The formation laps count
Ricardo.
as a lap of the Grand Prix.
The right call.
Right call.
Right call, yeah. And Pedro says, nice transmission. Watching you guys from Brazil. Welcome
Hi.
along. We had the last time we had rain like this was
I
in
bet
Brazil.
it's a lot warmer there.
I hope so, yeah. It's warmer here.
Warmer than in Belgium as well.
Last race we had this strange situation was back there. So another red flag on another opening lap. 3 races in a row where lap 1 incidents and weather has stopped the race as well out here at the moment. As we I'm fine, thank you.
No, thank you.
So as Megan goes in and she'll just careful with the laptop. As you can go in a second as well. When Megan comes back, you can go because we're going to be under a red flag for a while.
I can go.
In a second, yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Master.
but you can come back when the race restarts again because we've got loads of time to kill. More rain on the weatherway down. Is it a case that we've just got to wait this out and go again and try it?
I'll tell you what. You know, these lads should try driving a 40-footer on a motorway in the rain.
Yeah. I've been informed. I've just remembered.
I remember one lad saying the most scariest moment was when he saw his trailer by his side of him.
Oof.
And then he realised that he was in a spin. He
So,
jackknifed.
what we've seen so far this weekend with Formula 3 that had a start procedure suspended is that when they left the pit lane, the race began.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, so when this race restarts, the race will begin behind the safety car.
It's all to do with the TV coverage in various parts of the world.
Yeah.
And not everybody has a dedicated Formula 1 channel like Britain does. Germany does, I think Italy does.
Germany and Italy do, yeah.
Pretty sure of that because I know Sky Italy do a lot of work, not just inside the paddock, but on days with various different drivers. I mean, Davio is the main guy that goes out and does that thing.
And gets it all sorted, yeah.
Yeah. Mana reports on things occasionally as well, doesn't she? So, who is going to put a time on this? Anybody? Because we have no idea, and guess what? Neither did they. Anyway, Joshua Rose. The rain is supposed to get heavier in 20 minutes.
Yep.
Yes.
And
that's a great comment.
And it's just going to hold back.
It just proves how far in the future this race will start. I'm predicting it won't get going for another hour. I'm
thinking that now. The sun sets, of course. You've got to think about the sunset as well. This race probably won't start until closer to 4 o'clock our time, if we're being honest.
I did notice that the other day in the F3 that one of them asked, wasn't it for lights?
Yeah. Yeah, because it got so dark.
He said, are we going to have lights, but be able to put the lights on just like in Le Mans last week? And I thought that, he's sat on the grid. It's been raining and he's things, and he's still got a sense of humour after waiting all that time in his car. I thought that was good.
We knew this was coming. We knew it for days, that we'd have a wet race and we'd be having to do filler, and the weather would play a factor in the over the crashes this weekend as well. We knew Rouge and Radillon would be the danger point. We knew we would be in delays until the track was safe. We didn't expect that much spray and more heavier rain to come. We're in a holding pattern then here.
The dude in the blue suit said he wanted to watch the start before bed. Oh, well, so is the dude in the blue suit in Australia or New Zealand or somewhere like that as well?
Anything I should know?
No.
Yeah, you ain't got your headphones on. So when you say anything, you know. Mick Schumacher, as you just saw, has a different helmet on. And the reason for this is the fact that it's 30 years since his dad drove that Jordan 191. And he's got a replica helmet. And because it's called Mick Schumacher, even the name on the side of it, M. Schumacher, is correct. And I think that was a lovely gesture. And your mum was asking earlier, how do we think Michael is? And we've heard various different things, but some people are suggesting that Michael can talk a little bit now. So, he's getting some of his motions back and some of his abilities.
Yeah, there's a documentary coming out as well on the 15th.
The family who have been very secretive have also allowed a documentary crew in. So we'll probably know a lot more later on in the year.
How long ago was his accident again?
2014.
Don't you think it's ironic?
Yeah,
that
2013.
All the dangerous things Michael did and all the spectacular crashes and that he had, and he was skiing.
Yeah.
That caused the biggest injury. It's so sad.
So they keep on going. Beth is now in the chat saying, remember those Yuki Tsunoda brand inflatable water wings I ordered online earlier this year?
Yeah.
Now who is laughing? We're thinking they're all needed, aren't they? At the moment.
Yes, but Yuki Tsunoda water wings won't fit an adult.
He's sunk. Tsunoda's sunk. We've lost him in a Rouge.
Giovinazzi's eating.
What is that? Is that a
granola bar?
A granola bar. Thank you, Megan. I thought it was. Yeah.
And I suspect that Gasly's eating some sausages.
Yeah.
Probably so. Yeah.
Probably sausages and mash.
No, there
he is.
There's Gasly in the pit lane now.
I think he's going
just
to find
complaining that his sausage and mash are available for him at the
his
moment.
hair's a mess.
His hair looks like a cockatiel at the moment, doesn't it? Yeah.
It looks like he's just got up.
Yeah.
There's another thing to talk about. Ronaldo has gone back to Manchester United.
Yeah.
Right? And, he used to, when he was at Manchester United as a young kid, right? He used to eat the wrong things because he loved sausages and mash and pie and mash and sloppy mushy peas and things like that. All the fattening things he loved. Mind you, he did.
Doesn't?
Yes, Megan, we know it's called food in your case.
Yeah. Apart from cherries.
Well, that's because you're allergic to cherries. I'm allergic to cheese, and you don't like cheese.
I'm okay with cheese. I can handle
You have pizza, whereas I've never had a pizza in my life.
It's a bit tangy when you eat it just normally.
I have never had a cheeseburger. Hamburger, yeah.
Hamburger, yeah. Never had a cheeseburger.
Never had a cheeseburger.
Well, hang on a minute. You must
have
had something cheesy in order to realise that you were allergic to cheese.
Yes, when I was a little boy, every time someone gave me one of those little tiny chunks of cheese, right,
Did they not get the
I was
message?
always ill. And then
Until the second time, did they not get the message?
well, it could have been a number of things, couldn't it? And but I was always ill. And whenever I've mistakenly had a little bit of cheese by accident on something, I used to say it's better than cocaine. I've never tried cocaine, but because it just makes me go dizzy, my eyes go funny, and generally your mum said, "Oh, an Irish flag."
Though, weirdly, he's not lactose intolerant.
Bravo, if you're listening or watching, isn't that an Irish flag?
It's an Irish flag.
No, I don't think it is it?
It looks like an Irish
It looks like an Irish flag.
If it's the other way around, maybe.
I'm thinking it's the wrong way round.
Yeah.
Mind you, it's probably the right way round to them the way they're holding it.
Maybe it's Belgium.
No, Belgium is very much like the Dutch flag, isn't it?
So Dutch flag like?
Like the German flag.
Actually, why don't I just look it up?
Hang on a minute. You and Sheldon Cooper and Amy
Farrah
Fowler, aren't you the presenters of Fun with Flags?
No, but I do like flags.
And the Fun with Flags series. Actually, we do a quiz twice a week on the TV.
My expertise are always needed there.
That is available. Jay's virtual pub quiz, available on Thursdays and Saturdays. Round about 8:15 it starts at night on YouTube. And Jay always puts a flag in, and Megan nearly always gets it.
Josh Plays says Ivory Coast. Question mark. Oh, Red Bull Radio.
Ivory Coast.
Hi, Jonathan.
And Michael.
That would be a no.
What? As to the car rejoining the race, or the fact that we've got
the car rejoining the race.
Why would that be?
Because he's, in our view, got outside assistance to get back here.
Le Mans, and so I think he can do that. And also, mechanical assistance only accounts in the race, and the race actually hasn't even started yet.
Oh, Red Bull!
Seriously, we could get that car fixed possibly and into the race.
Well, let me have a
so look, I don't,
And back to the drawing board.
Why not? I'm not coming on to you taking your chance.
Let me have a chat to my steward friends and get them to have a look at it.
Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, and as we know, the race is yet to start. If he'd have stopped out on the track and we'd dropped it off at the garage, or he'd have just managed to limp back, we'd be doing all of this now.
That's correct. Let me come back to you on that one, Jonathan.
So that is actually what we said. Red Bull are trying to repair the car. They want to get it back started because, of course, even though they've gone round and done 2 laps, the race officially has not started yet. So Red Bull playing a mind stroker here that if they can get that car restarted, he can start at the back of the grid.
I think they're just
doing
like
Stappen.
I think it's like very just like passive aggressive, just like
they're doing it.
We're going to put this car out there. If you want to stop us, you're going to have to pull the wrench from our hands.
Now, Michael Masi said that the reason that he originally said no is because it received outside assistance to get back to the pit lane. But of course, the race hasn't started yet, so that outside assistant is perfectly legal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that quite a few of these team principals have copied, Toto copied Lewis by having a hood on these raincoats, which I've always thought, why don't you have a hood? You know, and
you've got him now.
Beth doing Verstappen says she's allergic to broken glass because the doctor says she's not allowed to get any in her eyes. Well, sometimes smoke gets in your eyes.
Do you know another thing I'm also allergic to? Face paint.
You're allergic to face paint, yeah. But can I just point out as well, the one thing we don't need with the fog coming down as well is smoke on the water.
Shall we start naming things you're allergic to?
Oh, sorry, Megan?
Shall we start naming things you're allergic to?
What lap are we on?
16.
Out of
16.
So we could have done the entire British touring car race. This happened last time when the race got stopped in Hungary.
Wait, I just realised all 3 of us are allergic to food.
Sorry, how long has that lap taken? What's the time say? How long has it taken? The race duration over here.
1 minute 16.
No, let me have a look.
It has to be the same.
19 minutes and 26 seconds. And across the line, 19, 24, 20 minutes. So that race, so we now know that the British Touring Car Race 2 takes 20 minutes to compete.
Shall I stop recording?
No, not yet. Let everybody finish. So we now know that that race is 20 minutes long, which means that if we are finished on here by 4:30, which doesn't look likely, but if we're finished here by 5 o'clock, we can finish the British Touring Car Race just before the start of the 3rd race. So we've got until 5 o'clock cut-off, basically, to broadcast the next British Touring Car Race.
I've just realised all 3 of us are allergic to weird food.
I'm allergic to ginger.
Ginger, cheese, cherries.
Yeah.
Sounds like a new edition of the Spice Girls, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With ginger, cheese and cherry.
Though Mum's not allergic to anything, I don't think. Though
Yes, she is.
Iceberg lettuce, let me guess.
No, she just doesn't like iceberg lettuce.
She always
Your
told me.
mum, and
What's
this
she
is very
allergic to?
important for both of you to know,
She's never told me.
right? She's allergic to aspirin.
We know.
She's allergic to aspirin.
Yes. Glad you weren't
Day's not
taken her to
allergic to
hospital.
anything.
The first thing
Kellyanne's
the
allergic to
first thing the doctors and the nurses
thing.
asked you is, are they allergic to anything? And you'd say no, and they put aspirin in her and kill her. See,
I've actually
you
seen a
should
case
take
study.
more. You should take more notice.
I've
mate.
actually seen a case study in law.
I
that,
bet you have.
and I had to explain why it was, whose fault it was.
Thank you, the trainee lawyer.
No. Homicide detective.
Can you two cover for a sec?
Always.
So,
I'm
Megan,
not a lawyer. I'm a future
Megan,
homicide
are you
detective.
taking law?
Yes. I'm also taking criminology
Exactly.
and psychology.
I rest my case.
That does not mean lawyer.
I rest my case right on your foot. Say ow.
No, because do you know why does it
ow
mean
was
lawyer?
like-
The fact
Oh,
that
God.
you need a law degree as well to become a number of things. I'm not going to become a lawyer. I've never wanted to become a lawyer.
Next
Or
tonight
just
on
be
BBC
a
Radio
detective.
Merseyside, Megan will droll on for an hour about why she doesn't want to be a lawyer but wants to be a homicide detective.
Yes. I've already had this discussion with many people. Though, I think, and all of my
Alonso.
tutors so far. I know.
Alonso.
I know.
Meg. Alonso.
I see him.
Alonso. If any of
I've
you
had
don't
this
know,
discussion
Megan
with-
is absolutely Alonso's biggest stan.
I've had a chat with my tutors and they like the things that I'm doing. They also think it's very, very impressive what I want to do and very specific.
Would you like to say hello to Brendan Hartley? Because he's not going to actually be racing today, so Brendan's
Let's hope it doesn't
quite
shut down.
happy to listen to you today.
No, I'm good, thank you. I'm actually looking at his car right now.
I know he's also going to send you a Christmas card like he did last year.
Please stay away from me.
That's the one.
I
The
mean
one
it.
with a court order in it. Your mum's got one of them for the Osmonds.
No, she didn't.
Yeah.
Actually, won't surprise me.
Yeah. Josh actually paid for his mum to see the Osmonds. And she was an Osmond fan from when she was little. And the thing was, right, they ended up having dinner on the table next door to the Osmonds.
He leaves for 2 minutes and we get from F1 to Osmonds.
Ha 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 ha.
I'm just about.
Well, what else is there to say? A British umbrella.
You can stop now.
We've got a British umbrella in the crowd. And can I be the F1 mechanic?
What have you devoured?
I don't know.
2 sausages.
2 sausages. That means he's left the bacon.
You
I'm
should
off to
have
get the
devoured
bacon.
that cake that's left over.
I didn't
So,
spot it.
as
So,
the work
it's in the tin.
continues on the Red Bull, here's Christian Horner.
Massey asking to get Checo's car back into the race today.
Yeah.
And the understanding, obviously, that came back was that he had outside
Can they
help,
hear this?
But
Yes,
Jonathan
yes, they
saying
can.
the event hasn't started yet. What's the understanding of those rules? Why do you think he can be allowed back in?
Well, we believe that he hasn't had outside assistance, so that's what Jonathan's just querying with the FIA at the moment. Mechanics are working flat out, trying to work a miracle. It's a much bigger impact than Max had in Hungary. So at the moment, we're throwing everything at it. And I hope if this race does to restart, and who knows, it could be another hour or so delay, we could have him back in the race.
Right, we have 30 seconds now for my 2 children to realise where was the outside assistance that Michael Massey is talking about.
Is it the crane that was on the outside of the com?
It is the fact that it was put on the low loader and brought back to the pits.
Right, okay.
That's outside a that's what.
So,
that's what.
is
If
that
I think
Alexander Albon I just saw?
if they win, they get the car into the thing. But
Yeah.
I think the stewards will point out that the low loader is outside assistance.
So I've just texted my friend to join because yesterday when we were at the pub as well, there was some Viennese finger biscuits that were brought to the table at the bar, and I said if the race is stopped, I'll eat them with you like during the red flag period. Well, there you go. Look, Let's come up to big camera. We're under. Well, the race hasn't even started yet, but the red flag is out, so we're passing these out. There you are. You can have some biscuits. It's literally all. I promised you that we'd eat them under the red flag, and we're eating them under the red flag.
Do I open them?
I don't know. Have a look. I don't know. This is top content, isn't it, under the red flag? Time to spring on the snack tracker. Oh, it's 2 biscuits. Who wants a biscuit? Who wants some biscuits?
You can break one in half.
Oh, no, I'm thinking. There you go. Do you want a biscuit?
Merci.
Would you like a biscuit?
I don't get that one. No, thanks. Beth now says,
"Oh, they smell lovely."
Don't ever be a lawyer. Your parents are married.
What? What?
Only just.
Oh, there's Libby now.
She was nice to me this morning, so I'm quite happy with her at the moment.
There's Beth as well saying about time to bring out the snacks, and Libby says, enjoy. I am. They smell delicious. They smell like the ones.
Time to get out the snacker tracker.
Thanks for the
right,
random.
I was eating. I had a few crisps, snacker crisps. Right, what's that one? That's Max Verstappen flag.
I don't eat crisps.
That
yes,
says
but you do eat them.
Pringles,
yeah.
Pringles don't count.
That banner says maximum Spartastic.
Oh, wow.
Took me a second to read that one, though, when we saw it yesterday in qualifying. Because if you can use your imagination as to why that actually looked like a really offensive word.
Someone asked yesterday, what happens if the car runs out of petrol? Well, we had that in IndyCar.
We have it whenever me and Josh will do one of those races.
Also, won't its brakes start wearing out? Which I thought was quite funny. But there is, as I pointed out to your mum when we were listening to it, there is a track car, there is a medical car, and there is a safety car.
Yeah, there's another one, yeah.
There's a replacement for all 3.
There's always backups for everything here. And if they all fail...
And the track itself has their own versions.
Yeah. The track safety car coming through as well.
And if you wonder what happens to the safety car, Mr. Mylander has a collection of them.
Yeah, they all end up in a barn in Germany.
Do you know...
Oh, sorry, look at the rain coming in now. There's even more heavier rain. Megan, you're the meteorologist.
That's bad.
Go on.
That's very bad.
That's
very bad type of a rain. You may be seconding the cheers, so that doesn't mean you're seconding the thing.
You press Megan's, and it's quite lucky I noticed, or I had a massive cough down the mic.
Yeah, because I had a
it's
frog in my
labelled.
throat.
It's labelled. Please look at the label.
So, we've been under red flag.
What label?
It's okay, we've just had it confirmed. It's a 43-lap race. So it's 43 laps.
Look at that. That person's having some
chips and mayonnaise.
Oh, now that looks nice.
Change that to burger sauce and I'll be happy.
Yeah, if you don't eat them fast, they'll get wet.
So it's been confirmed. We are on lap 1 of 43. So this race has already taken one of the formation laps off. The least amount of laps we've ever had here is 36. Back in 2001, after Bertie's crash, the race was reduced to 36 laps as well. Run Bull, what's that? What on earth's going on here? And we're still no sign of the red flag coming in. We've had no information now since the red flag came out.
Yeah, those biscuits are nice. We're going to have the other one if there's another.
Red flag came out officially at past. We've been on the red flag now for 25 minutes.
Josh, next time there's a red flag, because I guarantee there will be, we'll have to have the other one.
So I'm looking at the rules. I was having a quick look at the regulation changes as well while I was upstairs. That's why I left the box as well. I left the box to grab the.
I was wondering.
Left the box to grab the. Vini's finger biscuits, whatever, and I then also had a quick look at the race control situations. Oh, that's handy. As it stands, we'll have to remember that one. I also had a quick look at the what do you call it? I can't remember the official.
What was
rules.
that?
Megan's opened up a bottle of Coke in the side of the commentary box. So by the way, we've just had the confirmation it's raining again trackside, so that rain has not stopped. It's going to be done even worse. So I went up and I had a look at my mini printout of the regulations that I've got for this year. And one of the technical articles as well means that you can actually restart this race because, do you want to know why? Any car that can be repaired and restarted before the completion of the first lap can restart. Anything past lap 1, the race will be too old to introduce new cars. So it's a leftover regulation for when we used to have spare cars.
And on the lap counter, it's saying lap 0.
Is it saying lap 0? No, lap 1.
No, lap 0.
Yeah, but look where the red flag is. It says lap 1.
Yeah, but it hasn't reached lap 2.
It hasn't even reached lap 0. We haven't started the race yet, officially. But we're still under this. You could have gone, by the way, if you wanted that, because we're on a red flag now for half an hour, nearly.
According to Beth, her Michael Massey petition has only had 10 views and only your 3 signatures.
That's even. Oh dear.
No new
You.
I think he's
and
seen.
Beth.
I think he's seen it, and he's what do you call it? He's fixed it for today. Look at the wet weather now on the circuit. This is unbelievable.
Is it true, Beth,
Do you
that
want me to
Michael has
bring the
actually signed the
cake in?
petition himself to get himself a holiday?
Probably will, yeah.
Do you want me to bring the cake in?
Funny comment here. At MattZell89, go to Spa, they said. It will be fun, they said, as well, in order to get that situation out
Who's
there.
it got on it?
Just one of the fans. Just one of the fans out there as well. Just
Oh, I
covered
saw
up.
that fan on the thing.
Sebastian Vettel now on board. This is him. This is earlier on in the race as well, on a way to the grid. Look how much standing water there is as well. And it's just absolutely horrific, the amount of spray and water out there as well. Megan, what have you noticed?
Dad was on mute.
When? No, he's just he muted himself when he took his headset off, and then he's unmuted himself and turned the fader down.
Why?
Well, we could hear you, and they could hear you.
Yeah, of course we could hear him.
No, if we heard him, he would be dimmer than that because I've turned the talk back down, so I can keep it. I've turned the talk back down so I can keep the
How
channel
come I
forward.
just saw him have to put the mute thing off?
I don't know. Anyway, keep
Someone's
you.
muted.
Basically, we've just had a podcast for the past hour and 40 minutes we've been on air as well because literally nothing has happened out there. We've had 2 laps and then the red flag. It's echoes. When in Japan in 2014, we didn't have this long of a red flag. It was only out for 20 minutes and then we get going again. It turned into a great day.
What?
As well as it goes through. Oh, don't even get me started with the Turkish Grand Prix. We could have wet weather there as well, like last year. So this is once again Sebastian Vettel on the pit wall, on the F1 pit wall channel, as he's looking around the circuit as well. And Vettel is having to fight for control even when he's out there and wiping his visor. So even at safety car speeds, it just couldn't be done, Megs. It was abysmal.
Do you know, I'm tempted to go inside and get a sandwich.
Dad's off for a bit. We'll see. Right.
Not forever.
No, well, Dad will be back later on in the comms box when the race eventually restarts. And if it ever does start, I presume, would be the key factor. I'll move into the chair.
Shall I get a sandwich? Shall I bring the cake in?
No, we've still got to be professional and keep talking.
Next red flag.
Well, yeah, if this race ever starts, which is the question here. We're under, and officially, we've completed 2 formation laps, but it is a start delay here. We've completed 2 formation laps. We're down to 43 running laps. But then, officially, the red flag came out and the start procedure has been delayed. When we eventually get going, what this means is now, because it has been too wet to even start the race with a standing start when the formation laps were on, as soon as the cars leave the pit lane following this red flag, the race will officially begin. So the race will start as soon as we leave the pit lane. The clock will start ticking down, the laps will start ticking up. There won't be any more formation laps. It will be the start of the race. But right now, as we look at it, we're under a red flag, and we have been now for exactly half an hour. And the race, now officially an hour old, and no official racing laps have been continued. What this does mean, Megan, is that in a loophole, it means that we could get coming back Sergio Perez, who crashed under the formation, crashed on the way to the grid.
Let's look at the Instagrams of all the teams. Here's Ferrari. Just a man talking. That was 3 hours. I'm going to the recent.
Yeah.
Most recent ones.
Dieter Renken. Dieter Renken's in the media centre. Helmet Marker's watching on as well.
Look at the hopefulness of an hour ago.
Belgian Grand Prix ready. That's nice, look. A man and a woman, a couple, sat together on the banking, under an umbrella. That must be ultimate romance there, isn't it?
Imagine if one of them slips.
Come to Spa, they said. It will be the best race of the year, they said. It's soaking, they say. This is worse now, the level water, than Spa 98. Because, of course, Spa 98 wasn't actually that bad for the water. The reason that big crash happened was because David Coulthard hit a drain and broke his suspension and spun off into the wall.
I would have left by now.
The water level we've got here is rivaling that we usually see in Japan or Malaysia or those type of countries as well. This is what it should look like officially on a run. This is Alonso on Friday, Megan, under his helmet camera into turn 1, had a nice entrance as well. And I think the helmet camera would be a bit impossible. Tell you what though, Megs, helmet camera today in the rain, that'd be fantastic. But unfortunately, you can't officially race with that camera. It's just testing at the moment.
Yeah.
So they can't.
At least we got rain yesterday.
Yeah, but we can't see it today.
Okay, here's Red Bull. They're being very
calm and confident. Yeah.
Yeah, and very quiet.
Let's go here as well. So, hello to the Grid Network. Hello, welcome along. Josh Plays agreeing, and Beth saying as well, or Jats do Stappen, who's Beth says Albon. What about Albon? Albon coming back.
I saw Albon too.
Oh, Albon in the back of the garage.
Yeah,
he's here this weekend. Rumour is that he's going to join the Alpha Tauris in replace of Yuki Tsunoda, alongside Pierre Gasly. So it will be.
Is Yuki leaving?
Yeah, well, not leaving, but more like kicked out because of his what they say poor performance.
Or bad language.
And they don't need him anymore for Honda's sake.
I would have thought if anyone was going to get kicked out, it would be Mazepin.
Can't. His dad owns the team. Literally no way out for him at the moment.
His dad owns Haas.
Well, yeah, Joseph Mazepin does have a majority share in that.
So basically, he's the Haas version of Stroll.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Stroll actually is quite high up.
Yeah, looking that way at the moment. We're under this.
Obviously not today. I mean, Mazepin's one ahead of him today. Let's look at Alpine. They looked pretty confident.
I know. So odd, this one as well, as we keep on. Literally just keep into the Twitter. We've opened up, and the medical car's headed out, Megan. So the medical car has now head out with Alan van der Merwe at the wheel. And the conditions look absolutely worse there, Megan, because there's a lot of spray coming on the medical car coming out of Rivage as well. So I've never seen the medical car go out on a Formula 1 race to test the track before. It's usually the safety car. So Alan van der Merwe going out there. The safety car is apparently going to do that as well. Grid Network saying, do you believe the safety concerns about this track are higher than Japan or Malaysia? All week discussions about the safety and a big crash on lap 1 will put Michael under intense criticism. Yes, as I said yesterday on the show with Grid Network, the reason this race is red flagged is A, because of the wet weather, and B, the amount of standing water there is at the fastest corner of the track, and certainly the most deadly corner on the track, which is Rouge and Radion as well. That's why we've had this hour delay now, and because it's just so dangerous out there.
Isn't it the heavy rain now?
Yeah, we're in the heavy rain period now as well, so this is why there's so much spray out there. We may get a race today. It's a question of how long we're waiting for it. By the way, because now it's 3 o'clock and this race will probably take 2 hours, the second and third British touring car races will be completed later on in delayed watch-along format. Apologies for that, but literally nothing we could do about it because Formula 1 takes the priority call, as you know. So the British touring cars are delayed. Look, Megan, if you want to know what the rain is, we're just launching there with Mick Schumacher. It is bucketing it down there. The late, great Murray Walker once said, when it rains here at Spa, it doesn't come down by the bucketful, but by the oceanful. And certainly that is the case today.
Imagine living there.
There's a house just outside of the track, actually, as well, at Rouge and Radion. That's actually a B&B.
Be the equivalent to living in England.
Now, is Alan van der Merwe going to come into the pit lane, or is he going to complete a lap? Look how hard it's raining in the bus stop. You know, he's coming into the pit lane, so... Now, that's interesting. He hasn't gone out the other side. So, yeah, interesting situations out here now.
Is it just me or has Nico Rosberg got blunder?
If they gave Yuki the boot, that would make the second seat in each of the Red Bulls poison chalice for decisions to come. Look how hard it is raining now, actually, Megan, in front of that. That's Japan-level rain.
Is it just me or has Nico Rosberg got blunder?
Yeah, well, Brittany. Brittany Rosberg.
Yeah.
Yes.
Has he dyed? He's definitely dyed his hair.
He's just really blonde.
Yeah.
How much is the pressure on this man, though? George Russell, currently second in a Williams. What they could do is they could go round again for another couple of laps, and then red flag again.
Yeah.
And then even if the race doesn't restart, he's going to get points on the board. Big points as well. 18 divided by 2, Megan?
9.
9 points. 25 divided by 2, Megan?
What?
25 divided by 2.
12.5.
That half a point could decide the title, you know.
Look, Valtteri's put a duck on the thing.
I
You can swim for it.
I don't think... I'll tell you what, it's a shame that we're not in the delay that we usually have for qualifying when it's weather like this. But because the race is starting, the cars in the fast lane, we can't have any boats. You know, the team-made boats go up and down. Oh, coffees and teas being brought to the mechanics. I'd love a coffee. I'd love a tea. If anybody's listening inside the exterior of the commentary box, I'd love a cup of tea. You're staying where you are. Don't think you're moving. Megan would like a tea as well.
I would throw in my Kylo Ren cup.
Give me I'll have mine in my space travel mug.
You know how I like my teas.
Lights Out blog has said, fun fact. No, lost it. Fun fact, Leia Lombardi, the only woman to score points in the World Championship race, is the only person to end their career with a total of 0.5 points. She finished 6th at the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix. That was when the race was red flagged as well. We've never previously had a World Championship race where points have never been awarded. Half points have been awarded 5 times. The 1975 Spanish Grand Prix, the 1975 Austrian Grand Prix, the 1984 Monaco Grand Prix, then followed as well by the 1991 Australian Grand Prix. And the last time it happened was the 2009 Grand Prix of Malaysia. Was the last time the half points were awarded. Grid Network saying, I think Honda will be mega upset if Yuki was to be given the boot as well. Let's hear from George Russell speaking with Rachel.
I had my lunch a few hours ago now, so if it does get underway, I want to at least have a bit of food in my stomach.
We were talking about this. How difficult is it for you to kind of be in the perfect condition by the time it does eventually start?
I mean, just unique situations. I guess you just adapt and crack on. But it's, I mean, such a shame for everybody. You know, people watching at home, the fans here. I mean, I saw some Dutch fans with their tops off before the race, fully enjoying it. So, and it's obviously just frustrating for everyone here.
What were the laps behind the safety car?
I mean, it was. You could just about see behind the safety car doing. I guess was doing probably 140 miles an hour. But you know, when we get up to 200 miles an hour, that spray is going to be impossible. So, I mean, it was definitely the correct decision to stop, but obviously, as it currently stands, there wouldn't be a classification, which is obviously pretty frustrating for everyone, including ourselves. So, I mean, one way or another, we need to find a way to get the race started, even if it's, I guess, for a second, bring the safety car back out. I think if we can do 2 laps, there can at least be a classification and half points awarded.
So would you like to see that get underway this afternoon, or would you rather go for a whole race tomorrow
of course.
if we can?
Sorry?
Would you be ready for a whole race tomorrow if that's what happens?
I guess so. I'm ready for a race whenever. Happy to race every day of the week. But I think logistically, I don't know if that's possible. As obviously, we've got a triple header now. All of this has got to go to Holland. So it put a lot of stress on the teams.
Well,
if we didn't have a classification today, it would be such a shame for everybody. But equally so, even if we were to do 2 laps behind the safety car. But I guess we all, especially Williams, want to see a result at the end of it.
What do you do in this time? Because obviously you're trying to take on something to eat and something to give you a bit of energy for when it does start. But how do you fill the time?
I was just on Twitter, to be honest, just scrolling through.
Same as the rest of us.
Yeah, just chatting with some people, and there's not really a lot you can do. There's not really anything you can prepare for because the conditions are constantly changing.
Yes, it seems that way as well, as we just change over as well, and that's all we can show, that one. So it looks already as well. I'm going to have to stand up. I've got a terrible back problem with my lung as well. It feels quite hard and there's something in it. So that's it's your fault as well. Look at the rain that's falling off the back of George Russell's umbrella. Really is bad out there today as well.
To be honest, that was half my life ago that I accidentally did that.
George is waiting. He's just scrolling through Twitter, waiting for something to happen as well to see what's going to happen. We've had no word from race control since the red flag came out at 2:30. British summertime. That's 3:30 over there in where is it? In Belgium. And all this means is the fact that Sergio Perez, Megs, they're getting that car ready. Perez can actually rejoin this race. And I don't think there's a reason why he can't.
Yeah.
So we could actually see that possibility of him restarting the race. I need a comfortable chair, bring down, because my back is really killing me at the moment. One of my lungs as well is hurting.
Sit down a sec.
Yes. Well, is this yoga with Megan?
Put like that, and then down and pull yourself.
Why do I feel like I'm having yoga lessons?
No, you're not looking how you do it. Do that, and then.
No, it's all right now. It's actually healed a little bit. It's because this chair, I sit in the commentary box
And
as well.
then you do the same for
This chair
both
is not very
sides.
comfortable.
And then you push yourself up. I had to learn how to perfectly crack your back because I had kind of a bit of a back problem because I was breech. So I was kind of a wrong way. Breech babies obviously have back problems sometimes.
Really hurting here, actually, on the back of my shoulder there. Actually, it's really hurting. It's Megan. Oh, hello. This is not live chiropractic with Megan Birch. Up a bit, left a bit. That's it. There. Left a bit. That's it. Live down a bit. Live chiropractor on air with Megan. I don't know what you're on about, but anyway, let's go through onto the conditions at the moment.
Push forward.
Right. Oh, that hurt.
It's meant to.
Is that it?
Does it feel better?
I've got pins and needles shooting down my arms. Is that better?
It should be. And I've lost my thing.
Is that my foot? Well, actually, that helps a lot. Thank you to Megan there. If anybody needs a chiropractor, Megan's quite good at it.
And Aunt Sam says I'm good at massaging people, so good.
But rather you than me as well, being a masseuse.
It's just a skill.
Now, let's get back to the action, shall we? Red Bull team principal Christian Horner says he's reasonably confident that regulations say that we can get Sergio Perez into the race. So let's hear the radio from FIA.
I think it's the protocol.
Clarify when the 3 hours start.
It started at 1500 in accordance with Article 6.5.
Yeah, that's what I read it as. So we're deep in, aren't we?
Yeah, so we are deep in. So it'll be a time race, highly likely, regardless.
Okay, and the Perez car, is he allowed to take pole?
That's the other part that I just discussed with the stewards, and this is what will be based on our regulations currently, but start from pit lane.
Even though none of the grid regulations were followed with wheels on 5 minutes and it working in the garage now, so you've got to come in,
which is
go to the pit lane, yeah.
Come in and start from pit exit, correct, regardless.
Sergio Perez.
So Sergio Perez, Megan, is going to start this race in the pit lane, and we've also just been told that it is now going to be a 4-hour race or a 3-hour race, and regardless of what today is, this is going to be a timed race. They've started the clock, Megan. They've officially started the clock.
Jeez.
So now this is a 2-hour race that can only be completed in a 4-hour race.
Should we call Dad back in?
No, I don't know what the procedure is now.
Mother, I see my message.
Really strange situation going on here at the moment. So now we know that there's going to be a timed race. I have to do some organising with putting on the countdown clock that has the full race time, because otherwise we could be caught short in terms of how long's actually left on the board. So the race started. The race started at 15 o'clock, and it's a 3-hour signal. So that's it's at 2 o'clock. So that's what, 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock exactly. This race will be over, as far as I can tell.
So in an hour and 45 minutes.
But we haven't started a lap. But it's a 4-hour race. I don't know. I honestly do not know what they're thinking of here and what they're even trying to do. It's hour, 44 minutes and a half minutes left, so I'm right. That's how long's left on the clock.
Is that all the people?
It's going to be a timed race. It's not going to be a lap race. It's going to be a timed race. I think that's the only way they can do it. So I think that's the only way they can do it, It's going to be a timed race.
Like you have in W.
And at Le Mans. And at Le Mans as well.
Jeez.
So it looks to be, ladies and gentlemen, a timed race rather than a procedure. It's a 4-hour regulation period. I don't know why it's going to be. Why they're saying it's a 3. So I wonder what. Your guess is as good as mine as to what's actually going to happen. Right now, it's on a lap counter. But
the race should have been over in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Pointing that out.
Really don't know at the moment what's going to happen. So we have the confirmation here that it could be a timed race. If so, then this is how long's left. Look, this is how long's left on the official clock. Look, 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 30 seconds. So we've eaten into that time with a 1 hour, 16-minute red flag period. If it is a 3-hour window, but it's a 4-hour race. Suna says, I think the regulation should revisit every rule in the book. It's very messed up. Yeah. Considering that we were told after the Canada incident, it's a 2-hour race inside a 4-hour window. Let's listen.
Will be the pit lane starter.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you very much, Michael, and yeah, we'll crack on.
You crack on, and we hope the weather calms down.
Well.
So Sergio Perez will start this race from the pit lane. It's just been made official, Megs.
Yay!
That's interesting. That's race delayed due to weather conditions. That's all we've got. That's all we've just got on the monitor now.
Wow. Like we couldn't work that out for ourselves.
So that's... I'm going to take my glasses off as well because it's starting to hurt after a while. So race delayed due to the weather conditions. They're making, I think, the first ever race that we've ever had delayed due to this type of thing. What on earth is happening next? You can't name it, can you?
I'm going to see what else they've put. Then I'm going to check Twitter.
So, red flag has been out for 1 hour and 17 minutes, effectively, because the start kept getting delayed. The official red flag was out at 2:30. Rain is coming in heavier. The question is, has this race officially begun? They say they've started the clock. So the clock has started. We've shown you the graphic. Look, here it is, look. So we've got 1 hour... let's have a look. Where's the lap counter? So here it is, look. 1 hour, 41 minutes left of this race in terms of the time remaining. So it's what on earth's going on? Yes.
I hope they're trying to guess the new start time.
I tell you what as well, you need crystal balls to determine what this start time procedure is going to be. Let's go over back as well and have a look at Twitter because, in fact, because it's Twitter, we've got nothing else on. Let's open up the Twitter, but in the box. Let's open up Twitter, but on the box. We may as well.
Look.
Megan, go on. Williams with a duck race. Right, here's Twitter. This is what me and Megan and Dad see up in the commentary box in terms of Twitter. And let's just get that into position so you can actually see more tweets that you need to. Here we go. So this is what I see in the comms box all the time. This is what we call Tweet Deck. Lights out. Think there may be a few amendments to the rulebook after this race. Some grey areas being exposed mainly because it's rare for those situations to arise. And that is basically Twitter. So that is what goes on in our commentary box. We get all the tweets coming through during a red flag period, and we get to see them all flying through. Everybody saying anything as well, which is fantastic to see. And of course, you've got our own chat here, which I'm just moving screens.
Oh, there's a big puddle.
Big puddle. Big puddle. So, this is a massive grey area. Adam says, so the race has started without starting. Yeah, the clock apparently has started, despite the fact that we haven't started a racing lap. Everybody is confused about what is going on right now. The FIA are playing it very much, I think, by ear. And everybody is trying to work out the same situation. We've had a tea delivery up here in the box. Thank you very much. Thank you. As Megan literally just threw her headset down and knocked off her sound shields as well on the Audio Technicas. But thanks for the tea delivery. As we need to wait here. And I don't know about anybody else listening in as well. Are you getting serious Canada 2011 vibes of when we were standing around for 2 hours, literally doing nothing, waiting around to see what's going to happen? It's that type of thing. It's one of those days where Formula One just completely throws itself up in the air and says, "It's not me doing it, Governor. It's not me." Look how hard. It's still raining so hard. You run out of things to say after a while, don't you?
Eventually we'll just be saying, we can't even say if there's a car, there's another car.
Yeah, it is so bad out
there.
There's
a raindrop, there's another raindrop.
So bad with the rain right now
there's
as well.
There's a shivering fan.
Yeah. I'm trying to have the information actually as well to see who we could talk to in the break.
George has literally put out, to all the fans getting soaked at Spa right now, sorry to keep you waiting and thanks for braving the weather. We know it's frustrating for you all, but safety has to come first. Fingers crossed we can get the result today one way or another. Got a song title in there.
So, hang on.
Race time of 3 hours will commence at the scheduled race start time. So that's the 3 hour window.
Okay, so what we've been told is that the race start time was officially set at 3 o'clock, and because they keep delaying it, Megs, we've gone into that procedure of the clock has started.
Yeah.
So we've got an hour and 38 minutes left of this race, Megan. So it'll be a timed race regardless. We will not get to the end. Jeez. So this is going to be a timed race. So I'm just trying to have a look. So this is going to be the shortest race in F1 history. This could be shorter than Adelaide when we completed, 15 laps or so.
Jeez.
Honestly, what on earth is going on here today at Belgium as well? It is just so bizarre, this situation. As you see, Bert Mylander is currently sat in his car looking at Twitter. I bet he was placing a bet on what's going to happen next.
I think we're all on Twitter, to be honest.
Yeah, I am as well.
I'm on Twitter right now.
This is a situation that nobody wanted to see. We could be commentating, ladies and gentlemen, on a race that is not left. According to the timer, 1 hour and 37 minutes to go before the race is over. This is not looking good that we could ever have a Belgium Grand Prix. So, just sorry about that. As who's that diving back in? One of the Red Bull engineers diving back through. Oh, he's tripped over something. Oh, dear, he's had a crash. One of his Red Bull engineers is trying to get something, presumably for Perez's car, and he tripped over one of the desks as well. So, it's all go here. There is a 2-hour race clock and 3-hour clock for the maximum race time. The 3-hour window for the start and the end of the race. And the 2-hour clock is the total race time. We have 1 hour and 38 minutes to go of that before we come into a strange time procedure. So regardless, this race is going to be a timed race, which I find very disappointing. Now, the timed race is plus 1 lap, like we see in Formula E. So we'll keep that to the window. As we have the timer up in the comms box, we're approaching halfway through that race distance, and George Russell's just saying, what on earth's going to go on? I suppose what they could do, Megan, is schedule the race for tomorrow. What's the weather forecast like for Monday?
Rain.
How much rain? Same amount? More? Same. Right.
Trust me, I checked.
Do we just go around? Are we now talking honestly about what we thought would happen in Japan in 2014? Where we would go around for 2 laps and then call the race. Are we actually going to say that? We're going to go around for 2 laps behind the safety car and then call the race with half points. Is that what they're going to do?
Yeah.
So we're in for a situation where it's going to be the shortest F1 race in history, where it's literally going to be 2 laps.
Yeah, basically.
And there's Danny Ricciardo choking his engineer. Beth say, I'm new to Sky coverage, but it's already clear that it's 50% fantastic presenters and who are a joy to watch and 50% annoying and dull deadweight. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. That's why we started the watch-alongs. Can I have some chocolate biscuits delivered to the commentary box? Oh, thank you, Megan. You may as well. I mean, we're literally just sat around waiting. We're sat around waiting to see what's going to happen as well.
Damon Hill doing a typo. Hey, Crofty and Martin Brundle, you're ding a great job. Keep talking.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I saw it flash up on the monitor. I talk when you're eating. You can talk when I am.
Yay! Formula 1. Yeah, it keeps saying race delayed due to weather conditions. Yeah, like we couldn't tell already.
I know.
Just like we did. Just like, really? It's bad weather? We're so shocked. We had no idea, did we?
What do you think then? I'm doing a Red Bull. What do you think then? Race start or race cancelled?
I would do what you suggested. Couple laps and on the bike.
What's really annoying is that you've called the only start we've covered on YouTube this weekend for Belgium.
Oh, yeah.
And that race started behind the safety car.
So I'm the only one who's called Belgium this weekend so far.
As a lead start, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go down to Toto.
I mean, obviously people have called.
Toto, good to see you. Thank you very much for coming out to join us. First of all, I just wanted to ask you about the latest situation with Sergio Perez, who we understand has been allowed to start from the pit lane if that car is ready in time.
Okay, well, I don't know. Looks like they can finish the car in time, but I haven't heard that yet.
What's your understanding of the regulations around that? We had some conversations backwards and forwards about whether or not the car can be fixed with or without outside help, I guess, from the marshals to get it back. Do you know?
I think that's probably a first. So everybody's looking at the regulations right now, whether that is what kinds of penalties you would get if the car hasn't been ready on the grid.
From your driver's point of view, we know Lewis said it was very difficult out there visibility-wise. Can you envisage anything starting anytime soon?
Well, I have the same information like everybody else, and in my personal opinion, if it continues like that, you can't start. It's just too dangerous through Rouge, Rédillon, and on the straight. From the second or third car, you have almost no visibility, and as much as I love racing, and I love also the risk of racing, this is maybe a step too far.
Would you accept, I mean, I know that 2 laps could be deemed classification and half points for the drivers. Would you accept that on a situation like today, or would you rather we try and get it raced tomorrow, perhaps?
I think that the 2 laps are exactly the ones which are most dangerous, actually. It's the start. So I don't think that's going to happen. As in postponing...
It won't be start.
I don't know.
It won't be a start.
Do you think the teams could manage it? I know we're talking about the marshals, whether the marshals can come back and other staff, obviously, because it's a working day here in the week. But do you think you could manage it as a team?
For tomorrow?
Delaying going to Zandvoort for a day as well, yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult with Zandvoort. And what we would like to do is for the spectators here, because they've been sitting in the rain since 3 days. I doubt that people will be able to sit there tomorrow, Monday, on a work day. Obviously in the UK it's not a big difference, but it's all very complex these days.
All right, Toto, thanks very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
Sped up. Last bit.
It didn't it? Thank you, Rachel. So Toto's saying it doesn't look like we're going to race tomorrow. However, the FIA can literally say we're racing tomorrow. I'd be
fine with that.
There is a contract that the race has to run in some form. So far, the race hasn't run. So if this race doesn't run, the FIA have to pay Spa-Francorchamps back the money.
Hold on, I'm just going to go and check what the exact weather is tomorrow.
So if this race is over by 5 o'clock, we'll have a quick one before the 2 divisional cars. No, I would open up a new browser tab, but still keep because we still might need that one later.
Okay, so
for the next one, Alpine Mechanics is taking a selfie as well and getting ready. We haven't even completed a lap.
Do you want to see Monday?
Yeah, go on. Monday. Well, it's actually we could race Tuesday maybe. What's the weather like at 2 o'clock when the race would start? 2 o'clock. So I'm going over here. Give me.
Here.
Will be once we restart, please. Well, there's basically those, and then each formation lap we did comes off the race distance as well.
So we did 2 laps behind the safety car, so that's 1 lap off, and then 4 delayed starts, so that's 4 laps off. So the race should be 39 laps.
39 was the count from timing that I had.
Okay, perfect. That's good on that one. I'm afraid I've got another one still.
Go for it.
We just wanted to confirm in terms of points. So the laps that we've done so far don't count for points under 6.5, I believe. But if we were to now start behind the safety car and do laps before a rolling start and did 2 of those, then we'd get half points for this race.
That would be my general assumption, yes.
Okay, so from that we understand is that now, if the race starts behind the safety car, they would have to complete 2 green flag laps before red flagging. So they're going to have to complete 2 racing laps, and that's why we haven't just restarted until the 2 laps and red flagged.
Can I just point out, Danny Rick throwing a ball around. Carlos Sainz just talking on the phone.
Yeah.
Also, it's going to be rain.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, how?
Like, all day. Tuesday, however...
Megs, hang on.
Sunny.
Okay, go on, Megs.
Tuesday, it's sunny.
Can't go. Yeah, typical it would be. So, according to the monitor up here in our commentary box, on our official timing monitors...
Actually, all the rest of the week it's sunny.
So, listen, on our official monitors, it is saying it is 43-lap race. We have not had confirmation it's a 39-lap race, bar from what we've just heard from the stewards, who said it could be. So, if we do have points, George Russell still gets his first ever podium in Formula 1 there, Megs.
Yay!
Honestly, I do not know what on earth is going to happen in this one. I've never in my entire life commentating on Formula 1, in my entire life watching Formula 1, we've never had a situation like this where we are going to effectively cancel a race. Because we've had, a start, delayed start, 4 delayed starts, a start called off, 2 formation laps. So I think it is about a 39-lap race. Race direction, just confirming to McLaren. If the race starts, it would be 39 laps. Also, it would be Michael Magnussen's general assumption that the race would award half points if 2 laps can be run behind the safety car. So that is that from Race Live. That confirms that. If we can run 2 laps behind the safety car, then half points can be awarded.
I think Giovinazzi's sleeping.
Oh, wouldn't you? So, Grid Network... sorry, let's go back to the chat, because I've been saying for a while as well. Adam saying, according to the Weather Channel here in the USA, 70% chance of rain tomorrow in Spa. So, if we could race tomorrow early and get the best of the conditions... Grid Network saying, weather's not promising tomorrow. The best bet might be just get some racing in today, and it might be a timed race. We understand it will be a timed race because we've gone below the amount that we can do it. Beth is saying as well, Toto making hashtag Brit jokes. This looks that way. Grid Network saying this is becoming a mess if the race did start or did not start. We've got no idea if the race started or not. And so Perez is 4 laps down? Question mark. Yeah, is Perez 4 laps down? Because I don't know. All we've got from our race control channel up here in the commentary box, at 2:30, start procedure suspended, followed immediately by red flag. That's it. That's all we've had.
Why is it so cold?
I don't know. We're drinking tea. She's cold. You're in the commentary box with a roof. She's out there in the freezing cold and the rain.
That's her choice, isn't it?
Oh, it's a nightmare situation out here at the moment. No idea what's going on.
Nice cup of tea. It's probably one of the most British things I've ever said.
Yeah, I know. It looks absolutely... So Checo's car's 99% done, so he could join this, but he could wheel out and go back in. So Perez, who crashed over 2 hours ago, could now start this race.
Yeah.
He crashed on the way to the grid. He could now start this race.
That's quite a impressive thing, because they must be working really hard.
Yeah. I remember Martin and David Coulthard were filling time during a rain delay at Canada. I think we've done that now, haven't we? We've been under red flag for coming up for 2 hours. We've been under red flag for an hour now as well, an hour and 34 minutes. But I think me, you and Dad, or especially me and you, Megan, we've now done a Canada in terms of that mammoth stretch of causing or commentating under a red flag. And what we like to call the filler chat. Although, unfortunately, unlike Canada, where there's lots of beautiful wildlife, here at Spa today, there's no red-shouldered blackbirds to take a look at as well.
I've seen Danny Rick having a little bit of a joke around with one of his mechanics and showing him something on his phone. And it's really... Oh, are they moving... They're moving Sergio's things.
Have they done it? Have they finished? Are they going to put him away?
Yeah, they've done it.
They've done it. Oh, Red Bull boys, you are magnificent. Last year at the Hungarian Grand Prix, they managed to repair Max Verstappen's wishbone on the grid. And now they've done it here.
Now, because they've just replaced one of his... he just
suspension
replaced
unit.
the suspension unit, and they've just finally got the last percent done of the nose. So
I'll tell you what, we could have commented on the Moto 2 race, the Moto 3 race, the British Touring Car races, and there's more rain coming.
Worse rain as well.
Oh, yellow band rain as well.
I need another drink of this.
I mean, I'm on the verge of breaking out the whiskey, if I'm honest with you, Megan.
It goes well with tea.
I'd even go so far as to say breaking out the vodka.
Whiskey goes well with tea. Apparently it thins the blood. A little bit of a tip there. It's either whiskey or brandy that thins the blood. I remember reading it from the oldest person to live. She said
if we are going by the timer here, we have 1 hour and 23 minutes left of this race.
Yeah.
So I've never known the fact that we've actually hit this coverage. Sergio Perez congratulating his Red Bull boys for repairing that car. And I think the beers are on him tonight, down in the paddock bar. They better be. I hope they are as well. 1 hour, 23 minutes left on this board. If we switch away from the chat, that is the timer left on the clock in this race, inside the 3 hour window that we can race.
Shall we have the other one of these?
No, because we might have another red flag. You want that, I know you do, but we might have another one.
I want to half it, because it's unfair if we don't half it. No, we'll wait.
I was going to say,
I don't think we'll get to another red flag.
I don't know what's going to happen next. We're waiting for confirmation. We've heard nothing at the moment. All I can see is that lap 1 has officially been completed. Formula 1, race delayed due to weather conditions. We knew this.
Yeah. Apparently they're turning into a parrot.
What time is sunset? Can we find that out as well?
Hold on.
Sunset would be the ideal time to have a look at as to when it is. I've got it here. Sunset is at 8:27. Currently, it is 4:38. So we could easily run the race if it restarts at 5 o'clock inside the 3 hours. They could just reset the clock.
Why does Science kind of look like he's given up?
Well, think about it. All these guys, I've gone through the procedure of getting ready to go into the car and race in a wet race at Spa. They were delayed for half an hour, and then they went up for 2 laps, aquaplaned, and then they've been now standing around for about an hour and 20 minutes. So they're just trying to keep their energy levels up. And of course, these guys preload with fluid as well. So they have massive fluid loads. So they're all going to be running to the toilet in about 20 minutes' time. And then they've got to go through a 10-minute start procedure of refueling up again. There's going to be some very tired people at the end of this race. And I think the most tired would be the commentators.
Definitely. And the fact that they're all going to be very, very hungry. Yeah. I think they're all going to have a nice little dinner that night.
I think they could go for dinner now. We're not going to get a restart soon. They've got to fix the track and everything.
I'm tempted to get Mum to bring you some food.
I'm tempted to have breakfast. Grid Network saying 8 p.m. at the track is the sunset, so daylight is okay. Yeah, daylight's fine. So they should just restart this race and get going.
It seems to be quieting down now, so they should probably get out now.
What I say is they should get out there and at least try and complete the 2 laps under the safety car.
Yeah.
Because as soon as they leave the pit lane, the race will officially begin.
Yeah, because look, it seems it's not raining right now.
Yeah, well, I think it is raining.
I think it's only like spitting, kind of. So they should really get out now because look, it's all sunshine.
I'd like a look actually away from the pit lane for once and have a look down in to see what it's actually like. Because if the weather does change around, I'd want to see it. I want to know. And I tell you what, this is absolutely the most bizarre race I think I've ever seen in my life. Nothing is making sense today. The stewarding has not been clear at all, has it?
No, it hasn't.
4 delays as well. 1 hour, 20 minutes left now on the timer. We're not going to get a full race in as well. Motorsport Broadcasting as well, saying, if tomorrow isn't possible at this point, I do wonder why the cars don't go round behind the safety car even for the next 80 minutes. At least the fans will be getting to see something. I agree. Get them out there under the safety car.
And it's likely someone will slip anyway. So.
Just get them out there and have a look and see what's happening.
Hold on. Let me just think of what Toto's saying on the phone. Susie, I'm not going to be home for dinner tonight. Why?
Yeah.
Just like, it begins with R and ends with N.
Yeah.
Right?
Grid Network says they should suspend the 3 hour rule and go by the 2-hour race window if the cars get back on the track. I think that's what they're going to do. I think that's why they're on it, because they can't just cancel the race. If they cancel a race, then that'll take it down to 21, where the points can be awarded, and it dramatically affects the title. Hamilton and Verstappen are only affected by 8 points. It's just taking less time. So they've got to run. They've got to get points, and they've got to get out there, and they're just not.
I see a woman dancing. She seems to be having fun.
Yeah, she's just walking around. Just taking my glasses off for a while because I've got to wear them in bits. Formula 1 race related to weather. I wish they wouldn't keep popping that up. I think it's going to be race starting in 10 minutes or something.
Do you know what? I'm going to go get us some more food.
I'm honestly fine. Look at the rain.
I'm still getting us more food.
What baffles me is that we had a Formula 3 race this morning and we had a Porsche Super Cup race. Why didn't they reschedule the Formula 1 race for this morning when it could have actually happened? Because they knew this rain forecast was coming in.
They shot themselves in the foot.
They've shot themselves in the foot, yeah. F1 not covering itself in glory today. Basic question like whether the race had started and how many laps remaining shouldn't be the sort of thing that needs lengthy debates. But when the sporting regulations are low, are almost 100 pages.
Oh, I just got a text. It says, Dad says it wasn't a Brit joke. Britain is on bank holiday tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Britain's on bank holiday tomorrow, so we could watch the race and commentate on it peacefully because it's on the thing. Grid Network saying if they cancel the race, the fans they will be really upset. And I think Michael Masi will have a lot of questions about the handling of the race. I agree, and also they've got a safety car. They can run behind it for 2 laps. I don't know why they haven't. They shouldn't have done the formation laps. I'm just saying that now. They should not have done that. They should have just said the race is starting behind the safety car. That formation lap rule was brought in so that we could have a chance of a standing start. There was no chance of a standing start in today's race.
Look at that.
They should. The W Series yesterday, no formation lap. The race started behind the safety car. That's what should happen. They should have just started it behind the safety car, and
it's all muddy with
and
the
then
fans
just had to go. Yeah.
I feel sorry for the fans because everything's like muddy and horrid and. It's like
it's really bad out there.
They should really just like put like seats.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Edward Hunter is hopefully going to join the commentary soon via FaceTime to have a quick conversation with us, which is going to be fantastic.
Something different. I'm just checking this. Oh.
Hang on, Crofty.
Says that every time a delayed start message is relayed, the sprint qualifying session or the race will be shortened by 1 lap.
But I don't think that's the delayed start. That's the
that's the formation lap. So that's the delayed start, not the usual thing. So Martin Brundle's there saying that because it says delayed start, it's not actually reducing the lap distance. Megan,
it's just like news in America. I'm just gonna go tell.
Oh, that happened ages ago. We know that.
No, it's 10 minutes ago.
No, but that happened yesterday.
Happened yesterday?
Yeah.
But why the hell is CNN telling me it's like today? What's the point in doing that?
I know. Well,
either way, I'm hungry, so I'm going to find food.
All right. Well, could you just stay for a couple of minutes? For 10.
Oh. 10 minutes!
And then you can disappear because Edward Hunter's going to pop up to the box, hopefully, and have a conversation for 5 minutes as well and talk about how the race is absolutely bizarre.
I just want food. Talking for ages builds up your hunger. Also, I'm naturally very hungry.
So here we go then. We're just waiting to see what's going to happen next. As I'm just getting the situation all set up here in the comms box for Ed to join us in the box for a little bit of time as to get a conversation on. It's a strange situation, Megs. As we see what on earth's going to happen next. Megs, talk us through. What do you think the actual situation is going to be next? Personally, what do you think?
I've just seen something Mercedes has put on.
Oh, what? What have Mercedes put on? Massive rain. Show it to the camera. I'll put it up on main camera screens. That's another headset nearly gone. I'll put it up on the big screen here. Go on, show them the radar. Massive amounts of rain coming in.
You see that little thing there where it says, like, it's got, like, the track thing. Hold on.
Sky F1 have gone in an outbreak. They never usually do that during a race, even with a red flag.
There's, like, massive rain up there.
Yeah.
got a text while doing that.
Well, we're in a situation where we honestly don't know what's going to happen next. The red flag is out. There's no sign of this race actually starting, which is really bizarre. As they keep going through. Megs, how long do you reckon we'll be under this red flag? Honestly, as in seriously, do you think this race is even going to restart anytime soon?
I'm not sure.
I know.
It's starting to feel like Le Mans.
In terms of the battle?
Yeah, and how we've just been in here for like ages.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a strange situation as well.
I'm going to stand for a while.
Well, could you just go through the results quick? Take us through the standings as they are. Take us through the standings as they are.
Well, they haven't changed much. Though, first, so far, in an imaginary race, is Verstappen, then Russell, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Vettel, Gasly, Perez, who's going to be starting from the pit lane, Ocon, Leclerc, Latifi, Sainz, Alonso, Bottas, Giovinazzi, Norris, who I don't think deserved the grid penalty, Tsunoda, Schumacher, Mazepin, Stroll, and then Raikkonen, who is starting from the pit lane.
That's how it currently stands here at Spa-Francorchamps, under this strange situation of a what is a red flag and not a red flag, all hanging out there on the track as well. As we will just wait and see what's going to happen. As we'll have a conversation.
I don't know what I'm doing because I feel hyperactive.
You've had all those sugars. Ed texted me and said, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. We'll have to come up to main camera because it's just launching up for the Teams meeting." Look, there you go. 2 of me. How scary.
You're not seeing how crazy I actually am.
Yeah, and no sign of when this race is actually going to restart as well, which is...
He has to deal with this forever.
That's what's also annoying me ever so slightly, the fact that this race is not starting a lot, and we're just sort of in a holding pattern. Let's see. Grid Network saying... if they cancel the race, then the fans will be really upset, and I think Mike will have a lot of questions about handling of the race. That's what NASCAR has done. Start late, knowing rain was coming, and then cannot race.
I think best position will get a lot more popular.
Unless they get going onto the safety car, I don't see the race happening. Adam's saying, I like your thinking, Joe. Yeah, unfortunately, I agree. It looks like that's the way this race is going to go at the moment.
Go get food now?
No, not yet. You have to stay in the box. As we get going again, all ready to go. Just sending the link over as well.
Why have they gone to an ad break? Have they just not really...
Even Sky have had to, because they're contractually obliged to show ad breaks after the race, and they've had to go to an ad break.
What race?
Precisely.
Though, I guess it does get a bit tiring having to find what to say.
I know.
We know that.
It's a really strange situation as to what is going to happen next here for the Grand Prix as well. We have got everyone standing up and just getting ready to join us in the box coming up shortly.
I feel like we're getting very acquainted with the red flag symbol.
I know, that red flag with 1 hour and 10 minutes left on the timer. I think I can honestly see this race being cancelled now. Not even joking. I can actually see this race getting a complete cancellation as well. Yeah. I don't see it happening under the current conditions. And as Sky come back off their ad break, which is understandable because we've been under red flag for ages, and Sergio Perez's car is now completely done. As we wait around to see what's happening next.
It must be weird, just like to look over, just like, oh, I'm on TV there.
Yeah, there and there as well. Sergio will be taking part in this race then as well. Thanks to everybody here on YouTube who has stuck with us throughout this race so far. You are die-hard motorsport fans as well. And it means a lot that you are still here talking with us. Jenny Gow has texted saying, the last F1 race to be held on a Monday was the 1972 Spanish Grand Prix. And we could have to come back tomorrow and do it again.
It won't surprise me, and I can see a fan jumping. Given how muddy the ground underneath him is, I wouldn't suggest that.
Yeah. Just probably stay exactly where you are and just, don't know, breathe or anything and just sort of...
Honestly?
Have it there.
I'd have left and gone sat on some concrete by now.
Oh, sorry, Red Bull.
Green light goes out at pit exit.
Yeah, agreed.
As a result of the resumption. So
yeah, because it's counting down now, yeah.
Correct. So that would be effectively once the green light goes off, even if under safety car, which it will be, that's when the race is considered started.
Brilliant.
From there, we would need to do the obvious 2 laps, even behind safety car or otherwise, and then from there, points and classifications can be all established.
All agreed. Thank you very much.
Scarily on the same page.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
So there you go, everyone. Oh, get that microphone muted as well. So basically, they want to do the 2 laps. They want to do those 2 laps.
Basically,
if we can do it. I know.
Red Bull have won 6 of the first 11 races this year, equaling their best start to a season set in 2011. Though, this is all very confusing. You can see just some little kids just sitting there. They've had to sit here in the rain for ages and they looked a bit tired. Time left to complete the Belgian Grand Prix is 1 hour, 8 minutes and 18 seconds. Going down all the time. I can guarantee that I think this might be the shortest race in history.
15 laps was the shortest ever race in F1, and that was back at the 1991 Australian Grand Prix when, funnily enough, rain affected that too. Time left to complete the Belgian Grand Prix today, 1 hour, 7 minutes and 52 seconds. We might get an hour race, we might not. I personally think, Megan...
I'm not putting my hopes on it.
No, I personally think that this race is kaput and they're going to cancel it and try and run it tomorrow. But what's stopping the situation happening tomorrow? They should scrap that 3-hour rule. There's nothing else after this. This is the last race of the day. They should scrap it.
Look at that.
And try and get this race running. Megan.
It's just all raining. It's very heavy right now. I feel really bad for the people that are just on the ground and it's just terrible. Absolutely terrible.
I know.
Look, we can see that now. It's thank goodness some people have, chairs.
Hello, Ed.
So, hi.
Give us just a second and we'll drag you into the box.
Can you imagine sitting on one of those chairs?
For this amount of time?
Yeah, you'll be sinking into it. We sink into the chairs in the garden when it's dry.
I think that's... Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hang on. Hang on, 2 seconds. Hello, Ed. Say that again.
I was just saying, are those 2 chairs in the background, are they from the dining room and you dragged them into your garden shed?
They are from the dining room, but not our dining room. They're from my nana's dining room that we just dragged them in as well when they got rid of. We stole them. Requisitioned and sort of inherited as well. But yeah. How are you today, Ed? And thanks for coming up to the comms box in what is a very strange situation, as where the race has started, hasn't started, and we're under a red flag. What do you make of all of it?
Oof, well, it's been not all that interesting, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
But I think it's one that you were saying earlier, Josh. I was just listening to a bit of it because there was nothing better to do.
Oh, thanks.
But you were saying that they should have rescheduled it to earlier when it wasn't raining. And I think the problem with that is if you just sort of end up with Formula One scheduling races where specifically so it doesn't clash with the rain, then effectively you remove almost any chance that it's going to rain during a race. And that takes away, I think, some level of unpredictability. So I think, obviously, there are times like this where there's this heavy monsoon rain and visibility is just way too poor.
Yeah.
And this is because the mist hangs in the trees in the Ardennes forest. There's not really a whole lot you can do about it. But I do think the flip side of that is that you don't want to get to the point where we're remember, I think IndyCar has this, isn't it, on the ovals, where the minute it starts raining, they basically have to neutralize the race.
Yeah.
Because they just don't have, the cars just cannot cope because they just have so little downforce as well, even compared to Formula One. So I really hope we don't get to that stage. I know obviously we got, the cars aren't designed to run in the rain. It's not like Formula E where they've got the all-weather tyres.
Yes.
As you may know, Josh. Although I don't think we've had any wet Formula E races this season. Oh, no, we have Valencia, sorry.
Valencia and Rome.
Controversial.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we did have Rome as well.
Valencia,
yeah, in quali, yeah.
I just saw a bit of the camera go green, so I think the rain is definitely affecting that. And
we've just heard from Will Buxton, who says that here's the latest. The plan is to get going again at some point within the 3-hour race window of 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. That's coming up, as we know, in the next hour and 4 minutes. The race would start under the safety car. as we've only had formation up so far, if 2 or more laps are completed, but less than 75% of the new 39 laps race count are completed, it'll be a half points. And considering there's an hour to do 39 laps, it might be a half points race for the first time since 2009. That could be crucial for the championship, Ed, with Hamilton and Verstappen only separated by 8 points.
And crucial for Williams too. George Russell gets 9 points instead of 18. That I think if the race had started, he probably would unlikely to keep Hamilton behind for too long. But, yeah, I'm sure George. To be fair, George Russell 9th. How many points do you get for 5th? Don't you? You get it's the same as
4.
Isn't it?
Oh, 5th.
5th. Go 4th. I think you get 12 points. For 5th, you get 10, and then for 6th, you get 8. So George Russell getting half points for 2nd. And getting 9 points instead of 18. That's sort of finishing in between 4th and 5th, right? Oh no, 5th and 6th.
Roundabout, yeah. So it's more than where he would actually have finished if the race had started.
Because if the race sort of filled out normally, you'd expect Russell to, at best, finish like maybe 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
So he really wants it. He was even saying, like, I really hope we just do the minimum distance we have to so I can get points. That's basically what he was saying in the interview that Sky did with him.
Is there a chance that we could see the race happening tomorrow at all? If that's because we know we've got Zandvoort next weekend, but it's literally Zandvoort's just over the border. So is there a chance we could host a race tomorrow, maybe in the morning?
I'll tell you what, if they do that, it's a great advert against ever doing triple headers again for the mechanics and teams, because they're going to be exhausted by the time they get the weekend in Zandvoort finishes.
There is a possibility they could do what they did at Emilia-Romagna. This is just they could cancel Friday and run a 2-day event at Zandvoort to have.
But Zandvoort's a new track, though.
Yeah. So, but so was Imola. If that argue, because Imola last year we returned to it. Not all the drivers have been there. We only had a 90-minute session, then straight into qualifying. So maybe we could have a 2-hour practice on the Saturday morning and then go into a qualifying session. That's separated by about 3 hours, so in the morning and afternoon, and just sort of have that as a way of saying you can have Friday off, or just cancel practice 1.
Lando Norris is asleep.
Lando is actually asleep now. He's physically asleep. Yeah, just sort of cancel practice 1 and have practice 2 in the afternoon and then practice 3. So you still get that 2 hours and you still get the Friday running. But for the F1 teams, because all the Formula 3s and W Series, they left last night. W Series left last night, so they're on the way. Formula 3 left this morning after their race, so they're all packed up, ready to go. The question is, it take longer for the F1. So what I'm saying, cancel practice 1 on Friday, maybe even cancel both practice sessions, have a 2-day event at Zandvoort, and give us an actual race for the championship. If ever there's a thing, surely races are more important than a practice session. So for the championship, because we're already down to 22 races. Are we going to be down to 21 now?
Maybe.
It's really bizarre. What do you think, Ed?
I'm just stroking my mustache thoughtfully. Yeah, I think the problem is if San Marino and Imola. Well, I guess it's not actually San Marino; it's Emilia-Romagna, but it used to be San Marino. But that was the problem. Is in between 2020 and the last time it was used, 2006 was sort of roughly in the kind of modern era. At least you had like what that would be 14 years in between. Whereas with Zandvoort, we haven't been there since 1985 when Niki Lauda won. So
yeah, it's a long time.
That's like 35 years at least. 36, I think.
So and there's a new banking, of course, as well, thinking about it.
Exactly, yeah. It's such a different... Because it's a truncated layout from the one that they raced back in the 80s, because I think there was like a housing estate. I've actually been to Zandvoort like 7 years ago or something, and I did see... You can actually see where it was different, and of course they remodel it again for F1. In fact, the only real place you can actually see Zandvoort, the current layout, is actually in the Formula 1 games, bizarrely enough, and on like mods and stuff.
On mods?
But, yeah, for like other games. I mean, like R-Factor,
I see, right, yeah.
Assetto Corsa, etc., etc. Just other games available, not just the Codemasters F1 games, which are notoriously buggy, by the way. And I've given up on them years ago. But
the esports is becoming a nightmare.
Yeah.
So
a little bit.
We've just ticked down. There's
I wouldn't
now
be surprised if
less
this
than an hour
race
left.
ends up being finished in esports instead of on track.
Easier.
I'm looking forward to commentating on tonight's esport race on BB Esports, because there's literally nothing else of a Belgian Grand Prix. So at least
Well,
I
at
get
least
to
you'll
call.
get to call one Belgian Grand Prix.
Yeah, but my main worry as well is we've got an hour left until the race is officially cancelled. I've got to commentate on the next 2 British touring car races are effectively delayed for both of us because this race has taken up so much, and the rain has coming down even heavier now to the point it's more visible to the cameras when it's zoomed in as well. So this is absolutely unbelievable weather now we're seeing. So and we're less than an hour to go, as you can see.
I'm gonna go get some in a week.
Right, Megs goes away. I'll stay with Ed.
Yeah, Megan looks absolutely ravenously hungry.
She is.
So.
She's been eyeing up the biscuit that's on the desk for the past hour. So
yeah, I did think when I came in, there's like, take the pressure off Megan. You
Yes,
have someone
yeah.
else to talk to.
Well, you're the only commentator left at the moment as well in the situation. So we've got less than an hour left then and for them to make this decision. I'm getting more and more convinced it's going to be 2 laps behind the safety car and that's it. Unless they do a Formula E 45-minute plus 1 lap, which is effectively a sprint race.
They've already borrowed the driver's eye camera from Formula E, didn't they? And they put it in Alonso's helmet, which was... In fact, I loved the fact that Martin Brundle was specifically saying, "Oh, this is the driver's eye," which is exactly the name of the camera that Formula E uses.
Yeah, it's helmet camera.
And it's such a common thing in Formula E, but of course they blur out all the details because you can get like energy readings, which the teams deliberately. It's not like Formula One where there's so much telemetry that's available to all the teams. They try and keep the actual energy readings as sort of the teams don't know until it shows up on the broadcast, and they sort of are guesstimating and working with their software that sort of predicts how much they'll have in certain scenarios and stuff like that. So that's why they do so much to blur it out. Whereas Formula One, it's not quite the same thing. They might end up blowing it out if like they don't. If like people are looking at like Alonso's settings and figuring out, oh, he's adjusting brake bias into this corner, we should get our drivers to do that. I don't know, but
you did see, didn't you, the torque
it is nice.
menus?
It's nice to see. Oh, sorry, say again.
You did see as well the torque menus was changed around between the two, so that was something new there as well. Sasha says as well, sticking here with you guys. Sorry for Sasha, this is your first race on the YouTube channel. Not really a great one. Hopefully Zandvoort can deliver. And Grid Network saying the main issue, will we have the marshals available for tomorrow? Oh, Ferrari Radio.
Go ahead.
No, Michael, this stopped temporarily. Does it mean that we're packing and going home? Or
No, it means the clock has stopped.
Okay.
Clock stopped.
We still are bounded by the 6 o'clock.
No.
No, we're not.
No. So basically the time limit is what has stopped.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problems.
So the clock has stopped.
Giving themselves more time then.
Yeah. What stopped? 2 seconds. Well, I'm just getting information from Crofty, so stay with us. Crofty, tell us.
By which time, you either stop the race or you don't start the race. Now that clock has actually stopped.
So that's just been overruled then? That regulation has just been, 6.5 has been overruled, hasn't it?
It seems that way.
We're at an hour.
Right.
And now it's not 3 hours anymore.
Under the International Sporting Code, the stewards, I think, have the authority to temporarily stop the clock at 5 o'clock here in Belgium.
Right, okay, so what they've done is they've stopped the clock with an hour to go. The stewards themselves have stopped the clock on the time limit at an hour. So regardless what happens, we're going to have an hour to have a race, Ed. So there's
I
the
can hear
decision.
you and Crofty speaking at the same time.
Sorry there, Ed. So they've stopped the clock at an hour. So that clock has now stopped. So we're back to a lap counter situation going on right now.
Okay. So it does make you wonder why they've introduced that timed rule.
Bit silly.
Overrule it.
It used to be 4, didn't it? Do you remember when it came in? It was a 4 hour. It was 2 hours inside a 4-hour window.
Yeah, because remember we had Canada 2011, which took it took almost 4 hours to do, didn't it?
Mm. Yeah.
And that was why they changed the rule, because they thought, well, it took way too long to finish the race. Although to be fair, if we had that rule now, we probably would have ended with Vettel winning instead of Button.
So what I'm being told is, from information I'm also getting text through to me from people at the track, is that what they've been told is that the clock is stopped at an hour, and this race will now officially end at 8 o'clock. So they have until 8 o'clock, which is half an hour before sunset, to decide this race. Because as we know, the sun sets at was it 8:59 or 8:34 something or other. So we have until sunset to decide this race, which I suppose is good because it might mean we see some racing, but it's bad in a lot of ways, Ed, because we don't even know what we're on. It's a 39-lap race. That's what we're being told. Anyway, the clock has counted down to 39. So, what do you make of that one, Ed?
Well, it's a development. Things are happening.
Who knows?
But yeah, it feels like we're going to be, you and me, and possibly Megan, are going to be sat here for a bit longer.
I know. I really don't want to take up all your time because I know we can't.
No, it's fine.
Oh no, but no, I know you can't watch the race. So when the race restarts, I'll let you go as well. And
yeah, well, I was going to watch it with Dad. Hopefully.
Yeah, and I'm not going to drag you into the box.
It
there.
will be a bit awkward as all in here.
Yes.
I don't know.
Hello to Cynthia in the group chat as well, who's watching along, saying hello, welcome along. We're trying to find out what it is going to be. Current information is it's a 39-lap race. Current information is we don't know when this race is going to start, if it's going to start on time. Well, not on time, but in terms of how long. They've stopped the clock with an hour, so either way, we're going to have an hour Formula One race. That could get us to 75% distance of 39. When this race restarts, it's anyone's game. They seem to be trying everything to do it today, but they're ripping up the regulations as they go.
Yeah, how's Perez's rebuild going along? Because
it's done, and he will rejoin at the back. I think on the lead lap because officially we haven't actually started yet. So Perez will start.
Yeah, there was some debate whether he'd be a lap down or not. I think probably put him at the back of the grid either way.
Yeah.
Because even if you put him a lap down, eventually he'll catch up.
And even
inevitably there would be a safety car as well. So.
And the safety car starting, so if you put him a lap down anyway, he can go back and get that lap back up anyway.
Yeah, so they may as well save themselves some bother and put him on the same line.
Yeah, and officially the race hasn't even started yet, so you may as well. Megan's walked back into the comms box here alongside me.
Megan.
Me and Ed.
Hi, I have bagel tart.
Oh, you've had bagel tart. Well, we're going to be here for a while. Now, have you just heard what me and Ed were talking about as well from race control? The clock has stopped with an hour to go.
Yeah, Dad told me.
Yes, the clock stopped with an hour to go, and that means we can go until sunset. So we've got until 8 o'clock to decide what's going to happen in this race.
Oh, joy.
Lol, this might be my first message in a Formula One race. Oh, yeah, that's a very good point, Synthel. Usually as well, you are watching the race yourself and doing everything. So welcome, Synthel, to an F1 race. And Edward Hunter is from the Formula E commentary box as well with myself. And then I work with him, or I work for him, on the EERC Endurance Championship as well. And Ed also from Formula E Zone as well, which is a fantastic channel that has been helping so many people.
Two things. I just uploaded a video to Formula E Zone that I should have done a few days ago, but it's from Wednesday. Me, Jack, and Jack Pickering, we all recorded a reaction to Mercedes pulling out, and also a reaction to the season as a whole. Looking at season 7 of Formula E, good, bad, everything in between. I was more positive than some of the others, I think, about the season as a whole. And then we also looked a bit at De Vries winning the championship and sort of whether he needed to take quite so many risks as he did in Berlin. And I was, again, I was sort of supporting De Vries, saying, well, you know, the team actually, I can sort of understand why the team didn't tell him that his partner rivals are out, because the idea is you focus on just the race on its own, and then you see where they filter out in the time. The only time they sort of told him was at the end when Bird passed him, and he was a bit worried that, how are we in the team's championship? It's like, nah, Stoffel's still third, so we're good. And you don't need to pass Sam Bird again. But yeah, so interesting one to listen to. The other one I want to ask you, Josh, was have you listened to any of ERC from Korea last weekend?
I have seen.
Obviously, it was the same weekend as Le Mans.
I've seen the start, but I haven't seen all of it just yet because I got rushed away. But so don't spoil the end.
Well, the first hour is very, very fun.
I saw.
Thereafter, it's sort of the main action was the 35 car, the Ferrari, because the Ferrari was not the car to have in South Korea. No. So it ended up just sort of doing a defensive job, and the guys driving it did a brilliant job actually, just to hold on really, even though they finished last. But spoilers.
I think we're on the verge of showing it.
but there were some great battles there with the McLarens of like the various other duty-free teams, and that was a lot of fun to watch. And
I'm jealous.
First time I've seen a race in South Korea for a long, long time.
I love the Korea track, and I'm very jealous that you all got to commentate on that for the ERC last weekend.
Yeah, me, Adam, and Matt, the two American commentators, they did a great job filling in. Tobias was supposed to join us, and then he had to do the first stint and retired really early in the race with an issue. And then for some reason didn't come in the comms box. So I guess he was told me he was watching a football game at the time. So I imagine that took priority.
That's annoying. Cynthel's asking, so what happens if they can't race today? Do you think they'll race today? Well, the clock stopped, so that's the best information we've got for a while.
There is a third option though, Josh.
Oh, what's the third option?
Well, the third option is they delay the race at Spa till later in the season and hope it doesn't rain again. Like, they could reshuffle it. There's still a TPC on the calendar.
There is.
Very late, isn't there? But I doubt they would race at Spa in like winter or December kind of time, or even November, because then that's kind of wet season, isn't it, in Europe?
That's actually, as Megan said, it's been done before. Do you remember, was it 1984, 1985? The track surface came up and they cancelled the race.
Was talking about this, yeah. So, yeah, there was supposed to be Belgian Grand Prix at Spa in, I think, was it 84? Or it might have been early in 85.
May 85, I think.
Yeah, it was supposed to be one early in 85 and the track broke up, so they abandoned it. And then they had to do one really late in like September, October sort of time.
Yeah.
That was the one that Senna won, because on the 1985 season review, they got all the winners of each race to sort of talk through the race. And for Spa, it's Ayrton Senna just sort of making like sly, sarcastic comments about Alain Prost. That was a bit clumsy by Prost there. And
Cynthia has a good...
I did a very good job, didn't I?
Senna was always doing that.
Senna, he had such a reputation for all this charity work and being very magnanimous, but he did if he thought he did a good job, he wasn't shy about letting you know about it, apparently.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Megan?
I think Formula One has a big sense of humour, because there's multiple things just going on right now, just like Alpine. In case you're wondering, yes, we are currently playing any song with the word rain in the garage. And it's...
Why does it always rain on me? That'll be a good one.
Then we have Lando Norris filming a camera.
So Lando's...
Say, two can play at this game.
I'll tell you what, we'll have to show the Instagram footage via this chat box we've got open now that we've created with Ed in the box.
For Valtteri, he keeps posting ducks.
He's literally just posting... I'm not even kidding. He's literally just posting ducks.
This man has a weird obsession. I wonder if that's his favourite animal or something. And it's...
Well, I see a duck can float on water.
That's a point. They need to be ducks.
And Carlos Sainz just says, just like, got a screenshot of him
saying
hi.
So, Synthel has said it might not rain later this season, but there will be snow. Fantastic point. And they should do another few laps behind the safety car to check which would be a useless cause, because it's too wet now, but I want to see them on track. I think we all want to see them on track.
Yeah. Have either of you guys been to Peazone Park in Scarborough, North Yorkshire?
I have. I don't think you have, though.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I have, yeah.
Maybe when I was a baby.
Josh will know this, but in Peazone Park they have these sort of pedalo boats that are shaped like ducks. And me and my brother have been in them when we were children.
Oh,
that would be ideal right now at Spa, especially going down Eau Rouge. I would pay good money to see someone in one of those.
I'll tell you what.
Do a lap of Spa.
Yeah, it's possible. Oh, what about surfboards? Surfboarding down Eau Rouge. I'm up for that.
I'll tell you what, I definitely wouldn't ever have gone in one of those boats, because when I was a child, I used to scream murder whenever, like, anyone took me on one of those pedal boats. And do you know what's a coincidence?
What?
I'm afraid of boats. So that's been a rational thing in my mind since before I even knew what the hell a boat was.
We're coming up on 3 hours commentating here on YouTube with the stream, and we're coming up on, 2 hours and 14 minutes. We've passed the distance of the race. The British Touring Car Championship Race 2 is delayed here on YouTube for our coverage, as is Race 3. That'll be coming to you either later on tonight or tomorrow morning in a delayed watch-along as well, because there's physically no way we can do it. So the cameramen are all standing around as well, just covering up as well. They're all giving him a big wave at the moment, especially for the guy on the top of a crane who's having to stay there on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, I mean, why watch British touring cars when you can be watching this enthralling
I know.
action here? guy on a crane.
Unbelievable. Then again, I suppose if this does get cancelled, it's the most historic Formula One race, and once again, we're covering it live. As Synthel says, no, Grid Network says, I think F1 shouldn't have a race weekend planned after Spa. It's a unique track that when conditions like this occur, cannot race. And Synthel's put a yawny face as well, and I agree. And I think they're right. Should there be a gap after Spa just in case we have to run a day later? Should that be the case where we shouldn't have double headers or triple headers anymore just in case we have to run on a Monday?
Maybe.
I don't know. I just think triple headers in general are just a bit of a... It's a bit rough on all the teams, isn't it? Because we had one earlier this season, didn't we? What was it?
Yes.
It was Monaco, Paul Ricard, and...
Austria, yeah.
Austria, yeah.
Oh, no, hang on.
There was 2 races in Austria, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it's France, Austria.
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah.
And obviously, it helps that part of that was at the same circuit as well, but this one is 3 different circuits, so... yeah, it's just asking a lot, and it's a big contrast to something like Formula E, where there's always 2 weeks in between. Even though doing double headers, it's not quite as bad because again, it's the same sort of circuit almost, or same location at least.
Yeah, also with the Formula E as well. They do tend to run to the time races, and also they can run behind the safety car quite comfortably as well, because they have less torque power, sort of, compared to these F1 cars.
There's a sense that everything can be compressed into one day in Formula E, whereas with F1, you've sort of got multiple days, and if it really tips it down on one of the days, it can compromise you, like we've seen before when it's Suzuka, we've had monsoon qualifyings at the Suzuka circuit, and then we've had to qualify on Sunday morning and then do the race later on Sunday morning.
Synthel asking, do you have the weather forecast? Will it stop raining at some point today? No. Basically.
It will stop raining at about midday tomorrow. So.
Yeah, it's raining all night.
No, actually.
No, it's raining all day tomorrow as well, actually. It's changed.
Try Tuesday.
Tuesday. It's not going to stop until Tuesday.
I checked. Trust me.
Oh, this is so bizarre. This whole situation is just absolutely mad.
Okay, F1 can't spell. First, it's Damon Hill. Now, it's F1, the actual thing. It's a Medicar going for a race, spelt R-E-C-C-E. What's wrong with them today?
Recce, Megan, recce.
It's meant to be race.
Yeah, but it's spelt wrong. Their recce is actually spelt wrong as well, so it looks like race, but it's meant to be recce, yeah.
It makes me want to throw my phone at a wall.
Yeah, okay.
And again, a lot of things make me want to do that.
To be fair, I've done live tweeting duties for Formula E Zone in the past, and for other things as well, and I found that especially if you're doing it on your phone when you're trying to watch, it's very easy just to type something by mistake, and when you're trying to react to stuff quite quickly, it's quite a stressful thing to do. I find actually, I find
people should just talk.
Either commentating with Josh or just watching it.
Yeah, stressful.
By the way, I've been very well prepared because you probably don't know this, but we've got the Lego Formula E Zone, Lego Rado Wild West Formula E race. But after that, I'm planning the Polar E-Prix.
Oh, wow.
And we got Gordon Murray to design the perfect thing for Spa, actually, the Brabham fan sled.
That is probably exactly what is needed. You are very well prepared for that, Ed.
Very resourceful. We've even got little snowshoes for the drivers so that they can get out of the car without slipping over.
2 seconds, Ed, 2 seconds.
I'm freezing, and I need to go warm up.
You can go and warm up and grab a coffee, Ron.
What are you thinking?
I'm trying to find a hole in this weather.
Can I tell my pit wall that we can all stand down for 10 minutes?
You can absolutely all stand down for 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest 17:30 you can stand back up.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Oh, okay. So Michael Mazzi is literally just had the Mercedes team come over the red phone and says, I'm bored. So basically, Mercedes have basically drunk dialed the FIA, asking her what you're up to, what you're doing.
He even said, what you doing?
Honestly, everyone's getting bored. Michael Mazzi's just said he's trying to find some time in the weather and he can stand down for 10 minutes. But he said, get back on the pit wall at 17:30. Is that anything that we might get this race going at 17:30?
Yeah, no wonder there's so much cheating that goes on in Formula One. These long triple headers away from their spouses. Ron Meadows gets on the phone. How can you resist? You know.
So if you're watching on Sky Sports F1, here's what's happened during the race so far. We were delayed for 25 minutes before the safety car led the entire field out onto the track for 2 laps of an official formation lap. The drivers were on the radio complaining about the spray and visibility. Max Verstappen wanted to get this race started. Everybody else said that the visibility was too poor. Aquaplaning was a problem. The stewards then suspended the start procedure and officially displayed the red flags on lap 1 of a now 39-minute race. The 2-hour clock has stopped. We will have a 1-hour race whenever we start, which is going to be very exciting. And the new race distance is 39 laps. Alongside me in the commentary box is Edward Hunter from Formula E Zone and Megan Birch as well. Ian Birch has stepped out very wisely during the red flag period. He'll be back with us for the hour race as well later on. Megan?
I just went onto Instagram and I really follow Lewis Hamilton's dog. And I just posted 7 seconds ago, and I was the first like on one of his photos. And I've taken a photo of that.
Are you just our social media manager at the moment,
You're
Lex?
so proud, aren't you?
Yeah, look.
Okay. There he is. And there's the dog too. I'll tell you what I've been looking at since we're just shoving our phones up at the webcam at this point. This is what I've just seen from a channel I follow called The Moving Brick. He's done Norris's crash.
Well, he's had the time, hasn't he?
He's done a brilliant job, actually. I mean, if I do say so myself, with these liveries that he's done. He's got the Aston Martin there as well. I mean, it's no BMW Formula E car, which sadly we won't get to do too much or more of with BMW leaving. So Andretti will have to make a different livery, and I'll have to somehow replicate it. But still, I think he uses as much glossier paper for his stickers. I just print them out onto label paper. And of course, I got the world champion from Formula E here, Mercedes. Although Mercedes aren't really my favourite team, so you notice with the real Mercedes, they've got like stars. They've got the Mercedes stars on the back, and I didn't bother with those because I didn't want to change it too much from last year. Because I was spending my money on all the other teams, getting the bits for them.
I don't blame you one bit because
especially Mercedes leaving.
Yes,
like there was someone who said something there. Fan of Formula E, a friend of mine, was saying, "Ooh, I'm gonna buy the Mercedes shirt. Oh, I'm really wondering if I should buy it." And I was saying, "Well, they're gonna be going at the end of next year." And it's just like for me, I'm sort of one of those guys who buys merchandise for a team and sort of keeps it for a couple of years. You know, occasionally there's stuff like sponsors change or you see stuff going reduced, but if a team's leaving next season, especially if it's one as soulless and as Mercedes, it's just sort of really boring in my opinion. Then I don't really see what the point is. Why not spend the money on a team that's hanging around that actually cares about the sport?
Do you mean the constructors and drivers championships as well?
Yeah. Well, the other thing is that Mercedes is sponsored by Neom, which is massively problematic city in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
Just being like built on tribesmen's land that lived there for like 800 years. But you know that's besides the point. Mercedes are also very boring.
Alpine have a picture of a fire now to keep them warm.
Okay. So just quickly, yesterday the W Series got delayed by an hour and a half, and it meant that it was forced off of Channel 4 for live coverage. Today, Channel 4 scheduled the whole race to be re-shown at 2:30, half an hour into the Grand Prix. And that was a half-hour race. That time has now come and gone, and they've just recorded their highest viewing figures of the W Series year. And it was criticised by everybody by the fact that it was put up against the Formula One. Channel 4 must have psychic powers to put the W Series from yesterday on today in place of the actual Formula One. So, because everyone's just gone back and watched the W Series race. Unbelievable. Motorsport Broadcasting has actually deleted, I think, their tweet saying that it was a bad decision to put up against F1. It's been a blinder.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been a bad decision.
It would have, yeah.
Had the race started. Although, to be fair, we would be nearly over in the Grand Prix by now, wouldn't we, if we'd started on time?
It would be, yeah.
I think we would be finished. Yeah, we might just be finishing the podium and doing all the post-race stuff.
2 hours 25? No, we would have been over an hour ago, I think, because it's not a long race here, is it?
No, I think we've done half.
Well, it's not long in terms of laps, but the laps are quite.
2-minute laps in the rain, yeah.
2 minutes each, so there's 44 laps. So that's 88 minutes. So that's 1 hour 22 minutes. We would have done an hour.
We would have done it by now, yeah. Grid. Okay, so Synthal says so there's no hope. Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, the rain seems to be more heavy now. He's really annoyed at that. Don't do that. Don't give me hope. Well, we don't know. Adam says as well, postpone the F1 race till tomorrow. Synthal says they won't. Tomorrow is not an option. Tomorrow is an option. Everything is an option, Synthal, when it comes to Formula 1.
Yesterday.
Apart from yesterday, yeah. That's not an option. We can't. They should.
Unless they've got a time machine in the back of the paddock at Spa.
Yeah, but then Lando Norris could start in pole position. We wouldn't have this crazy situation going on as well.
Start 3 weeks ago.
It's a really bizarre thing at the moment going on. As we get ready for this start procedure, where if we ever have a start procedure coming on, I've got to commentate on an esport race later. I don't think I am. Sorry, if you're watching, Ali, don't think I'm going to be there tonight. We'll probably still be here. They'll be attaching torches to the front wings of the cars.
I think if we don't have Sunday dinner soon,
to go on,
then I think that they may get.
Well, I'm wondering.
I will get annoyed.
I'm actually wondering how long I can go without food because I've only had 2 sausages today. So it's Channel 4.
Oh, we had a special baguette sandwich with Arden patty in it.
Oh.
And my dad made, expecting. We sort of made it before the start, expecting that we'd just get to eat it through the race. Instead, we finished it and now there's been like an hour and a half of waiting around.
Just like we should have saved that.
Channel 4 have updated their highlight schedule. So this is all of you watching in the UK. The Channel 4 highlight show is now been moved. So the Channel 4 highlights will now take place from 7 o'clock until 9 o'clock. And replacing it from 6:30 till 9 o'clock, no joke, A Place in the Sun replaces the original. And that is genuinely it.
Are they trying to be funny?
I think well, yesterday they showed Guy Martin instead of the live W series. I think someone's having a laugh out there. They're literally showing the whole Michael Schumacher feature right now because they've got nothing else to do. We're in a strange situation where we're just standing by waiting for anything to happen.
It really feels to me like this situations like this really show that Sky don't provide enough in terms of content or a back catalogue of content that they can wheel out. Because when they do cricket coverage, they've got plenty of like different either like old game highlights or some features. Whereas Sky, we've got the one Mick Schumacher in the Jordan 191, and that's about it.
Why don't we have a look and see some? Why don't they replay 1998 or something in the 45-minute highlight they cut down? Why don't they shove that on?
We could have put up 8 hours of career, and we could have got through a good chunk of that actually while waiting for this race. We could probably still watch the first hour.
2 hours 23 minutes. Yeah. Hour. Grid Network saying the volunteer marshals are probably not available. Weather tomorrow looks bad there, and to have a race the following weekend with the travel restrictions may make it too challenging. So I think option 1, run 2 laps behind the safety car, red flag it, call it half points. Option 2, start onto the safety car, run the 2 laps, and then if it's okay, go racing for an hour. Or option 3 is cancel it altogether and see if there's a run tomorrow. Option 4, go over to Zandvoort and make Zandvoort a double header. Have a race on the Saturday and a race on the Sunday.
Option 5, postpone it till later in the season.
Option 5, put it as the to-be-confirmed race later in the season, yeah, because there has to be another race. Although...
Well, it may not necessarily have to be the TBC, though. They could maybe slot in somewhere else.
Race control say there will be a weather update at 17:45. So that's 4:45 here in the UK. That's 15 minutes from now. There will be a weather update as to what is going to happen. So... that's the first message we've got in exactly 2 hours. As we come up, literally, in the next 10 seconds, we will spend 2 hours on... What was the red flag time in Canada? In 2011, was it 2 hours and 4 minutes?
Something like that. I remember every minute of that.
Yeah, I do. I was commentating as well. But it was BBC's day, so we weren't live on YouTube. We've now been under red flag for exactly 2 hours. We are making it almost one of the longest red flag periods in F1 history. I can't think of another one that's been this long.
They're breaking all the records in Formula One this season.
I think we're going to have the shortest race. Only, what was it, 15 laps in Adelaide, 1991. That could be beaten today with 2. It's a record-breaking. Would this count as a win for Max Verstappen? In his head and his books, it was pole yesterday.
Yeah, because he got on pole, and it's not really his fault that it's tipped down with rain. I mean, he would have been. He was the only one. Obviously, it's a sort of it's the privilege of starting on pole is that you've only got the safety car in front of you.
Yeah.
That's not really throwing up any spray because it's not got a rear wing on it to speak of. So there's no real wake trailing off the back of it. Whereas George Russell right behind, with only just one car, it was
bad.
The visibility was just almost zero, so nowhere near good enough to start the race, and worse for the cars behind, sort of increasing increments because the mist sort of just hangs there. But yeah, I had a point somewhere. It's gone now. But yeah, I think Max was the only one who would have just said, "Well, let's risk it and get on with it." And it's sort of, I feel like, I don't think he would be saying that. Max would be saying that if he'd qualified second or below that, he'd probably be saying, "No, this is too bad. I don't want to do this." But it's a part of A, I'm in the lead, and B, I can see who cares about the people behind me, because Max Verstappen's never been huge on empathy, really. If I do say so myself.
I've just been thinking as well. How much we know it was 3/10 at the end, but it could so easily have been George Russell on pole today. I'm just thinking if they do 2 laps behind the safety car and
could
call
easily
it
have been
quits,
Norris on pole.
we could have been having first-time wins for Russell or.
But to be fair, somebody was going to bin it. I don't think you can really blame Norris there.
Oh no, someone was going to put it into the wall. That was almost confirmed, wasn't it?
Well, when they didn't red flag it, when it was clearly aquaplaning at the end of straights, basically.
Yeah. I've just also, what's to say if this race restarts, Max doesn't drop it under the safety car? We've seen that happen before. He's the first one to meet the conditions. He could aquaplane off. Russell could get the lead and they could red flag it. So, anything could happen.
That's a lot of what ifs. I do remember Hockenheim 2019 where Verstappen did like a 360 spin and still managed to win the race.
The event countdown clock has been stopped to try and complete a 1-hour race today. That is the official news from F1
So
FIA.
the preference is to get it done today. They don't want it to go into Monday. This isn't NASCAR, let's remember.
So that's all we've got. They will try and win a 1-hour race today.
So not the usual 90 minutes then.
That's a shame. Although, I'd rather just take an hour race and just get it over with, to be fair.
Yeah, well, if it continues being this wet, I do wonder how many cars are going to... Even if it dries up a little bit, I do wonder if we're just going to see a lot of cars in the wall or with bits hanging off them. It's going to be like Formula E, but on steroids.
Oh, this is going to be something good if the race restarts, I can tell you. So, we've now... I've just had a look. I'm trying to find it as well. Joe Samaniego has just sent out the Grid Live wrap-up show notes. I'm like, don't think I'm going to be there, Joe, at this rate.
It's like when they talked about the race in NASCAR, that they were waiting for it to end so they could do their show.
Oh, I know, Indianapolis. That almost killed me because I'd done the Le Mans 24 hours. I was up for 42 hours in total, and it was 1 a.m. in the morning the next morning. So I saw 3 days in one sleep. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, they work you too hard, Josh.
They really do, and they've all left me as well in the box.
I said they work you too hard, but they don't really. They ask you to come on the show. They don't ask you to commentate for 42 hours. That's you working yourself too hard.
That's me working myself too hard. I thought you weren't working too hard into the fact that Megan and Dad have left the box. I thought that's what you're on about there. It's getting wetter.
They make you do all the hard stuff.
They do, yeah.
They're not as committed to the course. You know?
No, Megan's tea, actually, if I just feel
But
it.
Megan was nice enough to at least show up at ERC commentary for like a half an hour or whatever it was.
Yeah, she turned off that. She's been getting more into it while she's been off, although she goes back next week, so I'm kind of glad. Well, goes to college as well, so that's going to be fun as I lose my
Education is important, ladies and gentlemen.
It absolutely is. I lose my co-commentator for practice and quality, so that could be interesting. She'll still do the races though. I'll just drag her in, just trick her and say, this will only take 20 minutes. 3 hours later, still standing here. The rain, by the way, is still as intense as it was when this race, I want to say started, but it hasn't. When the formation lap came out 2 hours ago. Megan's back in the box now as well, just as we say. I have to unmute your mic, by the way. Race Control have said that they have, I didn't know if you saw it or not, they have stopped the clock at an hour, as you know, but they are going to try and run the race today for an hour. So a 60-minute race.
For an hour?
For an hour.
I'll text Mum, telling Mum.
And there will be a weather update in 10 minutes, so at 17:45. But that rain... Look,
Well, I can tell you one thing, it's raining.
It's the same amount as Waters we had 2 hours and 35 minutes ago.
Actually, I think it's a little bit more.
And
I said I really enjoyed watching you pound round in the medical car. Well done. Kept us all entertained for a bit. And
must
he
have
said
been nice
actually
for him not having to follow Bernd Mailander
Anthony.
this week.
Exactly. Yeah.
Normally when they go out the track, the medical car's behind the safety car.
Well, that's really annoying at the moment. Let's Ant, what's the
inferior
conditions?
equipment? Not that it's an inferior car in any shape or form, but he was just saying that it's more of a visibility issue. So
Right.
the track condition.
Well, the
isn't
crowd
that
do
bad.
not sound happy. Are we approaching an Indianapolis 2005 scenario? What all these muddy, wet fans are going to start throwing cans of Fosters and Heineken onto the circuit.
They're getting angrier, Ed, because the rain's getting heavier. It's getting so bad now. So we're into that band of rain that we saw coming about 20 minutes ago, and it's getting even heavier. This is the strangest
it's
race.
days like today that I'm really happy Bernie Eccleston didn't get his way and have sprinklers installed on all the circuits.
Yeah.
We should have maybe followed the other way. We should have had like heaters or roads that sort of have you can get roads they're sort of working on this in some country somewhere.
Yes,
in,
I've seen.
Europe.
Yes.
They've got these rechargeable kind of roads. We should also have roads that similarly kind of well, it wouldn't work in the rain because it probably electrocute people, but it probably roads that sort of heated and sort of dried themselves out, because that would really help in a situation like this. But of course it would be incredibly expensive, not to mention messing with the hallowed tarmac of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah.
Although it has been relayed before, it's not as bumpy as it was in say 1991 when Michael Schumacher made his debut there.
And of course, back then, Eau Rouge was a completely different corner. It was more swinging wide, and they tightened up Eau Rouge. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, big changes. The last time Eau Rouge was changed was '94 in the wake of Ayrton Senna and Roland Ratzenberger's fatal accidents. They put sort of chicane there.
Yeah.
In 1994, it was removed, I think, from the following year onwards.
It was.
There's a lot of talk that. With the big accident in W Series last year, with Lando Norris's big accident, with the big accident in sports cars for Jack Aitken.
Yep, a couple of weeks ago.
Pietro Fittipaldi having a leg injury there. And then, of course, Juan Manuel Correa and Antoine Hubert's, unfortunately, very sadly, tragically fatal accident there at the same corner. So there's a lot of talk about potentially reprofiling Eau Rouge again, or at least putting a sort of gravel trap rather than just a wall there on the inside somewhere, because I think there's a big runoff on the exit of Radion, and there'll be a thing that they should put, that they're already actually planning to change it and put some gravel there so they can have motorbikes at Spa, I think.
For 2024, I think, they want to get MotoGP there.
Yeah, it's a bit far in the future, but it does really...
I don't know, it feels like 2024 at the moment, the long time we've been waiting for this race. At the moment, I would...
Yeah, my mustache is gradually turning into a beard. And I would have shaved it as well if Pascal Wehrlein had beaten the odds and won the Formula E championship, despite being, 20 points or 17 points down?
Something like that,
going
wasn't
into
it?
the last race or something like that. But he was the only one who, in the top 10, who mathematically sort of had a chance. But even then, it was looking a bit unlikely. And I thought, the thing is, I thought that Pascal still had his mustache. And Jack apparently told me that Pascal shaved it at some point before coming to Berlin already. So... I was sort of thinking, well, Pascal has a mustache, I have a mustache. If he wins, I'll shave the mustache. And so
sadly,
now, he went out, there's only one mustache left standing. So,
but he did get close to winning that title as well, if you remember.
He didn't finish in the top 10 in the points.
They've got blowers out. They've got a truck out there with a big mop down, I think, at the exit of Fania Chicane towards Stavelot. Megan. 2 seconds, Megan.
Megan doing her Vulcan death grip there.
Yeah, the Murray Walker, ow. That's why I've got bad problems with myself.
I think that hope I get this right in pronunciation. They should call a rouge just coin de douleur. Corner of pain in French.
The corps de peur. What was it called? Corner de what?
Corner of pain.
No, how do you pronounce it?
Coin de douleur.
Coin de douleur. The corner of pain. Yeah, probably would be. We're 5 minutes away from this weather
We should
update.
get Megan to rename all the corners at the
Yeah.
Yongjam circuit in South Korea.
Oh, Megan, you'd like, yeah, you should redo that. Redo the corners. Ed, did you hear this morning the fact that they've renamed Parabolica, the Ascari, or no, Alboreto? They've renamed it Alboreto, I think.
Oh, in honour of Michele Alboreto, the late
Yes.
Formula 1 driver. Used to drive for Ferrari, finished second in 1985 championship. Used to drive for all sorts of teams, and then lost his life tragically in an accident in 2001, wasn't it?
I remember that.
Was it IndyCar or something like that?
I think wasn't it testing? No, it wasn't IndyCar. I can't remember.
Was it karts or was it like a road accident or so? Whatever what happened, it was pretty tragic because it also happened right around the time of 9/11 as well.
Yes, it was around that weekend.
So, unfortunately, it was kind of overshadowed. But you know what? If they were going to rename the corner, Alboreto is a good one to pick because of the Italian drivers we've had since Ascari, Alboreto has been
one of the best.
One of the better ones. And he's certainly, because his later career at like teams like Minardi and Scuderia Italia, Lola.
It was in an endurance race in April 2001.
That was it, yes.
At the Euro Speedway. It was
I
testing
think
for Le Mans.
It was testing, and that must have been he had the accident then. And
hang on, sorry, Ed. Some of the marshals are playing bowls in the gravel trap.
That is very Belgian, very French Belgian.
Either that, or they look like Yeti control
Wallonia.
balls. Yeah, they look like Yeti control discs.
They do.
Oh, very bizarre. Anyway, continue what you're saying, Ed.
Yeah, reminds me a little bit of old Battersea Park when they tarmacked over the area where a lot of the French community in Battersea were playing balls.
Oh, God.
Balls. And they were really upset about that. And they did eventually get that back. So if you live in Battersea, you can still go to the park and still play balls there. So it's thanks to me that you can do that, of course. Nothing to do with the residents who worked tirelessly to make that happen.
And you did an interview with them, didn't you?
I did, yes. It was even on the Saturday London Prix from earlier this back in July.
Yeah, you can watch that on the
What was the point I was making before that, Josh?
Michele Alboreto's crash at Germany.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to think because for some reason I remember his death being around the same time as 9/11, but it might have been before, or perhaps he passed away a couple of months after the accident and was on intensive care for a while. But
I think that was it. Yeah.
But yeah, I did. But yeah, Michele Alboreto is certainly underrated. Monaco '85 was a brilliant drive by him, where he was leading and I think got a puncher, and then had to really overtake on what is one of the hardest tracks to overtake, and got all the way back up to second behind Alain Prost, who eventually won the title, of course.
Mick Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel are playing football in the garage, and they say, meanwhile, in football, it's Haas 8, Aston Martin 6. And they are literally, there you go, Ed, just playing football with each other. If I put it up to the camera, there you go.
Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc just on their phone.
Yeah, so it's Vettel and Schumacher.
I miss the days of they did this in Circuit of the Americas as well, but also in a Suzuka in quality when it rained, that they would do the boat race.
I said that earlier, yes, yeah. I said we should so have the boat race.
I guess with the grooves, I guess there's grooves on the start-finish straight for rain drainage, but I wonder if they're there on the pit lane as well, because that might be what prevents them from doing that. Because all the boats would just slide on the wall, if that was the case.
They're on the start line, aren't they? The grooves on the first couple of lines, as well, to help with the drainage. But they're not as well.
At least Haas has got points and is winning.
That's the best news for Haas all year.
Yeah.
So we are about 30 seconds away from whatever this weather update from the stewards is going to be. But considering I can see the weather in front of me right now on the commentary box monitor,
it's not looking hopeful.
Lap 1 of 39.
News, the big news is there is no news.
Well, Sebastian Vettel, Max Verstappen's car's been retrieved because we've gone to lap 1 of 39 according to our monitor up here in the comms box. So whatever's happening is going to happen. I can hear cars firing up. I can hear cars firing up, and there's a lap 1 of 39 appeared on my monitor up here in the comms box. but as Karun Chanok is saying, the rain is just absolutely falling as well. There's no sign that this race is going to start. In fact, it's now 45 minutes past the hour. We have not actually heard anything about the thing. Aston Martin have tweeted, "You found him." So Aston have been looking. Race control. Next weather update will be provided at 17:55 local time.
Has Mick just stolen Seb?
Mick has stolen Uncle Seb, yeah, as Dad would say there.
He's just like, we used to do this when I was a child. Come play football.
Oh, I'll tell you what, this is bizarre. So the next weather update will be provided at 17:55 local time. That's at 4:55 our time. It will be an hour race, but the rain's just coming down. I think we're just all waiting for the inevitability thing that we were going to have a red flag as well.
Well, I think we're all just waiting full stop, actually.
Yeah, for that one as well.
Waiting for Godot.
Should we just go and just go and get 2 laps done and just then red flag it and wait for the weather? What on earth is going to happen?
Haas has replied.
What, you found him? Don't worry, you kept him fed and watered. Saw it.
It's like he's a duck.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Situations out here at Spa. We're finally seeing other parts of the track for the first time as we come down throughout Puong as well.
Karun.
When it comes to looking after all the crews down here,
one person said you've made him heavier to gain advantage.
They
Wow.
did a fantastic job of bringing us tea and chocolates and all sorts. So well done to Alpine for looking after us down here.
Alpine have brought all the media personnel in the pit lane, all teas, coffees, and chocolate biscuits. So well done, Alpine, out there as well as.
They're definitely the Hufflepuffs of the of the teams.
They're desperately now trying to get this blower sorted as well and get it all sorted. Ed, I know I said I was going to keep you for 5 minutes. I don't want to, keep you on for much longer. Is there anything you need to dash off for? Maybe some tea, because I know it's nearly 5 o'clock. I don't want to keep you on as long as and deny you food.
Well, it's just the race, really. If it starts or not, but I'm sure. Because I can't see what you're seeing, so I'm sure the moment that they'll say, right, the race is definitely restarting at this time, I'll just rush down and say, right, Dad, it's time. So it'll just turn on TV and watch downstairs.
Turn on Sky and get all ready to go as well and keep up. But right now, you're not missing much, Ed. There's literally nothing out there in terms of atmosphere or the fans have been amazing.
I just figured with Lego Formula, I've got this lovely little red flag that the marshals can use. Never had to use it so far, and I'm thinking, I should engineer some kind of red flag scenario in one of my future races. Probably the one set in the Arctic would be the easiest to do that in.
Snowstorms.
Cars will be wheel spinning all over the place. Because I'm not actually going to change the Formula E cars on that much.
That'll do it.
What I might do, because it's taken me so long, I might, the driver changes that are happening next year, like Oliver Rowland being put in the Mahindra, I might have to do that already. And say goodbye to, like, what am I going to do with the Alex Lynn figure that I've spent so long working on? I don't know.
Throw him as a wild driver. Presumably he'll be back there at some point.
Well, I might just keep the Audi on, because there's no team replacing the Audi, so I might just keep the Audi in my version. My version Audi never leaves Formula.
Well, everyone wants that.
Aston Martin said, we were going to get him on Intercom and ask if anyone had seen him. You saved us a job. They literally lost him.
Yeah, so Aston lost it as Seb. Apparently, the teams are being advised that the rain is expected to stop in around about 15 minutes' time, with gradual easing before. So they want to get this race started, presumably, 15 minutes past 6 for an hour? If they want to do that, that's possible. Karun.
Back to the 2011
He can't hear you.
where you and I stood in the
Good point.
for 6 hours straight. And just, I agree. Yeah, it's raining a lot, and there's potential for aquaplaning out there. But
Asa keeping Seb.
would you say that there's more standing water? Does it look more wet to you than that day in Canada? Or, for example, Brazil 2016. Remember that race where Verstappen was taking on the 2 Mercedes drivers? And I don't know. It's a difficult one, isn't it, to say whether it's worse or not. But I know it's different circuits and different speeds.
Well, I think
That's that's an interesting point as well, as what Karun just brought up there. Is the track as bad as it was in Canada 2011 or even Brazil 2016?
Well, the problem is with these different circuits, like Brazil 2016, the drainage in Interlagos has always been pretty terrible. Like, it was the same in 2003, right? There was like running river at turns 2 and 3, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah,
And,
running loads of rivers. By the way, we just got our YouTube chat back now as well, which is great news. So,
Hooray!
it went down for a while, but we've got our YouTube chat back. So if anybody wants to send us a message, we've now got it back. Back to you, Ed. Yeah, about the situations out there.
We were talking. Yeah, I think the thing with weather is because each circuit is so different. It's really hard to sort of set a precedent for. Oh well, if the rain gets this bad, we have to cancel. Because there are some places where visibility is going to be better than others, and there's a bit more of a margin of, oh, the track's a little bit too wet, but it's going to dry quite quickly once the cars start going on it. So it's really, really hard to judge. Worst case scenario, you end up with a Suzuka 2014 thing, where we have one car that goes off into the gravel, and then a tractor comes out to collect it, and then someone else gets it wrong, and it ends in tragedy. So that is the sort of worst case scenario. And for all the criticism that Michael Massey's received, that shows that even Charlie Whiting can get it wrong with disastrous consequences sometimes.
That 2014 race should never have been restarted. That's the sort of race that we should have kept off, really, what we've got here today. And do you reckon that's playing in their minds at all, Ed? What happened at Suzuka in 2014 in similar levels of
A lot of the drivers
rain?
weren't there in Suzuka 2014. A lot of the old guys like Hamilton, Alonso, Vettel were there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think Suzuka is also a very different circuit to Spa as well. I mean, it's definitely one of those classic circuits that deserves to be on the calendar. But Suzuka, I think, also a bit more narrow in places, a bit more dangerous, whereas Spa, a little bit more wider. Problem is, Spa is a bit more high speed as well.
I'm just grabbing my chair out of my stool.
I don't know what you were doing then.
Because,
I was just like, what
I need to sit down, but the camera angle's at the wrong position, so I'm getting my stool out so I can perch. Could you go get
you can just get that chair there.
It's too low. This is higher. Could you go get a wet one, please, or bring Mum in so that she could just clean it? Because there's loads of paint splotches, I think, or spider webs.
Oh, come on, Josh. What does she look like? The maid?
No, but she's the only one who's free at the moment who can help me. I did the cooking.
Clean it yourself, you lazy?
I haven't got anything on me actually.
Have anything to clean it
Yes,
with.
you do.
I don't actually. But I tell you what, though, I did have to cook the shepherd's pie on Monday because she had food poisoning. So say again, Megan.
It was delicious.
It was delicious, she says. Yeah, I had to cook.
I look
the
forward
shepherd's
to
pie.
having one of Josh's shepherd's pies in the future. Then.
Oh, believe me, Ed, it will be lovely. I will cook. It is lovely. I did
dinner
veg
with the
as well.
birches. There we go.
It's like dinner. It's like dinner with I can't work it out.
What? My dinner with Andre? Is in Andre Lotter?
Probably, yeah.
Dinner where he just beats you over the head, just like he drives.
And hides behind posts.
He reacts
as well.
badly if you don't like the cooking.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that about Andre. I'm sure his cooking's brilliant.
Well, we can neither confirm or deny.
Is the sort of thing that could potentially get him locked up in the Wild West.
Yes. We're 2 minutes away.
This is great because that's going to be a surprise to everyone except the 7 people who watch this.
The fact, that he's actually the cook and everything there. So this is absolutely bizarre situations going on right now.
It continues to be bizarre, yes.
Yeah, and I'm just honestly waiting to see what's going to happen next and wondering what's going to happen next. I'm just checking underneath my chair for spiders. Last thing I need is sitting down and then having little Bo Peep's pets coming all over my shoulder and microphone. Next weather update, as I said, was due at 17:55. That's in the next 58 seconds. So whatever the information is, I don't know. But Sky is showing another VT.
The update will be that there'll be another update in about 5:30 or something.
We're running out of daylight here as well. That's the problem. As I said, we've gone to 8 o'clock their time.
Well, I've already run out of patience, so I guess the daylight's the only thing left to run out.
Yeah, and if it does run out, at least they've said they want to do a race. Could we actually... It's a shame that this hasn't happened at a track with lights. Is this an argument to say that every track should have some form of lighting? Should have a night system as well in case this sort of thing happens?
Well, let's put lights on the cars like we do in endurance racing. I mean, Korea, not designed to host endurance racing at all, but seemed to work fairly well when the darkness fell. So, I don't know. Could just be that R Factor adds in some lights. I don't know.
Some automatic pop-up ones, yeah. So, coming up on the 55-minute mark, go on, Ed.
Well, we do have endurance racing at Spa as well. We had 12 hours, don't we? Which ends in darkness.
That's a good point, yeah. And they should maybe look at installing full lights. Maybe they will afterwards as well, after today.
Well, it's just one of those things, isn't it? I mean, Le Mans have got like the curbs that sort of glow with the lights on them. A lot of that's relying on the fact that the endurance cars have got lights working, headlights. But that's obviously not the case of F1. They've just got the rear tail light, which even then is obscured in heavy rain.
So, it's 55 minutes past the hour. Next weather update will be provided at 6 o'clock. So 5 more minutes. Thank you, Megan.
I was half an hour optimistic there.
So I'm not going to stop up. Sue? Why? I don't know. Okay. Our cousin's here. Are the kids?
No.
How bizarre.
She's
Okay.
just had her second jab.
Oh,
she said she's starting to feel a bit woozy, like she's drunk.
Does she want to pop in and say hello?
I doubt it, since she's already starting to feel woozy and she's still got to drive home. Guaranteed it's not far from us, so still.
Becky's feeling woozy. She's
just had a second jab.
Yeah, all right, fair point. That's probably why she's popped round then. So hello.
This is brilliant. This isn't really a race commentary. This is just at home with the Birches.
This is I'm now just doing the cleaning of wiping the chairs. And
as you should, Josh.
Oh yes, completely agree there.
And I'm
You should not be
updating about
getting
our
Megan
family.
to do all the work for you.
Who bought me the cup of tea earlier on? That was nice.
Mum, I'm sorry, I
bought me
texted
tea.
her.
All right. So Megan, it wasn't me. It was Megan who bought me the cup of tea.
Yeah,
Mum got the tea. Yeah.
Mrs. Birch must be the unseen hero of the Joshua Birch commentary team.
I think.
Is there a name for this? Is this just Joshua Birch Motorsport, or is there some kind of company name that you can all get behind? Because my dad,
I keep saying we
owns a
should change it.
simulator
Yeah.
company that he calls Hunter Simulation.
That's
and,
brilliant.
my brother actually designed the work for him. It's all about airplane simulation stuff. All beyond me. I'm more into stuff with wheels on it. Whereas the planes only use the wheels to land, which is honestly the bit that's like the least thing. Oh, and to take off, of course.
Got the vibes.
Yeah.
Got the drivers. We are looking at changing the name for next year.
Wait a minute, hasn't this happened before?
Probably.
With Ed Bear and you doing that. I swear this has happened before.
Megan,
and you said that.
Megan, trust me, this has never happened before in my life.
No, this with the wiping down that and saying you forgot the wipes and Ned there. This has definitely happened before.
Let's have a look at the weather
It's almost
forecast.
like he planned it, isn't it? Megan?
Yeah, I've planned all this race stream. Anyway,
There's green coming down there. That's bad.
but
Watch out.
we're in a green spot. Look, we're in a blue spot as well, so we might get this race going on the
Okay.
weather
What can I
radar.
say to make these two fight each other to entertain me while we wait for the
The
race to
least
start?
amount of thing.
See, I can be as rude as I want to you two with no consequences whatsoever, other than maybe Josh won't help me commentate on our ERC.
No, you can do whatever you like, to be fair. Could you go get me some kitchen roll, please, Megan? This is literally, thank you, Megan. I can't leave the box, you can. This is literally turning into just a normal at-home event. Yeah, by the way, if you've tuned in, by the way, looking for the British Touring Car race, that race is happening live on ITV4. We're not covering either race today. We've covered race 1 live, but race 2 and race 3 will be coming to you in delayed format tomorrow due to this really bizarre Formula 1 race that's now 3 hours and 27 minutes in, and we've had absolutely nothing. We're coming up on 3 hours of this race, the entire time of the duration, and we've had nothing as well. Ah,
Yeah.
Megan's back. Becky's gone now. Thanks, Megs. She throws them to me. Okay. Becky, do you say Becky's gone now?
More like at you and yes.
All right. Well, now I can. Well, it's all COVID protocols. I've got to clean the seats so that they don't.
How?
have
The only
COVID.
person who sound that is you.
That's not actually true. This actually used to belong, as I said, to now. I've just literally robbed on this kitchen.
Yes.
But
2 years ago.
Yes, but
I don't think she sat on it from.
she never
there.
sat on it. I don't know why she brought it. She never sat on it.
She sat on it so she could use it in the kitchen for when she smoked.
Yes, but she never did use it. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
If-
Iris more used it
if
as
anything-
a spinning chair whenever it came to a Boxing Day
I
parties.
know, I can still see the mark. Right, there we go. My chair's clean. I haven't used it in months, you see, because I've not need to.
They're going to want these back.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. I can sit down now, and they can still be seen on the camera, and I can perch a little bit. That feels
Oh,
nice.
lucky.
So next weather update, as I said, was there as well. And, and apparently, Lee Perry has died. Oh, dear, Lee Perry has died.
Oh dear.
The musician, of course.
Wow, was he waiting for the Grand Prix to start? Oh dear.
Well, the master of reggae, of course, he was scratched, wasn't he? And sadly, he's died aged 85. Probably. I hope this race hasn't killed him off, as we said.
Yeah, I was just thinking that would be the most disappointing thing. Like, I'm getting on a bit, but I'm sure at least I'll get to watch the Belgian Grand Prix, you know, and then oh dear.
Race control.
Right?
For God's sake! Race control have announced the next weather will be updated at 18:05. So we're now just moving into delay, further delay. Oh dear. Top Gear is going to be on soon. The new season at this rate.
Yeah.
Rumour has it that we'll be broadcasting next weekend for the Dutch Grand Prix, and no one will be there. They'll all be still at Spa waiting to go for the remainder. If you've just joined us and wonder why, when this race was scheduled to start 3 hours ago, and you are still wondering why it says lap 1 out of 39, a horrific rainstorm has come in. We've completed 2 formation laps and had 4 abandoned starts. It's reduced the race from 44 laps. Well, let's hear from George Russell.
Doing to pass the time?
I've been waiting for these updates, obviously, but just sitting around talking to guys. And just hopefully we can get the show on the road, you know, even if we just do a couple of laps to at least have a classification. And for the fans, I mean, huge respect to those guys sticking it out.
And have you thought about worst case scenario that you may not start from the front row in this race if it doesn't get underway at all?
I mean, I have thought about it, and I don't think that would be very fun for anybody. I think the least that could happen is
I think George is lying.
Under the safety car at slow speed, which will be safe. And we call it at that. So it would be a real shame because, you know, I was really excited to get out there and have some fun. You know, had the car underneath me, but there's still an opportunity that the race could go ahead, but it's not looking promising. And
then on an optimistic level, have you thought about that first turn? What do you think? You've had so much time now to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, one way or another, I don't think if the race goes ahead, we won't be doing it from a standing start. It would be a safety car start. It would have been nice to have, you know, got that launch in. Up to turn 1 and see what would have happened, but you know, I don't really know what to say or what to think right now. It's just getting to the point where it's just a bit frustrating for everybody.
Yeah.
So that then is, as I said, and you heard it as well, Ed and Megan as well, George also saying this is massively frustrating for everybody in terms of the situation that we're just sort of sitting around doing absolutely nothing, waiting for the race to either start for 2 laps or not. I mean,
Dad's not coming in the box, by the way.
What, even if the race restarts?
No, he wants tea soon, so...
Well, he could probably have tea and still be in the box. This race will probably go on for a lot longer.
I doubt it.
All right, so it looks like it's just me and Megan calling this one because Ed will pop downstairs and watch it as well. So, me and Megan will... Well, thanks for sticking by, Megs, to commentate on the race later. I know you weren't planning on, but nicely done.
Yeah.
I honestly...
Careful with that Vulcan death grip, Josh.
Yes, you will stay... Ow!
Look at Joshua Birch setting back feminism by about a couple of decades by abusing W Series commentator Megan Birch.
Yeah, you've got nails, Megan. So that really, I know you did.
I'm not using my nails.
No, but you do.
Also, this one's broken, so.
Oh, that's good then. Some point, if you watched as well, if you ever watch our commentaries and Megan puts her hand on my shoulder, quite often, if I'm talking too much, she will actually dig her nails into my shoulder.
Actually, I don't dig my nails into. I just have really strong
it's the middle.
hands.
Yeah, it's the middle bit that you sort of grab between.
See?
Yeah. Ow. Yeah. All right.
I know all the pressure points as well. So.
Yeah, Megan is no fun to be in the commentary box with.
I'm also no fun to play Monopoly with. I rob the bank.
Gary Anderson has just said as well, I have said this before, but if it was me, I would send the cars out for 1 lap behind the safety car, then bring it in, allow the leader to dictate the pace. Run 3 laps with full yellows to move the water, then bunch them up and let them loose with a rolling start. That could work, I suppose. What do you think, Ed?
Yeah, the problem is that you're relying on 22 Formula 1 cars to clear water when the water's still falling down at quite a rate.
Yeah, and it's not stopping either. The banks here are now just literally mudslides with some of the fans there.
The problem, I think, what I would compare this most to is like the first half of Fuji 2007. And if you remember, that was basically they were all following behind the safety car, and there was a real danger. I've talked about this before, actually, once.
You have?
there was a real danger that the entire race would have been behind the safety car, and basically Spiker had put Sakon Yamamoto's car with like a dump truck load of fuel in, because this was back in the era of refueling, and they were relying on basically the race being running under safety car, and that basically everyone would pit in front of them and they'd inherit the lead essentially.
It was a good
Would
idea.
probably be one of the most controversial everyone wins ever if it did happen, but thankfully the race did get underway.
Yeah.
Even though I would argue Fuji 2007 was a lot wetter than Fuji 1976, the very famous race as portrayed in Rush, the movie, although they used Donington Park for that, but they couldn't actually go to Fuji. So,
yeah, I remember that one.
But yeah, because the Prix of Fuji 76 was they waited a while, and Bernie was like, well, the TV's waiting for a start, so the very start was quite damp, but it actually dried out relatively quickly. Whereas Fuji 2007, it was wet the whole way through.
We've just seen that Bert Mylander has put his helmet and gloves back on. He's getting ready to head out. I think we might be in for a start here because
Ferrari are playing chess.
Well, I think they'll be giving a 10-minute signal because it's just gone 5 past the hour. We've had no message from race control just yet. And I think we will be waiting for it to come through. The medical car is just heading out with Alan van der Merwe now. At Eau Rouge.
Yeah, Ferrari are playing chess.
Ferrari are playing chess. I think what we're going to do, Ed, what we've seen before is they're going to do a lap with the medical car, see if it looks actually a lot drier than it was a couple of hours ago, actually. So the rain has eased, and it looks like the track might dry. If we get some F1 cars out there, it might dry out quite quickly. It's looking okay at this point.
You know what? If Ferrari are playing chess, I kind of been mentally playing chess with the checkered flag behind you two.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say. I was just thinking, the chessboard is dead.
I also feel like Ferrari have been playing chess and losing since about, on track at least, since about like 2016 or something.
Josh Play says, what's the next update going to say? Here we go. The race will resume at 18:17 local time. So the race will resume in 10 minutes. Yeah. So we are going racing, and a massive cheer from everybody around Spa-Francorchamps that after about a 3-hour delay, the Belgium Grand Prix is going to start, arguably in the same or even worse conditions than it was 3 hours ago. But race will resume in 10 minutes.
Well, that's inevitable, isn't it? That they sort of had to bite the bullet, and because they were desperate to get the race done today. So it's sort of the conditions aren't a whole lot better. They're just sort of hoping that the rain doesn't fall down too much harder. So they're sort of in between a rock and a hard place.
Extreme.
We are finally going to see some action. So anything else you want to talk about before we could probably do like 5 minutes talking and then I'll go.
Probably because extreme tyres must be fitted as well. So wet weather tyres must be fitted. Yeah, so that's obvious.
Haas has said, what time do you want him back for his dinner?
Actually, it looks like, even though it's raining quite heavily, it looks okay with the safety car going round. The standing water isn't really there. They've done an amazing job sweeping the track. So we're going to go racing here. It will be a 1-hour race or 39 laps, whichever comes first. And now there's a mad rush in the pit lane. Arguably, though, Ed, are we going to go racing to complete those 2 laps? And if it's still bad, would that be the end of the race? Would they just red flag it and say, that's it, we've done?
I'm just picturing Ferrari realising that they have to put the tyres on the car and put the car back together, looking at the chessboard and going, checkmate, flip over.
Checkmate, that's it, game over.
They're playing it on their phones, actually. I think Carlos is winning, though Aston Martin have replied back to Haas saying he needs to be back and belted for 8:17, please. He can come back
18.
for a sleepover later if you want.
Oh. Haas, there's Max Verstappen running back to his car. Michael Masi's now in his control seat as well, ready. So it's going to be a 1-hour Formula 1 race, 39 laps, or we could just have 2 and a red flag. This is going to be very strange, but either way, what we know, the race will resume at 18:17.
This is about survival now, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is all about not taking as few risks as possible and staying out of trouble and not aquaplaning.
Do you think we're going to see another red flag?
I think we're almost certainly going to see a safety car at the very least after the safety car is released and the field is released. Because I can see especially like the mid-pack runners. I think I wouldn't, honestly, it's sad to say I wouldn't be surprised to see Bottas barge into the side of someone at that source. Although I'm a big Bottas fan, so I hope that doesn't happen. It's weird because I'm a fan of both Williams and Valtteri Bottas. So And obviously with George Russell doing really well, that's not good for Bottas, but good for Williams.
I'm very worried about Rouge and Radion, to be fair. If we go back to green running, I'm very worried about that as well.
I'm screen recording this conversation between Haas and
All right.
you.
So if it's what was it? 8:17. So it'll be 18:17 our time that the race will end. So I've started the clock. So 6 minutes and 50 seconds until the restart procedure. We have it will be a lapped race as well. So it's 39 laps or 1 hour, whichever comes first. Which do you think, Ed? 39 laps or an hour?
Probably an hour.
I'm thinking that, yeah. So we'll be done by. So yeah, just by the way, that does mean that the third touring car race is cancelled here on YouTube. That is live on ITV4, and we will have delayed watch along tomorrow. That means, Megan, I've just remembered your laptop is going to have to be rebooked open because that race is going to start at 5:30 as well. So you're going to. I can't do your password. 304.
Think of when I was born.
There we go. I mean, it took a while, but I couldn't remember your password.
Really?
Yeah. Bear in mind, Megan, it is how long have we been on to red flag now? 3 hours, something. Well, then the longest red flag period in F1 history. Oh, there's been a red flag in the touring cars in the mini challenge. So, it's all go. It's a go there as well. It seems. Oh my God.
Or stop rather.
Oh, or stop. Good point. Yeah, or stop.
Yeah.
Right, Ed. I'll have to let you go because we're getting ready for the restart. Thank you very much for coming on. Have you got any parting words? Any last words?
I keep thinking about 1998s, but I'm also for some reason thinking about the Cub Scout schedule because I was supposed to post that after the race to all the parents and stuff. And one of the things on there is that our district go-karting event got cancelled, so we were going to do I was going to run our own go-karting event with go-karts that we got at the hut as you two shift around a bit and get in position. I better get in position too. So you two enjoy the race.
We will. You enjoy too. And, thanks.
I'll catch you in a few weeks for Laguna Seca, Josh.
Absolutely, can't wait for Laguna Seca.
Because we're going to definitely see at least one title decided, I think.
Oh,
or
absolutely.
Possibly both, because we got LMP2, the gap's 29 points. GD3, the gap's 41 points. And there's only going to be 38 available for the final round at Spa.
So we're really going for it.
GD3, it's going to take quite something, but LMP2 might go down to the wire.
I can't wait for that. 2 weeks, is it, for Laguna Seca? Join us.
It's in September somewhere.
Yeah. My thank you, Ed, for coming on for the last, I think, hour and 20 something. Thanks, Ed. Goodbye to you.
Yeah, you treat Megan right, Josh.
I will.
Get her fetch coffee and stuff for you.
I'm stuck with her for the rest of the broadcast anyway.
And his life.
Right.
Anyway, you two have fun. Bye.
Bye, Ed. So Edward Hunter leaves the comms box. 1 hour 20 minutes in that as well. As we get ready for the restart. Megs, are you surprised we're coming to the green?
Yes, I'm also surprised at the banter between Haas and Aston Martin.
We can now also go back to the group chat as well. I know we've missed it for a while because we were on there. So hello to everybody back in the group chat. We will hear you and we'll see you as well. Yeah, totally agree. Quite a big shunt in the minis. Oh dear, is that so? I tell you what, Josh.
22%.
Sorry, what? Your what?
My phone.
Oh well, I've got a charger here. Pass it here. I can put it on charge for you.
Yeah, it's at 22%.
Well, there you go. Look, see, comms box. There we go, charging for you. So I tell you what, Josh, you can be on our eyes and ears for that race for the British Touring Cars and tell us where it's going to go. We're getting ready though for the start. The race has now been officially declared underway. So this is now lap 1 of the race. Sergio Perez will start. They've rebuilt that car. They rebuilt that car about 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
As well. And we've just been standing around waiting.
They're just like, do you know, I could always start from the grid.
Is Dad not coming back in at all?
No.
Well, to be fair, so it's just me and you calling this one.
Because I think he needs his dinner because he needs to do his goods and everything.
So, alongside me in the commentary box is Megan Birch. Previously in the box was Edward Hunter and Ian Birch as well. But after 3 hours and 43 minutes and a red flag that has lasted 3, 4, 5, about 3 hours and 15 minutes, we are going to go green. The longest red flag in F1 history.
After many, many delays.
Yeah, it's almost up there with Adelaide.
I wonder what's the longest time apart from Le Mans we've been on. I wonder.
Testing, 4 hours.
So this is going to be more.
We basically did this last week for 4-hour shift. This will be a 5-hour broadcast nearly. This will be the longest one we've ever done.
Yeah. That's impressive. I thought Le Mans would be the longest one we've ever done, though. Nope.
On the TV, I've got BTCC and I'm using you for F1 commentary. Don't worry. I don't think you'll miss much because I think we might have a red flag shortly after. But absolutely, you'll keep us on for the British touring cars as well and just see what's happening. Our touring car coverage is very much play by ear because I've got to work everything else out. We will try and get it out to you today.
No, it's finished.
Yeah, we'll try and get it out to you today, but it could be very late and very early. So stand by for that. I'm sorry, but Formula One has taken priority over the British touring cars at Thruxton. We're almost ready then. The rain, Megan, is still coming down almost as much as it was 2 hours ago. So
why do I have a sinking feeling?
Is that a bad decision that they're restarting it? Are they just going to restart for 2 laps and call it a day? I think a lot of people will be very angry if that's the case.
Yeah, it's like, we waited 3 hours in the pouring rain, in the mud, for 2 measly little races. Or laps.
It's happening. We're going to go racing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Get ready, get steady, because the Belgium Grand Prix is about to start under the safety car. 30 seconds to go.
I can see 2 red lights.
We've seen 5 for the past 3 hours. A reminder, there will be no standing start. Because we've gone into this start delayed procedure, there will be no standing start. So it will be a rolling start. Which means we won't have a starting grid with 5 red lights. It will be there. Mini's being pushed off the grid and going into the paddock. Race will not be restarted. Okay, so the next is the touring cars. Megan's got ready for that one. Red flag. Look at this. Look at this. It's been on for the past 3 hours, and the red flag is gone. We're getting ready for the green light. It's last time out in Hungary. The race started in the pit lane for many of them, and now we are about to go racing.
I don't remember a time before that.
Are you ready? We have been under a red flag for over 3 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, it's green flag running. We are underway for the Belgium Grand Prix for 2021. And the cars exit the pit lane. They are in motion. And how beautiful do they look? It is a timed race. It is a 1-hour race. It has just been confirmed. So the lap counter is gone. It is a 1-hour race. It will not be a lap race, Megan. It will be a timed race.
I suppose that's a bit better. No pressure.
Yeah.
On how fast you're going, apart from the cars speeding up behind you.
So for the first ever time in Formula One, this race officially will not be a lap. It will be a timed race. It's a 1-hour race as well.
Do you see that? It's
yeah, times are out. So it's a 1-hour race. We've officially opened up the bunker there as well for how long's left in this race as well. Because it's now just 59 minutes as well in this proceedings. So 58 minutes to go in the countdown procedure. And Megan, I think we're all just hoping as well that they get this out and they just do it and just start the race and that's it. We can end it there. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do know what you mean. And it looks like the mechanics are finally just like, well, we've got to start working again now, don't we?
Yeah, it's like we can finally just have a little bit of a breather out there as well and get everything settled.
Half points will be awarded if the leader has completed more than 2 laps, but less than 75% of the original race distance.
So that's just from race control, just telling us the information that we already knew.
So...
yeah, so basically we're just in a waiting game to see what's going to happen next. There's a lot more spray out there, Megan, as we see cars out on the track. What do you think? Keep it as it is, or is it going to be a red flag? The crowd are cheering.
The crowd
listen to this.
Cars are out on the track.
They are cheering like mad.
They finally have something other than to watch, but each other.
They're all out there now, just waiting.
Or do the wave with just one line.
They're all waiting, just seeing what's going to happen next, just seeing what will happen next. As we take a look back now, as we've just confirmed everything and got it ready. Safety car is out. Look, the cars are forming round.
It's a bit better track things then.
So this is lap 1 of the race. The spray is still quite bad. Let's have a look at the group chat quickly as well, which shows as well. Barrier repairs could to be some time until BCCC, so thank you. Adam has said you've done an excellent job with broadcasting so far. Thank you, Adam, so much as well. And now we just go into a procedure of how long. Now, we could also ask Megan as well. The situation is, could we go into a race where, yes, we've got an hour left on the clock, and it's now a timed race, but 2 laps completed, that'll be it. They're coming round now to complete the first lap. Arguably, the spray's exactly the same as it was 2 hours ago.
It's
3 hours ago,
taken
even.
4 minutes to do that.
Oh, it's a long lap here at Spa.
So that means it's likely they're going to get like 12 laps done.
Yeah.
That's the time they're using.
So this is it. Look, the car's now in the bus stop, and they've now Sergio Perez is starting this race. He's right at the back of the field as well, Sergio. So are we going to go to a red flag? Are we going to go to are we just going to keep behind the safety car?
Why do I have a bad feeling?
I know, it's a really strange one here. The Belgian Grand Prix. We knew we'd get a timed race eventually here on YouTube. Never expected it to be this one, though, as they keep on going. So 2 laps. This is lap 2. 2 laps have now officially been completed on the board. Lap 2 of 39. So this race is now 39 laps in length, but we won't get to that. So it's a timed race of 1 hour. And they are now completing that one.
Josh Plays says BBC pit
The BCCC.
lane. BTC. Yeah, that is open.
Yeah.
Like 5:25. And I probably should be looking at this.
So the car's now circulating into the Lacombe chicane. Now, reminder, with a red flag, we do a count-back system to the last complete lap. So they've got to cross the control line 2 more times. So 1 more, and then another time, then they can red flag it, because we do a count-back to 2 complete laps. So far, we've only completed 1 lap.
I kind of want to see this without the safety car, to be honest.
It looks okay out there at the moment.
Yeah, it looks decent. We can bring it out later.
We've got an hour, or 55 minutes to be precise. I wouldn't mind seeing a race.
Yeah, they've stretched their legs. They've played football.
I wouldn't mind seeing a race, actually.
Or chess.
Although the track is actually looking bad out there. We just seen through Puong as well. And actually, we're looking through Puong, and the track is bad right now as well. There's a lot of spray and into a Rouge as well. And yeah, look at this. Look through Puong and Stavolo. It's raining really hard now as well. So look, there's the cars circulating around the track, and still no sign of what's going to happen next. 60 minutes on the clock, and I'm not seeing any confirmation on our screens of a red flag or anything. So we will stay where we are at the moment. We're on lap 2.
Hugging the curbs.
Yeah, I think he's trying to test them out, isn't he? Just seeing what it's like through the corners and seeing how bad it is.
I think he's trying to find a dry spot.
Yeah. Which is weird because there isn't much out there on the circuit. So
I'd give him £1 million if he could find one.
Let's hear from Perez.
On the back, it's getting better. It's much better on the back. The lap, final sector is better.
Because no one's in front of you.
Can't.
So Lewis Hamilton saying he can't go full throttle on the straight. Sergio Perez saying it's getting much better at the back of the field as well. Well, what are we going to do? We're coming over now to complete the second lap. That will be the 2 laps in the book. Look, here's the driver tracker in operation. This 2 laps,
now.
2 laps have now been completed behind the safety car, and that would be the red flag situation. So if they red flag it now, they have completed the 2 laps. Half points can be awarded. There has officially been a race at this point, as well as Esteban Ocon circulates in. So now the field have now completed the 2 laps. They need to complete a 3rd due to the count back, and then we can have a red flag. So the next lap, when we cross it, we can stop it if needs be. And it looks actually now, Megan, as the rain increases down through Eau Rouge and into Raidillon, the rain's actually got heavier on that last lap. So the spray has actually returned.
Mazepin has the fastest lap with a 3:18.016.
So he kept the bonus point from this lap as
if
well.
he was in the top 10.
Okay, it's bad through Rouge. It was okay
Yeah.
when the race restarted, but look, the spray is still there, and it's got heavier in the last couple of minutes as well.
Do you know, instead of all the corners that were...
We've missed the window.
They should have cleaned that area more.
Can I be honest with you? We've missed the window. We know when the medical car was out there and it looked okay.
Yeah.
That's when we should have been out there. The rain has increased a lot now in the last couple of minutes as well. So the race is now on lap 3. We have to complete this one to then do the backup lap, and there is a half point for fastest lap as well. So he gets 0.5 of a point.
Yay!
This is really bizarre out now. They've got to be so careful in this situation. What could happen as well if this race does get called before the start of the third touring car race? We could just show that one and then go back to doing race 2 later and just swap it around on the playlist. So that's always an option. But considering the race is the pit lane's open, I don't think this is going to happen. Red flag, ladies and gentlemen.
Seriously.
Yeah, it's a red flag. So that's it. That is it. Red flag is out. The race is over on lap 3.
George gets a podium.
And yeah, it's red flags now, Megan. And I think that's it. They're cheering and now they're booing it. With 2 laps in the books completed, the red flag has come out again. Race suspended, cars to line up in the pit lane. However, I think, Megan, that is it. The race will be over.
No one's changed position.
Do you think that race is now over? Because everyone was saying as well.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh. What's happening now? I'd love to hear. Oh, well, this has been a farce. We've completed the points. Max Verstappen wins the Belgium Grand Prix. George Russell is second. Lewis Hamilton third. We've completed the 2 2 laps we needed to. And now for the second time today, it's exactly what I said they do, Megan. They go round, they complete 2 laps, and then they've red flagged it. What's your initial reaction to this?
At least we get food quicker. Though my reaction is, I would have loved to have seen a Belgian Grand Prix.
It just wasn't possible, was it?
Though this is bordering on dangerous. No, it is dangerous levels. And maybe if it was just light rain, it could have been done, and maybe it would have been interesting. Though this is
really biblical. Yeah. So
it's like I can see Noah building an ark right now.
George Russell gets his first ever podium in Formula 1.
Yeah.
And the time is still ticking down, Megan. Have you noticed as well? It hasn't stopped. So with 49 minutes and 42 seconds to go, the time is ticking down.
They're not going to wait there for another 40 minutes, are they?
So if they're going to now run out the clock under the red flag, that's possible. But I think we've missed a window. And I'm really sorry to say we haven't got a race here today. But lap 3, with the count back to lap 2, it is a red flag. And we knew it was coming. Race looks to be over. Mazepin with the fastest lap. He gets his first point on the board. And it's not even a count. It's not even a point. It's a half point. He gets a half point.
I thought it didn't really count.
They
when
might
have top 10.
They might allow it, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I think he'll still get that bonus point though.
He could have been so close to a
and of
317.
course, they cross the line now, Megan, to complete their 4th lap. So completing the 3rd under the red flag, which means the countback is done, and two laps have been completed under the red flag.
Can I just point out Williams' efficiency?
Yeah, they've already got it up. So yeah, pit lane, BTC pit lane closed. Okay, so you can keep us updated where that is. So basically, half points can now be allocated for this race, even if it is a race. It's the shortest F1 race in history. Just 2 racing laps. The clock is still ticking down with 48 minutes and 10 seconds left. But another one. He's not in the top 10 now. No, it doesn't, so it's not counting. Stand up. I'm going to grab my chair because it doesn't look like we're going to have it. Back to red then, here at Spa. And the farcical race continues.
I'm just going to get that ready.
As to who exactly is the winner of this race and who exactly is not winners, and here, left, everywhere. Oh, it is just an absolutely it's a farce.
I told you I had a bad feeling about this. there's a second red. Do you want to have the other biscuit?
3 races in a row. I think it's over, says Squid Network. Yeah, so 3 races in a row, we've had a red flag as well. And all the build-up to what should have been a great Belgium Grand Prix has absolutely crashed. And George Russell gets his... If this race is now declared over, George Russell gets his first ever podium in Formula 1 in a Williams. Best thing, it's party at Williams regardless. More points, and Latifi gets points. He started 9th, of course.
It's double point.
Because Norris's penalty and Bottas's, Latifi started 9th, which means it's
2 points.
Yeah, it's game
which
on
means
there.
1 point because it's half points.
Yeah,
they get 10 more points.
So 10 points back on, which will put them on 20 points and closing in on Aston Martin. So 2 points at 2 races in a row in the points. Alonso looks like he's done.
Alonso's just like, I'm planning my tea.
Martin Brundle has just said, what a miserable day, and I'm sorry, everybody. And I'd like to echo that. I am terribly sorry that instead of covering the 2 British Touring Car races as well, we've covered the farcical Belgium Grand Prix as well. And let's just hope that the race next weekend in Zandvoort will be good, because...
I'm sorry, but why is Max being covered with an umbrella when he still has his helmet on?
Don't know. That's a bit bizarre. Well, what a long afternoon this has been.
Oh, and there's Lewis's scooter.
Lewis has got... I think Lewis knows this is over. What do you think? Everyone knows this is over, don't you think?
Yeah.
This is it.
They're just like, okay, let's just leave now.
Is there a chance they could restart the race? I don't think. Let's look on the side of optimism. They've got 45 minutes left.
We've tried twice.
Yeah, I think this is done.
I don't think third time's going to be the charm this time.
The shortest ever F1 race was Adelaide in 1991. The shortest race now in F1 history, the 2021 Belgium Grand Prix. Everybody's walking around. Everybody is looking and thinking that's it, it's over. We're waiting on official confirmation from the stewards for the results.
I think Mazepin's going to steal Stroll now. They've had Seb. They want Stroll now.
It's been a 4-hour race.
Pass me my phone. I want to see if they've stolen Seb again.
It's on 44%, believe it or not.
Jesus, fast.
So, we're here again. We meet again, red flags.
Let's see what Twitter says.
And that clock is still ticking down again. How much? We complete 7 minutes. Was it 7 minutes of freedom we had?
Yeah. Do the FI know about a thing called a stopwatch?
Yeah. The clock is ticking down.
Aston at Haas. Let us know if he shows up again.
I think social media championships is a bit of a weird one. What an odd day. What a really bizarre day for Formula 1 as well. I feel like I've wasted all these notes you've printed out and stat sheets and everything else as well. The championship was closing up, and now look at it. We had 3 laps behind the safety car, multiple delays, 2 red flags as well. Bringing it up, I think, let's calculate them. How many red flags have we seen now in 2021? It must be 5 or 6 at least.
I don't know, a lot. So I feel like I'm being lied to by McLaren. This is not a drill. The race resume in 10 minutes. It feels like a drill.
Yeah, they did it 25 minutes ago when the race actually resumed.
Still.
And 10 minutes later, red flag. So that's it. Spa done. Spa is done. 43 minutes left on the clock. It continues to tick down. They have not stopped it on the board.
Let's see if Seb has migrated again.
This feels a lot like the 1993. This feels like the 1993 Grand National, where it just didn't get going. Josh Play says Bottas and Haas would be hilarious. Bottas and Haas would be hilarious. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Mazepin with the fastest lap, and we're all just waiting now for what I think is the inevitable news, Megan, that the race won't restart. We're just waiting for it. We had a 20-minute delay, then an hour and a half delay as well. Oh, it's just been a long day. Long day. And I think everybody's on the same opinion. They just want to get out of here and have some food. The British Touring Car Championship will be coming to you tomorrow in delayed watch-alongs as well. Myself and Megan will be commentating on those just to give Megan a race that she's commentated on today, so she can have those two with me as well. Because I don't think we can get them out tonight because we've got the esports coming up as well. What an absolute farce! If tonight's esport race is wet weather, I'm going to be fuming. I think it needs to be dry Spa.
It's like, are you trying to be funny?
Nikita Mazepin, fair dues to him, is smiling because he's going to get his first ever fastest lap in Formula One.
It's just like, look at my achievement.
He pushed it hard, so fair play to Nikita there. He had an attacking mode, and he took the fastest lap. He was the quickest in the wet conditions. That's something to brag about.
He was very, very close to 17 seconds.
Max Verstappen will win again. Victory number 16 in his career if this race isn't restarted. George Russell, if anything, that podium that was denied for him in Shakir last year has been gifted back to him here in Bahrain.
Yeah.
So I suppose that's good. And we're knowing that the deal is done, basically, that he will be at Mercedes next year. I think he is pretty much done there.
I'm just waiting for Haas to say he's back.
I think he's gone to the motorhome. Look, they're all eating peanuts now as well, and all having food as well. We're standing and waiting.
So what you want to talk about this time?
I mean, look at the weather, Megan. We're in another big radar cloud, and it's just hitting in as well. And
looks like we'll have 5 minutes of.
Unless they stop the clock again, and we have another go, I don't think they can stop it again. Because it started. So 41 minutes left on the clock. Are we going to run it out? But look at that. That's dark almost now at the start-finish straight. Darkness now starting to come in.
Well, it's nearly time for
it's 6:36 over there in Belgium right now. And just highlights of a race that never got going. Channel 4 highlights are going to be really short tonight, aren't they? In terms of, about 10 minutes worth of coverage?
Seb hasn't
before
left.
Popping up. No, Seb hasn't got out of the car. He's wired back in, isn't he? So Aston have found him. Aston have locked him in this time.
Aston is like,
have they put a blanket over him? There's a blanket over the car. I've never seen that before in Formula One.
They're just like, you're not leaving again.
Oh, and to be honest with you, it's been tiddling down all day as well, hasn't it? This is bizarre.
I'm just looking through a thing.
Have we started the touring car race yet? Thinking about it, I haven't seen anything yet.
No.
Josh, if you're still watching, what's happening with the touring cars as well out there? I hope we haven't missed the start of it.
Trust me, we haven't.
And I tell you what, Max Verstappen, Megan, is celebrating, thinking he's just won the race. I think he knows he's won. What do you think, Megs?
I think he's won.
So. We're getting ready for what's going to be. We should have commentated on the 2 touring car races. We're sorry. Tell you what, though, it hasn't started. So if this gets officially cancelled, we'll load up and commentate on the 3rd touring car race and bring you the 2nd one tomorrow and just slot it back in as well. And nobody will know, and it'll be a unique thing. So we'll see what happens there. But right now, the classifications as it stand would be the grid order. Verstappen from Russell and Hamilton will be your podium. Followed by Ricciardo, Vettel, Gasly as well out there. Ocon, Leclerc as well. Following further down, Latifi, Sainz, Alonso. Bottas, Giovinazzi, Norris, Tsunoda, Schumacher, Mazepin, Stroll, Raikkonen and Perez down in 20th place as well. And of course, because Perez fell out. Yeah, because of course Perez fell out of the race. That promoted Latifi up there into P9. So
I've just seen
points.
a funny meme.
So it's the minion one. We start again behind the safety car. We'll drive to make the track more dry. We just stop again and waste everyone's time. We just stop again to waste everyone's time. Seems to be most overtakes this season. Look, it's Sebastian Vettel with 77. Alonso has 72. Sainz has 71. On track overtakes. That's because there's a new trophy this year for the most overtakes this season. And it belongs to Sebastian Vettel. With 38 minutes to go, I don't think we're going to restart this. I'd rather just get the confirmation that it's over and be done with it as well. There could be spoilers on the circuit TV you have from race 2, though. But I honestly don't mind. I'd rather do a live race and then get going for race 2. Go on, back to chess. What's up? Oh, okay.
That's just funny.
Everyone's back to chess, yeah.
They're just having conversations.
1 min from the lap. Thank you, Josh. Megan's on control, so we have missed the 3rd touring car race. So both touring car races coming to you tomorrow. It's such a bizarre day here in Formula 1 and motorsport in general. Everyone else can seem to get their act together. Formula 3 could race this morning and Formula 1 haven't, so really strange. No race has started with the 5 lights this weekend, if I'm correct, Megan. No race has. They've all started behind the safety car.
Yeah.
Soon says, will Haas get points for fastest lap? No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. We shouldn't have any points because he's outside the top 10. He'll be credited, but he won't get the bonus point for it. However, even if he does get points, it'll only be half a point. So literally, insult to injury, Haas would only have half a point on the board to be given to that. I think they're running out the clock because they haven't officially announced that the race is over. Surely, though, with a 10-minute signal to a restart, we're getting close to that time where it can't be done. Don't you think, Max? We're getting to that time where it just physically cannot be done.
Aston Martin are just like apologising now.
My shoes have starting to wear through, so I need some new shoes soon.
Kimi's just like, I'm getting sick at looking at this pit lane. I haven't left all day.
I don't know why we haven't actually just switched over to the chat here. It looks like we're doing to the red flags and just giving ourselves a break.
Why is Pierre so happy?
Well, he's P6, isn't he? He's got some points on the board today after a tricky situation that he didn't think he would. I think everybody has agreed that this race is over now. Don't you think, Megs?
Everyone wants this race to be over, certainly.
They should have run it tomorrow. They can't. 10-minute signal to get everyone back in the car. They'll announce it with half an hour to go. So another 6 minutes, they'll announce that that's it, game over, and we've wasted everybody's time. Sorry, everybody. We wanted to bring you a fantastic Belgian Grand Prix. The weather's let us down. The stewards as well, a bit bizarre. And I do apologise.
Haas saying, he hasn't come yet.
He's still in the car, that's why. I would stop that and stand by to start recording the timings.
Put that in charge again, please.
I will, for the British Touring Cars, because those races will be coming to you at some point today. I might have to forgo eating altogether. I don't think I've got time. If I could, because then I could, because it's only 40 minutes, I can get those 2 races done.
You've barely eaten.
I will try my best to bring you some British touring car races today. If you could stay with me, Megan, for them as well, because I don't think I can actually continue, and then I can let you go after at least one touring car, because I don't think I can keep talking.
I'm sorry, you think I'm not hungry?
All right, you can have dinner and then join me for the last touring car race. How about that? Yeah, all right. I need you to press the start buttons anyway. And now, Sebastian Vettel is getting out of his car. And we'll go and have a look. Off to Haas. But look at that. The fog is now setting completely. This is worse than when we actually started the race originally.
It is.
Meg, stand by, lol. Yeah, stand by to get it on. Yeah, stand by, Meg. They're coming to the green. Josh Blazer said stand by, so get ready to hit that button. Knowing my luck, that the British Touring Car race will start just as F1 announced it's the cancellation. But I suppose we've got to go through the podiums as well, haven't we? Do we have to do a race review for tonight's show?
No.
No, it's pretty much cancelled. There's
What
no
will we
results.
do? There was a red flag. There was another red flag. We ate food.
I think this is one that we could pretty much sum up and just play it out again later on.
Sebastian Vettel played football and got stolen by Haas.
Yeah, there's literally nothing has happened. I think we might do like a 2-minute wrap-up show, at least, or maybe just nick it from here, because honestly, it has just been absolutely pointless, today's race. So 3 minutes until 3 minutes and 43 seconds until I think at least they're going to do it. Line up on the grid. Thanks, Josh. You have to tell us when the lights are on, and Megan is literally on the button. Get ready to type on the button. Megan's on that start button waiting to record. So we thought it would happen. We didn't believe it. Yeah, if you do want to watch them racing, the final touring car race of the day, beginning over on ITV4. Thanks, Motorsport Broadcasting. We were supposed to be covering it. We've stuck with Formula 1 because we thought we might have something, but we should have gone and done the touring car race. Oh well. 2 races delayed. It's not really going to happen, is it? You just got to stand by and wait. What is going to happen next? I feel sorry for the fans. What about you?
Very. I feel very sorry for the fans because they've had to sit on the ground while it's muddy and rainy. Race control.
The race will not resume. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the race will not be resumed. The 2000 and thanks. The
You're right.
I thought so, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 hours and 44 minutes, the Belgium Grand Prix will not be resumed. The race is over. Max Verstappen wins the Belgium Grand Prix. His 16th race win. George Russell gets his first ever podium in Formula One for Williams. A great day there. Lewis Hamilton gets the podium as well. And, apparently there's been a massive crash in the touring car race. Is that going to be a red flag?
It's safety car.
It's safety car at the moment.
And Danny Rick, he is 4th in his 200th Grand Prix.
First ever career podium. Williams are happy. Everybody is happy as well. And I hope that the touring cars are okay, because that's the last thing we want to see is affected there. Who's it involving?
Who's at the bottom? Shedden doesn't have a time.
Oh,
Taylor
no.
Taylor Smith is at the bottom as well.
So George Russell gets his first ever podium in Formula One. Let's take a look, shall we? So, so the last race of the day, and guess what? I guess it'll be red flagged as well. What happened? Oh, there we go, at the back. Oh, it's not actually that bad. All drivers to the FIA garage to be weighed. All cars to park for May.
Well, that weighing's going to be a bit difficult. We've all been eating.
It's Aaron Taylor Smith who hit off the track.
They've all been eating.
Yeah.
How are they going to get weighed?
Yeah, that's it then.
It's like, why are you heavier? Just like, it's not going to really be that bad if I'm heavier. I mean, I've been eating all day.
The shortest ever F1 race, 2 laps. History. I'll tell you what, thank you to everybody for sticking with us today. All 288 of you, and the 4 consistent viewers as well, who have stuck with us throughout this broadcast, it says as well, all 288 of you, thank you so much. Oh, it's Jade Edwards and Gordon Shedden, all okay. Jade Edwards again, that happened in race 1, race 2 earlier on. So yeah, Shedden's in trouble. Well, thank you, Josh there. We'll commentate on that race for you later on as well. Max Verstappen has won. We've had it. It's done.
It was from the angle I saw.
Looked worse than it was from the angle I saw. Yeah. It looked worse. So that's it.
Red Bull Radio.
Let's listen.
Podium ceremony?
Yep, absolutely. So after they've been weighed and all the rest of it, they'll go from there.
Michael, well done for getting us all through this.
Team effort. Thanks, Jonathan.
I must admit, good job there for Michael Masi. A difficult day, and he's certainly come up on himself today and improved from yesterday. Oh, what a mess.
It's certainly been dramatic. I've seen a lot of race control over the past 2 days.
What a mess. What an absolute mess. We wanted to bring you a race. It hasn't happened. And now they're all going to get weighed. And then we are going to go into the usual, Parc Fermé results as well. And I'm flabbergasted, if I'm honest, Megs. For the first time since 2009 at the Malaysian Grand Prix, the race will not be awarded. Half points have been awarded as well. And it's Max Verstappen who closes up ever so slightly on Lewis Hamilton. He gets, 12.5 points on the board. Lewis Hamilton getting 15.5, 7.5 points. So here's your race result then. Max Verstappen is the winner after 4 laps behind the safety car. George Russell finishes second for the first ever time in his Formula 1 career, the most unusual podium, but he's got a podium with Williams. And he's got a podium in the way back from what was stalling him in Baku. And look at that. No times and no laps completed. I've never seen that on the board before. Lewis Hamilton third, Daniel Ricciardo, Sebastian Vettel, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Charles Leclerc, Nicolas Latifi and Carlos Sainz. The top 10. Sainz only getting 0.5 of a point. Further down, it's Fernando Alonso, Valtteri Bottas, Antonio Giovinazzi, Lando Norris, Yuki Tsunoda, Mick Schumacher, Nikita Mazepin, Lance Stroll, Kimi Räikkönen, Sergio Perez. round out the grid. And Red Bull's efforts to get Perez's car back out on the track today have definitely been a highlight. He took part and got classified as well. But what a farce today has been. The shortest ever Formula One race, Adelaide 1991. No more. It's actually been changed. History made here at Spa. It is the 2021 Belgium Grand Prix at just 2 laps, the shortest in F1 history. Wow. Let's go over to the chat quickly as well, because Sasha said, thanks, Megan. Thanks, Joshua. You've made this bizarre afternoon enjoyable. Well, thank you for sticking with us. And welcome to the show. Josh plays there's going to be a long safety car, got a JCB dumper truck and trucks and services van and service cars on the circuit. Fires need sorting. They might red flag it then. Yeah. Which might give us time, actually, to catch up on race 2 and then race 3 of if this race is stopped as well. And then we'll just fast forward through the red flags.
Yeah.
So that's it. Megan, your view on today? It's been a bizarre one.
Tiring.
Yeah. How long have we been on there?
Also
5
funny.
hours. 4 hours, yeah.
Also funny because of what Haas and Aston Martin
Yeah.
have. Actually, I'm going to see if Seb's turned up.
I think he's gone to the weighbridge. Don't even need to say all drivers to the weighbridge. He wouldn't have turned up there yet.
Tell that to Max.
No, he was at the FA weighbridge and now he's been moved over. So really tricky conditions today. Let's hear what the drivers had to say.
Today, big credit goes to all the fans around the track to stay here, the whole day in the rain, in the cold, windy conditions. So I think they are actually the bigger winners today.
And I guess you've closed the gap to Lewis. You closed the gap by, half of what you would normally if you had that result. And that's all points that are going to make up to the end of the season.
Yeah, we have to keep on pushing, keep on trying, of course, to close it and, of course, go ahead. And, we have a few more races to do that. And I'm confident that, we have a good car. We just need to keep on trying to get a bit more performance out of it.
You've got the big one next week. Good luck ahead of that.
Thank you.
Max was happy there as well, if you think about it. Look at that. George Russell is so happy. George's on the podium.
In the history books, but I guess absolutely.
Listen to the crowd for George.
I mean, that's what secured it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't often get rewarded for great qualifying, and we absolutely did today. But first, I just want to say, so sorry to all the fans, and amazing their support to stay out here throughout. We're all in the same boat, and it's a shame we couldn't get this race underway. But just from our side and then the team side, just such an amazing result.
At least it'll go down when people call you Mr. Saturday. At least it actually counted.
Yeah,
was
that
Saturday?
Actually counted. So a little celebration tonight, I'm sure. But like I say, the whole team deserve it because there's been so much hard work going into this over the last few years, and there's not really been anything to show for it or prove for it. And we absolutely nailed it yesterday, and here we are standing on the podium. So I can tell you I didn't expect that this year, that's for sure.
I think for everything you've done in Formula One, you deserve it. Enjoy the step up there.
Cheers, Paul.
Paul di Resta giving, and the crowd absolutely loving it as well. George Russell, a fantastic performance here to take a podium. Let's hear from Lewis Hamilton finishing third.
In Formula One, when you don't see cars racing, but I guess it's a podium for you, and the guys in the grandstands are the heroes, aren't they?
Yeah, well, firstly, I feel really sorry for the fans today. Obviously it's no one's fault, obviously, with this weather, but the fans have been incredible today just to stick with us this whole time and hold out for the potential race. They knew when they sent us out at the end there that the track wasn't any better, and they did it just so that we could start 2 laps behind the safety car, which is the minimum requirement for a race.
So it was all planned. They could have told us.
I really hope the fans get their money back today.
How difficult were the conditions out there, Lewis? Were you able to race at any point during the 3 hours that we had?
No, it was you couldn't really see. It was like 5 meters in front of you, the car disappears, and so it was very difficult down the straights to even know where that flashing light was. It was you couldn't even go flat out because you didn't know what part of the track they would be on. So it's a shame because of course I wanted to race, and I think it could have been a great race if it hadn't rained so hard.
Well done. Look forward to next week.
Oh, it's been a long day. And Josh saying as well, barriers are only tyres, they should be fine under SC. Luckily, Anko was not really affected. Oh, so they're not going to stop the race in the touring cars. That just means it's longer for me to talk about it as well. Me thinking a recovery truck was a dump truck. Well, they're pretty much the same, isn't it? Dumping away all the...
Still a truck.
Yeah, everything as well. Oh, what a bizarre... I'm sort of glad it's happened, in a way, all this 4 hours, because it's the most unique race in Formula 1 history in terms of the fact that it never happened. It was the race that never was. It's shorter than... Everyone always says, oh, Adelaide in 1991. What a bizarre little race that was. And now, the shortest ever F1 race is another one we've covered on YouTube. Another bizarre race we've covered. And I love that. And sharing it all with you, the fans, as well, over the past 4 hours and 24 minutes we've been on air. And, do you know, actually, there's part of me that's annoyed. And do you know why I was annoyed? Because I got up at 7 o'clock this morning to make all the graphics, to film all the pre-show, and do everything, only for it not to happen.
I got up at 10:40.
Yeah, I know. But at least we had a great MotoGP race today, and we had a great race 1 of the touring cars, race 2 and 3. We're going to see if we can fit them in the schedule at some point today as well. 9 o'clock on BBB Esports. You can join us for the Belgium Grand Prix for the Champion Series. That is going to be a cracker, I can assure you. So watch that on YouTube. Grid Network as well is going to have their wrap-up show. Sadly, I don't think I'll be part of it because I've got loads of things to do. So Joe, Adam, Kobe, Ben all have fun without me. I'm going to go something to eat because I've not eaten since last night. Last thing I ate was a brownie. Oh, no, technically sausage and, yeah.
And these little snacks. Last proper thing I ate, other than the snacks we've had in here, was a Bakewell tart. And obviously I don't eat the end of a Bakewell tart, so...
What a bizarre race. And I honestly... Oh, George Russell on the podium, here we go. Lewis Hamilton is third and George Russell is so happy. And I'm so happy. He probably would have fallen away in the race. But George Russell is on the podium in Formula 1 in a Williams. That makes today worth it. Just to keep him in second. That makes today totally worth it. Unbelievable. Megan, we went to a forest to film a feature that we didn't need. Let's hear the national anthem.
We did.
The Dutch national anthem signalling out there as well. Will we hear it in 7 days' time when the racing in Zandvoort will happen?
I'm not sure, though. I still can't believe that we went to that forest to do all the
editing,
predictions.
All the editing, everything. Just not needed.
And it wasn't needed. I think we used it once. Oh.
Sorry.
Jeez, that was loud in my ears.
I know. It just wasn't needed, was it? We went everywhere.
I felt so tired.
I know, Josh. I know. Measure's house review, what a load of rubbish. I completely agree there. I don't know what all that was about.
It's 2 green flags. What the hell's that got to do with holding for a review?
And now the Lacey Hanley, the race is over. Watch your Williams team are on the podium as we hear the Red Bull national anthem for Austria as well. But George Russell's on the podium, ladies and gentlemen. Verstappen is the winner, from Russell second and Hamilton third. Out-qualifying Hamilton. He's now outraced Lewis Hamilton. I'll tell you what, if Toto has said the decision's already been made over who it is going to be alongside Lewis Hamilton next year, it has to be George Russell. He would have set the fast lap as well if the race wasn't red flagged. 51.841 in that first sector.
Yeah, he got a really good sector time.
He was quicker than anybody out there.
See, that just proves everything. What was that?
My chair.
For a minute, I thought it was like interference in my ear. I was like,
no,
what?
it's my chair. Oh.
I think we have to keep talking so that
well,
this doesn't...
after 4 hours, it's sort of like,
just like, what else do I have to say about this? And is this unusually long? Because I feel like it is longer than it's ever been before.
You time it to the beat, Megan, as always. Well done. David Croft officiating there. That is the shortest ever Formula 1 race in F1 history. And the winner of the shortest ever race in just 2 laps is Max Verstappen. Half points awarded as well out here. Listen to the crowd. Listen to George. Oh, George was hyping them up, but it's the Red Bull team.
He was telling them not to It's like quiet.
Yeah, and then he was revving it up, wasn't he? All getting ready. Listen! Listen!
Here's the trophy he's been waiting for.
Listen!
It's 50th
Listen!
Grand Prix.
Well deserved.
In his 50th Grand Prix start, it is George Russell on the podium in Formula One. For Williams,
That's
his
a good
50th
thing
start.
to have for a 50th. Nice commemoration.
And Lewis Hamilton goes over and takes the champagne. More water on. George Russell can enjoy the champagne of a Formula One podium for the first time. Lewis Hamilton finishes third. Max Verstappen wins the shortest ever Formula One race at just 2 laps. 4 hours, 29 minutes. A total of 4 hours. 4 hours it's taken us to get to this podium. Precisely 4 hours. What an absolutely bizarre day. What an absolutely strange day itself. Music going on in the background as well. And of course we can play it because it's in the public domain.
Yeah.
The drivers getting together as well as the team for the photograph as well. Russell on the podium. It should have happened in Shakir last year. I'm sort of glad it's happened now. Oh. And now they'll head off for lunch. Like we are.
Gasly's just like, right, sausages.
Well, we're live next weekend only for the Dutch Grand Prix on September the 3rd to September the 5th. We go to the beach of Zandvoort as well. Hopefully, it's going to be a lot nicer. And meanwhile, in the Premier League, Wolves versus Manchester United. United just keeping a goal out from Wolves as well.
They should.
And did he cross the line? No. Superb defending there from the City goalkeeper.
They should get Mick and Seb on there.
Megan, if you can, just sum up today in one word. Can it be done?
Entertaining.
Entertaining. Do you know what mine's going to be?
What?
Soaking. Wash out here at Spa. I can't do any more. I'm nearly done, honestly. The music ends. We're all done.
The music's done, you're done.
Everybody is done after such a hard day. We are all ready to go and have a rest. I am honestly so bizarre of what's happened today. The race review is going to be fairly short as well. We literally will just record it in a second and get it out because it was nothing to be done.
Hold on, I'm just going to text Mum.
Who's your driver of the day? Safety cars out again in the touring cars. Who's your driver of the day?
George Russell.
Driver of Saturday on Sunday.
Wait, do you know what's funny? 10 minutes ago, Mum, it's like, will you be in for tea in about 10 minutes?
Roundabout, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for all of this 4 hours and 32 minutes of absolute nothing. My thanks to Megan Birch, my thanks to Edward Hunter, my thanks to Ian Birch as well, and most of all, my heartfelt thanks to all of you for joining us. It has been a long one. We need a break. The shortest ever F1 race, the 2021 Belgian Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton third, George Russell second, Max Verstappen the winner. Qualifying determines the race. My thanks to you all at home. Good night to you all.